There we go. Okay. Is audio okay? I don't know how it's set. Yeah, I totally didn't know it was... I didn't know I was muted. But I unmuted it. Okay, I unmuted it now. I don't know how it sounds, though. I don't know if I have a... I think a long time ago I set up some VSTs on the audio source. So it makes me wonder if those are still set up. If they are, it might make the sound better, or it could make it worse if it's not like updated or whatever. But Psynaps is helping me make some filtered water so we could continue. What I was trying to explain was I was showing them this cool coffee cup.
Oh, that was your Christmas last year.
It's Golgi and Cahal. If you don't know who Golgi and Cahal are, that's probably okay. That's probably okay. Bless their hearts. Golgi and Cahal. You know what those are? Some anatomical drawings. Ooh, look at those ones. Neurons. See them?
Why is the floor moving? What are you doing to make the floor move?
Golgi, the Cahal. Golgi is the stain that they used. And then Cahal was an artist. He'd like to draw anatomy books. He published medical anatomy books way back in, I don't know, 1900-ish, 1890, something like that. Maybe it even says Nobel Prize winner. Starbucks. I don't know. The Starbucks pods are good. I hate that I like using pods. I always talk trash about using the pods and then I use them. Are you still watching chat? Future Inc. 1 is watching chat.
He's peeking around the corner though.
I bet the viewers would like to see Future Inc. 1 because they probably don't know what you look like since you were little, so they would freak out. I'm not going to show you. I'm just saying they would probably want it. They'd probably want to see you.
He's
He doesn't want to.
much emo teen.
It's okay. Nobody has to be on camera if you don't want to be on camera.
Huh.
I don't even like being on camera. I just like streaming high bitrate mobile data.
He's in his room, babe.
Yeah, there we go.
Come sit here.
It's happening. Okay, here. Let's flip it. Is this working? If it wasn't working, I wouldn't even know, but I'm streaming high bitrate H265. Look at this. Look. Wait, let's put some milk in there so we can froth. We need to froth. Once you start frothing, you can't go back. Once you start that, you can't. Oh no. That's the coffee struggles. Alright, here we go. Let's froth. Oh, froth. We splashed. It's too hard because I'm trying to do it through the viewfinder. And sometimes it's a little bit splashy. Hold on. There we go. I needed to froth it a little bit sooner. Yeah. That's a good frother, huh? That's how you know it's a good one.
In a second, I'm gonna. Ah, you splashed me. You frothed me.
Everybody's getting frothed. That's okay. Now we could start a stream. Maybe I'll show you Christmas tree later. That work? It looked like it worked. Was there high enough bitrate? Needs more bitrate? Did you see the frothing accident? Got a little splashy. So let's see, I was muted. We got music. Now the sound came back. I figured out what I was struggling with earlier, by the way. So I was just going to pick up where I left off and see how long I go with that. Let me check. I see on YouTube, Swanson. Oh, Switchcore. Hey, Switchcore's on the YouTube side. Yeah. It's always high bit rate on the Psynaps stream. Yeah, buddy. Hey, it's good to see you in there. Switchcore. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people switch to YouTube, and that's not a bad thing. YouTube is superior in just about every way, except for maybe, I don't know, like little things like discoverability on the live side. But in terms of like their technology, their reach, their especially the tech, and just their size, just completely crush Twitch in nearly every way. So I wish YouTube were a little more upbeat for live streaming. And interesting thing too, on the live stream on the YouTube side, I have the bitrate set higher because YouTube doesn't have the same bitrate limitations that Twitch has. So you can go a little bit higher. Ads are also different. You know, the ads on Twitch just kill me. You know, I keep getting these pop. Oh, don't even get me started. I'll just relax before I have a fucking embolism live about the ads. It's so funny. Like my little one, my son, he's like turning 3 years old, and he's watching the tablet. You know, he likes to watch all the shows that the little kids, little toddlers like, you know, like Bluey and all the cartoons all the kids are watching. And so he'll be watching it and some ads will pop up and he'll rage out because sometimes the ads glitch, you know, especially like he has one of those tablets. It's like a little foam one. It's not a fancy tablet. It's just like, you know, whatever tablet. And it's like an older one. So it barely runs the apps. Like, you know, we'll subscribe, we have some free sub to like Paramount or something. And the ads will hit and glitch out his tablet and he'll freak out. He'll start raging out at the ads. And I'm like, yep, that's my son. Because I'm always raging out on ads. The ads are all, guys, please find a different way to make money other than ads. Like, it's so dumb. Stop with the ads. Companies need to stop with the ads. It doesn't work. It never worked. But anyway, I'm in here in ComfyUI again. One of the things I realized that I got to do is I've got to put together like a little guide so you guys can download this. Because I know how it is. I'll be like, yo, check out Comfy. And you guys are going to be like, oh, shit, I got to get in there. I want to do this too. And then you go to download it and it's like, it's too much work. Been there. I like downloading stuff though. So I'll at least get you guys a download link so you can see which one I'm using. There's a few different ways to install it. nobody's very sympathetic to having trouble installing Comfy, so everybody just thinks you know how to use GitHub, and I think there's enough scripts and installation scripts that it could be a little bit confusing to pick the right one, so it's not that hard. I actually just installed the portable version. And then when you're installing it, you don't have to be a computer nerd. It's like once it's installing, it knows. It'll go download like the Python that it needs, the PyTorch files, like all those weird AI files that have to match. You know, sometimes if you install your own AI projects from scratch, you'll find out that like there's mismatch of versions of different Torch things and nothing works. Comfy is not like that. It just installs and it works just right out of the gate. It's pretty nice. I would say that this software crushes. I think in 2025, I bet that this ComfyUI is like exploded. I think it's always kind of been the standard for advanced generative imaging and images and video. But I think now it's like this thing is a beast that's been let out, and there's nothing that's going to stop it. Like this Comfy is like, this is it right here. So I got stuck earlier with this little dance. So what are we going to do with the animations? I don't know yet. I mean, I was thinking maybe my debut in the adult industry or something, you know, because I mean, like good looks and charm, I definitely should be, you know, using that, right? You know, I'm like an old man who like looks amazing. Like you think I'm going to be able to keep my shirt on? It's like that one bit that I did on Saturday Night Live with Antonio Banderas, you know, where he kept unbuttoning his shirt. You can't keep it in. You got to let it out. So I'm a little bit shy. So I figured, well, I mean, the AI, I could just, you know, go straight to it with these animations. Another thing I'm going to do with the animation, I decided is, SwitchCore. Yes, I'm glad you asked SwitchCore, because I know SwitchCore good enough to know that his mind is going to be like, wait a minute, what's that thing you said? Because SwitchCore makes some pretty cool stuff. But, you know, I don't know if you guys remember the stripper pole, but I did that dad bod. Yeah, boosted dad bod. You know, I mean, look, at my age, that dad bod it's a rocking dad bod. I got to say, sometimes I look in the mirror and I'm like, there's two things that happen with this dad bod. You can look at a dad bod and be like, oh, this guy's kind of fat. Like this guy's kind of fat and old. But this dad bod is pure sexy. I gotta say, like, I don't know. I feel sorry, like, for my wife that she has to have to deal with me walking in and out of the kitchen and stuff when she's in there, because it's pretty hot stuff. But anyway, I made a promise a long time ago that I would go on the stripper pole, and so I couldn't do it, right? And we discussed this a little bit earlier, and even Nikki One helped out with with this little GIF. And I've always felt bad because I wasn't like, you know, nimble enough to like actually ride on the stripper pole. So we're definitely going to have to get me back on there. That's going to be a prerequisite. Now, as for what this is and how it works, it's just a node-based AI generating machine. It takes, you know, your inputs and it lets you connect them to all the various processing and algorithms that are needed to generate, you know, these images. So, you know, if you know image generation, normally you just go to Google Nano Banana and you type in using natural language what you want, or maybe you can even put a picture up and do image to image. You know, there's all the different modes like text to image, image to image, image to video, text to video, and all these various combinations. I'm going to try to touch on a lot of them. You can connect these and do things that were only possible by like a 3D expert, a 3D professional. All those things we did in 3D, where we were rigging 3D models and creating animations and doing color correcting and doing keyframing. So a lot of these concepts can be abstracted into this node-based generative AI UI, which is ComfyUI, and we can create some things. So earlier I had this trouble, and I got to learn how this works too. So for me to be able to explain it, I first have to learn. So it's a mixer. Yeah. You know what it is? Like, you know what I would call it? A wrapper. It is a wrapper of wrappers. You know, when you're talking about software and stuff, sometimes you'll have a Python wrapper for some abstract API or something, and the wrapper will kind of handle everything and kind of make things simpler. That's what I think this is, because there's all of these. If you go into this Comfy Manager, you know, there's all these nodes. This is like a little manager plugin that gives you access to all these nodes, and there's just hundreds, maybe thousands, 4,400, so 4,000 nodes that you can download, and they all are like nodes within nodes, and these are all like wrappers for different projects that launch. And so a couple of days ago, for example, there's a new node that launched for this pose maker, and you can, like, you know, deep fake some TikTok videos, or there's all kinds of funny things that people do with this. You know, you can make a baby break dance, you know, or a penguin can, you know, I don't know. You could do a bunch of cute stuff. You could put a cat on there and it'll make the cat dance. But what I'm thinking is, you know, it's more than that. It's, you know, all the videos that we used to do with like World of Warcraft and all of this stuff. These kinds of tools will allow us to create animations and create things that have been pretty difficult to do. And one thing I should show you, I mentioned it too. I need to find the link for it. But Corridor Digital, you know, the VFX artists, the YouTubers, Corridor Digital has done some amazing things. Even they were just blown away by these new tools that are just coming out. Like literally days ago, this thing was updated to a new version. This is science. You know, these people publish these papers in scientific journals, and then they release them on GitHub for the community to explore. And, you know, this kind of knowledge is probably the same knowledge that's being built into the pro tools like Google, Gemini, and Grok, and ChatGPT, and, you know, all the other ones. Where do you think they're getting their information from? Probably a lot of the same sources. Maybe they're generating their own tools at the same time as they're using these tools that have been opened by the scientific and creative communities. So here's one of those tools, and I integrated it into the dancing thing. And here's the fat guy dancing. That's the short one, because it like kind of creates a little seed, and then it extends the seed. And so I thought, let's see what happens if we can at least make this work. And so we made it work. You know, even if it's not exactly me, it's my likeness. That's undeniable. It's got my eyes and nose. And even if it doesn't share my good looks, it might also share my flaws, or the other way around. You know, maybe, you know, a funny thing. I had to prompt it to kind of make it look a little more like me. Because if, you know, I trained the AI to my face, but it wanted to make me look younger and thinner by default. So I had to tell it to make me a little older and fatter so that it would look, you know, a little closer to how I actually look. Because I didn't train it with too many body shots. It was mostly headshots and a few body shots. You're supposed to mix them in, but there's kind of these optimal ratios for mixing them in for training. But you know me, I'm very curious. That was the scientific part that fascinated me, was the training. Like, how many images, how many steps, like how much RAM. The technical parts of this fascinate me. And now I can do some dances. But is there a way to get it to do the stripper pole? It should be the next project. And I wonder if also I could like float, because this looks like a spaceship. Can I like, you know, zero gravity? That'd be pretty cool. Boosted says, so would this make you used to do obsolete, like what I used to do obsolete, like the tank run? don't think so. I think we are, I mean, I think it could, you know, and I think that that's where we are as a society thinking about AI is we're thinking about what can AI replace, you know, can it replace people and professionals and workflows and stuff like that. Yeah, I think it could, but it doesn't have to. I think really and realistically, what's going to happen is this is going to be on board with all of the rest of the tools we used to use. I could imagine we stop suffering in Cinema 4D trying to do rigging and stuff for some things, and we just like maybe spend the amount of time that we would have spent rigging, spend that on one of these workflows and maybe get it going a little bit faster or something like that. That's kind of how I imagine it. Like not as like a complete replacement of all of it, but more like how can we slide this in and optimize the existing workflows? I think what we're going to find is, you know, the old way is still going to do things better than this way sometimes, right? But it's pretty clear that if you can just type it in a prompt, you know, connect a few nodes together, do your nodes, do some nice prompts, be careful on your prompting, spend a little bit of time, get your workflow all figured out, and then just let it render. I love rendering. Like, I think we're going to probably want to do that instead. And this is what I'm doing now is I'm getting this pipe. So now with this pipe, you know, yeah, super freak. Well, I figured out, you know what the problem was? The problem was, it was just this. It was the very first box, the input, where this, you know, this random little, what do they call this kind of dance? It's like, I forget what it's called, shuffling or something. But anyway, that girl, she's gone viral before because she shuffles like a maniac. Pretty sure she's real, but who can tell anymore, you know? It was one of these settings here. It had a frame load cap, so it was only loading like the first few frames, and then it would stop, and that's why the video just stopped. But it turns out I connected everything correctly, because there it goes. And then this new model, it looks a little different. You know, creating a pose is nothing new. You know, AI's been, you know, creating these poses for a while now. But this is a new method that's supposed to do it even better. So, and then, okay, so let's change the picture then and just give it a different one. I just like that. I thought this one was cool because the lights are cool. The lighting. That's one thing the AI gets. Hey, that's another one. I want to look away, but I can't. Yeah. This is like that. It's like that. You can't not do it. It's just, it's so, wait till you see the other pictures I've generated. Like I can't stop messing with it.
I'm gonna go take the trash.
Okay. Okay. You need a flashlight? Miss Psynaps is going outside. She's making a run. She's breaking out. But let me put up some other pictures here. Some older ones. There's a new model that's really cool. Look at this picture I made the other day. This is Z image. So this is a good one to start with, actually, a good library. There's nothing you need to know or do. You just like prompt it. This was like, I don't know what it was, like a Viking lady in the desert or something. And then this is what it created. But I think the realness of these is getting a little bit out of hand. Plus this particular model, the Z image, it's a small model, so it can run on smaller GPUs, and it's outperforming the realness of some of the bulkier models. So it's a little bit ridiculous, but for training on the face, I didn't have very good luck with Z image. I had better luck with Qwen image, which made some of these images that look more like this. And so I think the likeness, a lot of the details are actually spot on. I could improve some things, but it still does some weird stuff, like with the beard gets a little blotched up, and I have to go back and do the settings just right to fix that. These are earlier pictures, so these ones have a little rougher beard. But there's just some different seeds with a face fixer. I'm trying to do like some face fixing because it like didn't quite look right. Here's some that just didn't work. they just didn't work for whatever reason. Oops, I think I'm going the wrong way. Let me try going this other way. Like in audio engineering, you can get different results if you rearrange your processors. Yeah. In a chain. Yeah, it's that. It's an audio chain. Yeah. It's the exact same thing. So ComfyUI, it's a node-based. Wait, am I in a bathroom here? Oh, bathroom shot, I guess. And there's some weird outfit. I had a little trouble with the fashion prompt. Had to go in there and rearrange that. It spit out a bunch of image that put me in this one shoulder drape type situation, which is kind of funny and weird. There's me in a dress. I didn't ask for a dress, but that's what I got. But I would say, hey, Zytor, what's up? I would say that one of the best analogies for like a node-based processor, or node-based editor would be an audio chain. Exactly that. So you change one thing, and it goes downstream, all the changes. So there's literally an infinite amount of things and dials that you can turn and things you can change. Ooh, I don't remember this one. This one's kind of cool. Got some laboratory vibes going on here. Riamar is here. Oh, snap. What's up, Riamar? It's good to see you guys in there. There's so many names that are popping up here that I recognize. You guys are awesome. I don't know how you managed to find me, you guys, but I got the YouTube side going and the Twitch side. And so I've got this new toy that I'm playing with that has me very curious, not in the Psynaps in a tutu way, not that kind of curious, more curious in the technical way. I just happen to have a tutu in this particular instance or whatever that is. But look, you can tell that, toenails are clipped. That's good. But there's some problems here. One shoe on, one shoe off. Oh, and there's the other shoe over there, I guess. So there's some weird things that still happen. But, a lot of the old problems have been fixed, like the hands work now. Everything's rendering. I look good in these, whatever these dresses are. Can you imagine? I just didn't know. I mean, I'm not thinking of like cross-dressing or anything, but I'm very pleased to know that should I want to explore a, more diverse, fashion that, I could pull it off. That's incredible. Wow. I better change those pictures before I get any ideas there. And some of them just get wild too, but I tried to prompt it so it made normal pictures. Sometimes it would still come out all weird. And I should also be careful going through these pictures because, the AI can cook up anything. You have to be careful. We don't know yet what this is capable of. I like these ones where I'm like in a, more like a formal wear, with the whiskey or at the bar or whatever. I'm about to make some more. I just was showing some of the ones I made previously. Again, the weird fashion thing where it puts me in these one shoulder things. The prompt. One thing we discovered, I'll try to find this picture. The prompt adherence is something that the developers are working on a lot with these models. Like how well can it take what you say and turn that into the picture that you were describing? And so they're getting better at that. And I found that with my prompts, it's taking all the details. Like if I say sleeves are rolled up, it'll make it with the sleeves rolled up, or button down, like a button up shirt that's unbuttoned to the second button. It'll do that. Like it knows like how to listen to what you say and try to make it what you said. These audio ones are kind of cool. Some of them put me in an audio booth, audio studio. Those ones are neat. Some of them I just can't explain. I don't even know what they are. I don't know what's with like the prism ones or what I'm doing. I don't know if this is a fashion runway. The one shoulder thing, you guys like that one? Tell me which one is your favorite. I don't know. There's some of me like in the operating room. I don't know if I'm the surgeon or the patient. Could go either way. Something I'm on the screen back there. Maybe I'm getting some kind of exam. Maybe I'm a robot. I don't know. That one doesn't quite look like right, But I think that one would be cool for video. If I put this in the video generator, it'd probably just like send me off the cliff, skydiving or something. I like these ones with the books. I don't like the golds at the top, but I like the room. The wooden shelves. It looks pretty chill. Yeah, I don't know if that's an actual outfit. Who knows? Maybe I will become a fashion designer, and the AI will help me to design never thought of before abstract fashion. Who would have thought? I like this one. I don't know why. I don't think I would ever wear that. You would never find me in such a outfit, except for on the AI. But I like how it's floating. Oh, look, the little guy came to say hi.
Some people might not even know we had this one. That's how long it's been.
Why are you going to bed?
Yeah.
This is what it looks like there.
Good night.
There's a little one that came to say good night.
The other one.
Good night.
Good night. You like that picture?
I did it live.
What is going on in that picture? I don't know.
What does it say? Daddy's hanging from rope.
Yeah, look at that one. Is that even really a thing? Like, what is
that a
this?
thing?
Like, how did it happen? Like, everything makes sense. Like, there's like the chandelier. There's like some, some hanging thing, champagne, and then this outfit. Like, what? How?
Some kind of credentials in the back.
Yeah. It's like a framed something. I don't know if there's even letters on there.
Good night. Okay. Thumbs down.
Oh, good night.
Okay.
Banana go to.
Oh, thumbs down, too bad.
All right. Well, if you guys get bored, you could tune into the live stream. Switch course, say good night.
Oh, good night.
Oh, boosted you. Our Arwu is here. Says, you did say it takes all the details. Must have been asking for a lot of tutus. Yes. But no, I wasn't. I built an automated. Okay. Yes. Maybe you might be thinking that I wanted to see what I look like in a tutu. Well, no, I didn't put that in there on purpose, but I won't say that I wasn't pleased with the results. We'll just put it that way. Okay. But I built, like in Python, I created a prompt generator, and they say that you're supposed to generate your prompts. You're supposed to use AI to make your prompts, because the AI is basically running off prompts. So one of the things I learned about AI, and the same is true for like ChatGPT, even when you're just like putting in normal text prompts, the AI works better when it runs off of its own prompts. So you could even take a question that you were going to ask ChatGPT and first say, take my question and make it into a prompt for AI. And then it'll take your question, it'll, do the weird AI stuff it does and make its, a long-winded prompt. Then you put that in and then have it answer that. And then it'll give you an even better answer. That's one of those little prompt engineering tricks that you can do. Well, if you think about it, it makes sense, because the image generators are also using these language LLMs to interpret the objects, and they're trained using language. And so what you want to do is you want to have the AI make your prompt and then put that in. And you don't have to. You could just say, make a man jumping off a cliff and, whatever, and put it in plain language, and it'll figure it out. But if you want to up the details and kind of up the performance, then you can. Oh yeah, I got some new servers that are cooking. I got to go check on those in a while. But I got a new, the Super Stream system got a new server, a big server I got to set up tonight. But the University of Velvet diploma was a nice touch, right? And some of these did weird stuff. Like, I like this one here. Look at the, I don't know if Riamar is here, but This one is the black lab coat. Has anyone ever taken a black lab coat into the lab? I've never seen it. Do you think I'd get thrown out if I went in black? So you get some ideas. The AI gives you ideas you wouldn't have never had before. See, I always wear the white lab coat because that's what you normally wear. Never once ever that I think about wearing a black lab coat, but it'd be like the black sheep in the lab. There's the microscope back there. But this one's kind of cool here. I did a little upscale on it. Look at the details before and after with this one. So like this is how it comes out at first. And it's got these cool audio waves in the back, the blue and the purple. I like those. It's cool. It's just cool. And so this is kind of what the details look like. And then watch when I go to the next one. All of a sudden, there's more details. The beard hairs come out, you know, more of the kind of the wrinkles. And those waveforms turned into squares. They weren't like that before. So this is like the method of detailing and upscaling, which you have to do if you want to get the higher resolution images. But you have to try to do it without destroying the image. So that's kind of like part of the challenge. And so I tried a few different variations of this upscaling. And you can zoom in pretty far. I don't know. It look like me when I had long hair. I may have trained it on my long hair. I thought I had the best pictures with the long hair. So now all of them are long hair. But not all of them. I can actually tell it to give me short hair. It'll give me whatever hair I want. I can tell it to give me like a buzz cut with a tattoo on the side of my head and it'll do it. No problem. I do like all this kind of shit with the like LED edges on the fashion. I think we probably see a lot more of that in future fashion. I do like that. I think that's cool. I'm nerdy enough to glow. Danzo says, interesting high detail. Oh, you like that part? That part is actually that's the hard part. And I pulled it off, but I don't think I'm doing it 100% right because I see these guys that have been doing more AI than me and they use these different upscalers and stuff. And sometimes it'll like cook the picture or sometimes it'll do these weird halos. The upscaling is definitely an art. You can't just throw it in one pipeline and it be the best it could be. But here's a cool mug. That's a neuroscience mug. Look at that. That's Golgi and Cajal. Yeah. You know, everybody talks about Cajal and nobody ever mentions Golgi. Golgi that's the stain. Cajal was able to publish his anatomical drawings based on the Cajal, the Golgi stain. Remember, I like methodology. We're talking about methodology in AI. Well, like in 1890, this hotshot Golgi figured out how to like dump some chemicals on some brain slices and just randomly stain a neuron here and there. And it resulted in these beautiful stains. That's methods. Cajal, who would Cajal be if it weren't for Golgi? Well, he would still be the amazing anatomist that he was. But he needed the Golgi bump. All right. There's me as a wizard. I think we always knew there was a wizard in there somewhere. What we didn't know was that there was that guy in there. Here's me just rolling copper. It's cool. Gotta roll some copper sometimes. You like that mug? I'll have to zoom in on it. I'll zoom in on it later. It's a good mug. Yes, correct. Okay. I don't know what's going on there, but it looks like art, maybe. Call that art. I don't know what happened here. Very noisy, like a bunch of dots. I don't know why I wanted to do that, but look at that. Look at that quad muscle right there. I think Psynaps has been doing some squats. I've been working the leg press there at the gym. I'll approve of that. I like those kinds right there. Weird tie though. I don't know if that's kind of a weird thing going on there. It's me as a pilot. Makes sense. I'd fly the plane. I think I could take off. Can't guarantee we'll land. But I get that thing in the air, I'll tell you what. For sure. I'll bring it down too. I just don't know how smooth it'll be. There's two of me. What? These go on forever. I'm going to have to stop myself here from going through these. But this is, what started this was when SwitchCore said, I can't take my eyes off of it. Like, this is kind of what happened in, I kind of get out of hand with it. But SwitchCore, it's good to see you, man. Listen, if you want to know anything about these workflows, or if it can help you in, in your work or your hobbies, then let me know what you're curious about, because we're all going into this together, guys. This AI, whatever this AI thing is. And I think if we have a little command of it, at least understand what's going on behind the scenes, we should be able to use it to our advantage and make a good use of it and turn the AI slop into something that, is helping us to do things that we couldn't do before. At least that's my optimistic vision on the whole thing. So does this run on your desktop? Yes, it does. Danzo, it's running on that computer that's right behind me. I've got the GPUs in there glowing. There's two of them in there, actually. Here, look, I'll show you. So if I log into my the machine back there, and you can run this on Linux, but you don't have to. It runs fine on Windows. I don't think. I know the Linux guys will be like, Linux is better, and yes, I think it is in a lot of ways. I think with memory management and stuff like that, Linux lets you do a few more tricks. But if you're not already, slanging all these Linux tricks already, I don't think there's going to be any advantage to running this on Linux. The reason I run it on Windows is because this Windows machine has run all kinds of GPU-based things, from the Cinema 4D to the After Effects, when we had render farms going and stuff. A Windows server. I have way more Linux servers than I do Windows servers, but this Windows server is probably a core server. I get the most use out of this. And so that's why you're able to, see the task manager and stuff. It's got 64 gigs of regular RAM. And then it's got 3090 in it, which has 24 gigs of the VRAM. The GPU RAM. And it's got an A4000 in it, which gives it a little bit more. So you can combine the VRAM from your GPUs. But interestingly, for whatever reason with Comfy, not all of the models will share RAM as well. So with Comfy, it's kind of a hack. And that's a technical thing I have to figure out why that is, why it's so hard to, manage the memory. But ComfyUI will do it for you. It'll just figure out, it'll put RAM in your CPU RAM if needed, and then it'll fill up your VRAM as needed. But I see the Gold Queen is here. Hello. How are you doing? It's good to see you in there. Good morning. We're just looking at a little bit of generative stuff. Danzo says NVIDIA only, I assume. I think the answer to that is yes and no. This stuff can run on other GPUs, but I think that it's harder. I think that yes, it is optimized for NVIDIA, unfortunately. But my understanding is just from reading the forums and stuff, that people with other GPUs are able to get this stuff running, but they have to, they have a little more trouble with like drivers and stuff and getting it to work. And so that's a question I can't really answer. I would have to research to see. Maybe in that case, I'm not sure if it's better to use Linux or Windows in terms of like the drama with the drivers. But for Windows, I think it goes either way. And look, most of us are gaming already in Windows. So unless you're one of the people, and there's many people who have decided to just go all Linux and just go hard in the Linux environment. Either way, it's fine. You're going to be able to do all of this stuff. But for me, just for like general productivity, this is going to go on Windows first. And I would only put these in Linux if, if it was completely headless and, I wasn't going to use it for anything else like other workflows that require Windows, like some of the other video editing and stuff in those techniques where we need Windows on board to make use of those other tools. So yeah, let me say it this way. There's nothing that I have not been able to do using Comfy in Windows. I'm able to do everything and more. So I think it's fine. So imagine this evolving into a Sora-like video generator. It is. Yeah, it absolutely already is. I think, Sora and some of the online platforms, let me just stop there and say that that's what this is. And also that's what Sora is this. This is how Sora works behind the scenes using a lot of these tools that come from the open source community and the academic community that's publishing papers on this stuff. This is a published paper. This method for Pose that I'm using is brand new. It's literally like 3 days old. Although poses are not 3 days old, just this particular thing is supposed to do it better. So Sora and the premium API apps, these platforms, their AI does seem to be better in some way, in some circumstances. Better as in like generating faces faster and doing things a little more accurately that you would have to do a lot of extra steps to get it that accurate and comfy. For some things, for just like general, creating images, people on the forums and online are showing that if you put Nano Banana next to Sora, next to ComfyUI, next to, all these open source things, you can't tell the difference between them. They'll look different, but you can't tell which one is which. It's just like this, it's the Pepsi challenge or whatever. It's all cola. It's all got the same stuff in it. Just the ingredients might be slightly different. So the concept is exactly the same. And so what does that mean? I think that means, yes, I think you can build a professional pipeline using this stuff right here. Just like you'd build a professional pipeline using Cinema 4D or Adobe products and stuff. This is open source and free. You could definitely put this straight into production. And I think that's exactly what a lot of these companies do that sell you API access. I think they're using all this stuff behind the scenes, plus their own stuff that they've cooked up in their own workflows and stuff. But yeah, I don't think it's evolving into that. I think they're co-evolving, the same way. Obviously the companies just have more people working on it and making it easier for the user to use. This is not as easy. This is pretty DIY in terms of managing your drivers, getting your graphics card, installing this, making sure you have enough storage space to hold all the models. You download all those models. They're very large. It's like downloading a video game, to get this going, what I have right here, it'd be like downloading 3 video games to get this, what I have here. More than 3 video games. All these WAN animates here, they're about 13 to 20 gigs a piece, and there's 2 of them. So that's 40 gigs right there. That's like a video game. And then some of these other LoRa's and other models are anywhere between 1 gig and sometimes less than a gig, but about, between a gig and 10 gigs each. So this will warm up your network right here. And so you have to imagine all the bandwidth that's being used out there on AI. Do you remember back in the day when, streaming a 1080 video or a 4K video was putting a lot of strain on your bandwidth, where it's like, wow, watching videos like, really sucking down all the juice. AI trumps that, video bandwidth. I thought videos were big. These AI models are huge. It's like having to download an entire video game, just, one after the other. And then you have a folder full of them. One for video, one for images, one for everything. So it's unified in a way. Like I think ComfyUI unifies all the different models and stuff and kind of is a wrapper for all the different workflows. But there are a lot of different workflows and stuff. And that's something that I see across AI for language models, video, images. You end up having to string together many smaller models to create these amazing outputs. And that leads me to believe that that's what Sora and Nano Banana and all the bigger platforms. I'm not a AI engineer, so I'm not like, back there understanding all the secrets and all the things they do to bring those products to us. But from what I know, that's probably exactly what they're doing. They've got big models and small models alike, all orchestrated together to create one single fluid experience for the user, where you just type in, make me a picture, and it spits out a picture in 5 seconds, And so there's all of these things probably all together are happening behind their, behind the scenes. They bought more RAM. They did buy more RAM, didn't they? Yeah. And that's a problem. That's a problem, right? It turns out that's a huge problem right now, where RAM prices are all messed up and they're trying to blame AI. But I think somebody said it wasn't all AI's fault. There was some other thing to the story. But, we're worried about, this AI bubble where such massive amount of money is being spent on AI and AI resources, where NVIDIA, as you know, has profited insanely off of this. If you guys have stock in NVIDIA, you're smarter than me. But others believe that's, that amount of speed and amount of money going into AI is going to create a bubble that might have unforeseeable consequences, or very foreseeable consequences, but look at that dance. Look at him go. Oh yeah, I was going to make another one. Let me go over here and change the picture. Let's see. What's another good picture for this? How about this one? Let's just press go and see what happens. So if you can track this little green circle, it kind of shows you what it's doing. And there's also a console here that we can look at kind of. I think my webcam's probably blocking most of the console, but here it's creating the pose. And so it creates a pose, but I think the pose was already generated. And so it goes down these nodes and it'll jump back too. They kind of go back and forth. And now it's inside this one here. So you can kind of like, what do they call it? They call it a subgraph. So you can kind of organize things within. You can have like a node workflow within a workflow for organizational purposes. So now it's working on the sampler. So this is the part that's cooking it up. And it's going in there. Gold Queen, I know you do stuff with AI. I'm always curious. You're always doing the coolest stuff. So I'm curious what you might be up to nowadays. I'm always curious with your updates. So let me know what you've been up to and what are we doing? Like, what are we going to use all this stuff for? I have some really nice language pipelines. I love language AI. I have so many open source models that I play with for the language stuff. And now I knew I was going to get into video at some point. I just didn't know how I was going to enter. And so I'm kind of entering here with ComfyUI and trying to build these pipes. But you're teaching the master students. That's awesome. I love that. I have no idea what master students are thinking about AI nowadays. It makes me curious about where this stuff links to academia in 2026 and is, academic thinking ahead or behind. AI is moving so fast. I think you could be left in the dust at any turn, or I think that you could be propelled forward at any turn, in or out of academia. But one thing we do know for sure is that academia is providing a lot of this stuff to us. I love the suggestion that they think is that going too far for the master students? Yes, we have to be careful, to be cautious about how what words we use to describe the people. May have to speak more carefully. well, something's happening here. It cooked the first few seconds, so it doesn't take forever, but yes, it does take long. And that's kind of part of the fun, I think, is optimizing the render times. It's the same with Cinema 4D. It's like you can get your scene really well organized, and you can, have a scene rendered in just a few seconds as it calculates all the light and it does all the pixels. You can have real time, like Unreal Engine or Unity, which is a real time render engine. It's very optimized, but maybe there's less options for light and stuff. And then you have like After Effects and Cinema 4D, where you can choose the light settings. You can make it take longer. You can get more light bounces, more light characteristics, like what am I thinking? Like ambient occlusion, or different light diffusion algorithms. And it could take 10 minutes to render a single frame if you want to go crazy. The AI is like that too, and I like that, where you can really increase the number of steps and increase some of these parameters that result in a more accurate image or whatever. But right now it's in kind of speed mode. So if you zoom in, you'll see it's a little funny. Not every detail is right, but the detail is quite surprisingly accurate. It's not like just a few years ago where when you make a video, everything morphs out. The circles become something else. You're in a completely different room by the end of the render. It's just the adherence is so much better in these new models. Even as his legs are dancing around, the stuff behind him stays the same. So that's pretty awesome. All right, let's see. Oh, he's going to dance on the chair. Oh, please, someone find me a dance of like the Russian dance, where they cross the arms and their legs go out like that. Toot, 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 toot. All crazy when they're like squatted down to the ground and they're just like, oh, I love that dance. Those are so awesome. And I hear it's also insanely hard to do that dance. That is the dance I need. So Goldtwin says they're apprentices, so they're at full-time work as machine learning engineers. And then I get them one day a week for their masters. I wonder what a day-to-day is like in machine learning. It's probably different for everyone. Sounds like it can get incredibly boring, but my opinion changes on these kinds of things. I used to think a lot of data science was boring. Now I love the idea. I find myself just enjoying data. And so we grow. But today I think machine learning is, I used to think machine learning was kind of boring. And I was like, oh man, I'm glad I'm not going into AI. But I think so much differently about it now. I just had to grow into it a little bit, I think. Danzo says they have models that interpret your questions now. Yeah. Yeah. Have you ever used Gemini? Google's Gemini? I found a little secret about Gemini while using Gemini. Let me tell you what my secret is. We watch this, the second half of this video that just rendered. This is dumb. I know. Just bear with me. But so Gemini, I was talking to Gemini and what was I doing? I was probably just coding or something. Gemini's pretty good at vibe coding. If I need to just code a couple of functions, get some functions organized for my Python scripts, I'll tell Gemini to cook me up something and draft something for me. And as we do. And Gemini kind of told me something that made me realize how Gemini works sometimes. Sometimes when I'm using Gemini, it's like it reads my mind. It's like its AI is really good because it'll predict what my next questions are going to be. And not only does it predict what my next questions will be, it'll go ahead and answer them for me, which makes it quite an incredible product. And it's really impressive when you're using it and it does that. But it turns out that that's part of its prompting method. It did that because I think I asked it to generate me some prompts. And in one of the prompts, it asked itself to go ahead and try to like imagine what the next question would be and go ahead and answer that. And so that helped it to generate the first half, the first question, and answer the first question by also thinking about what the next logical question would be and then answering that as well. So there's all these little prompt tricks that you can do. And I was freaking out one time because I had asked Gemini for something, and not only did it answer the question, but it went ahead and like answered what I was going to naturally ask next. But I didn't know that I was going to ask the next question yet. It knew I was going to ask the next question based on the first question, because it had presumably it had already answered that question many times, or had been trained on something where it knew if I ask this question, I would probably ask these other questions as well down the line, you know, because it had that, already had that knowledge and that training. So, yeah, just a simple thing. Like, I should have known. I was like, of course, it's just trying to like, you know, now predict, you know, what my next questions will be. So, hey, oh, check it out. Aperture just subscribed. I just looked over. I didn't see the alert because I was, you know, zoning out as I usually do. But Aperture, thank you for the sub and welcome back. It's really good to see your name in there. And it's fun, you know, having this conversation because I know Aperture knows, you know, so much. You know, I learned a lot about programming from AMP. So anything related to like the code or the workflow and stuff, you know, I'll often think about in my own workflows. I'll think about stuff I've learned from Aperture and stuff when it has to do with coding in Python. But, you know, all of these prompts that I generated were generated with these Python scripts that I've been writing, you know, so I'll sometimes type it in plain language. I'll be like, okay, man dancing, or, you know, man wearing this in the middle of Times Square, whatever the prompt might be. But the better way to do it is just to do your natural language prompt into the language model, into a big language model, big as you can. The bigger ones seem to do it better. And have it generate the prompt. And then, you know, if you look at these models, look at this. If you look at the models, let's look at these. So there's a diffusion model, which is the animate. And animate has a really weird thing that it does. It has a high noise and a low noise. Where's the other branch? Does this one? Oh, this one only uses oh, maybe it doesn't use the high noise, low noise version. I thought this one did, but I guess for the dancing, it doesn't have to. But anyway, the one I was thinking about was, here's the clip. So there's a vision model. These will use these vision models. Let me open up a Quen workflow. Kind of illustrates this a little better. Because I think this model here for the animate is like it's a distilled model just for animate. And here's the Quen one. I've been using these for the image generation a lot. These are actually pretty cool. So, you know, you have your base model, and then you've got this clip model, which is Quen 2.5 vision. It's a 7B vision model. And there's also a new model that's called Z image, and it uses the Quen 3.0 vision model. So you can see like these are, you know, they're very heavily integrated into these language models that are trained on, you know, visual data and visual objects with that language model base. And so obviously speaking to the AI, the way that AI speaks back to you helps it results in better images. Makes sense, right? So look at this video, mommy. Right. Hey, Think OG is here. And Danzo, 5:30 a.m. Wow. Definitely check the VOD and I'm going to do a few more of these, so we'll catch you on the next one for sure. The podcasts. Yes. My voice and comments are perfect as podcasts like listen. Good. I'm glad my voice is tolerable. As long as it's somewhat tolerable, that's good. But yeah, speaking of podcasts and stuff, I would love to like talk about this stuff more. I know there's lots of other creators that are, you know, doing more exciting things, but I think this is so similar to what I used to do with the 3D graphics and the, some of the visual effects and stuff that we used to do just for the short intros, just for the casual things that we did on the stream. This, I would like to try to replicate some of those workflows using the AI to see how far we get and see what we learn in the process. I think these tools are taking over in a lot of ways. I wrote a children's book for my son for his birthday, like for a Christmas gift. If it comes in time, it might be a Christmas gift or it could be a birthday gift for him. And we wrote a story together using AI. We didn't mean to, it just happened. Like I was playing with the AI and, the little guy, he's 2 years old and he is sitting in my lap and he's like, tell the AI this, tell the AI this. And so we ended up making up a children's story and the AI wrote it and would speak it using text to speech. I put some different voices in there and he loved it. It kept, he was engaged with it. It was language. It was reading and writing and sound and, stories. You want to read to the kids, because their little brains are growing. They need lots of reading and stuff. So we did that and it turned into a story. And I was like, you know what? We could write this. And so I used this image generator to create images based on the story. And that was fun for me to like go and actually try to translate a bunch of just funny stories that my son and I came up with about the, kind of like a Hungry Caterpillar style story into an actual story authored by us and then images generated by us with the AI. I sent it over to one of those companies that prints books. They'll print you a coffee book or whatever book you want. It's just like a printing press company and not like massive. I mean, they do print massively, but it only costs like $15 to order your own book, and shipping. So I ordered that and it hasn't come in yet, but it'll be like the first book I've written, completely illustrated and written by AI by us. The Output podcast, very nice, Golden Queen. Record today's stream and put it into Notebook LM. Oh, do you like Notebook LM? I've been using Notebook LM for some things like if I'm going to do a lot of researching on the web, I go straight to Notebook LM and I say, give me a deep research for what did the last one I asked it? I said, give me a performance comparison between the Quinn 3 30B Instruct model and the GPT OSS model and give me all the performance metrics related to those. And so it went out and it did what it does and it did fine. It gave me a better result than if I just went to Google and just clicked the top 5 links, I could, as like Google is like looking for a needle in a haystack sometimes, depending on what you're looking for. AI stuff, it's needle in a haystack is all the AI junk out there. So I said, hey, let's see if LM can find the needle in the haystack. And if it can't do it, I don't know what can. Grasshopper Rhino 3D models. Let me go back to, so this one is the image generator, and you can see how sometimes my prompt writer will just write a ridiculously long prompt. But Quinn Image likes the long prompts. Z-Image didn't like the long prompts as much, but Quinn likes, it eats all that stuff up. It's pretty accurate too. It'll actually adhere to like these obscure details that are buried within these prompts. So let me close that. And go back to, I think this one I was working on. Yeah, let me see if I want to save some of the progress on these because I have been mixing and matching some of these different workflows. Like earlier, I just pulled out an entire pose workflow that was just published like 3 days ago. That's what this skull is. We can look it up too. Let me show you. So this is SCAIL. Uh-oh. Google. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Good thing I didn't do that on the screen. Wait. It's giving me yoga girls. Let me try searching differently here. No. Google, come on. Bro. It's too new. It's being fussy. Scale. Okay. I think it finally did it. Hey, Delismo. Delismo's on the kick side, if you're still there. I've been checking Kick a little bit, but I'm mostly reading on YouTube and Twitch. But anyway, this model, it looks like, you know, creators just a few days ago are the creators that are trying all these new models are just barely starting to compare this method to Wen Animate and Steady Dancer and all these other animation processors. But on the GitHub, it it's only, I guess it's been here for 2 weeks, but maybe they like just released it or something. So they've been talking about it, and it's based on, you know, whatever research, and it looks like it's intended to be studio grade. That's what it stands for, studio grade character animation via in-context learning framework that enables high fidelity character animation under diverse and challenging conditions, including large motion variations, stylized characters, and multi-character interactions. I think that's what is interesting in this industry, is the ability to do multiple dancers, you know, because interestingly, you know, when I was looking for like a sample dance, it was challenging just to find a solo dancer, you know, that I could just use as an example. A lot of the dance videos out there are usually more than one dancer. So, you know, that was a thing. Gemini makes storybooks, but I haven't tried taking the storybook pages and use like a storyboard for video generation in a pipeline. That sounds interesting. I haven't tried anything with Gemini and books, but I have noticed that for you know, ComfyUI and some of these models, that the community is generating LoRa's and stuff that will storyboard. So I kind of did one a little bit the other day. Not really a storyboard, but I think these could be used in a similar way. I haven't tried the storyboard ones, but I did try the multiple perspectives one, where it would, you give it one image and then it would like create all these other perspectives, and these could kind of be used as scenes, like scene transitions, or like image to image or image to video style things. Oop, there's some 3D text. We made this. I'm going to work on this on the stream too. I'm going to show you how I did the 3D text, and we're going to try making some intros with this workflow.
85 months in a
These
row.
are actually
Let's go winking
super
face.
Awesome. I'm excited about that. We're almost there. And then there's this other LoRa that's specifically for generating videos. It's called Next Scene, I think, where it's this workflow that helps you generate prompts for what the next scene would be. You know, it's this scene transitions into this one and this one and this one and so on. And it kind of guides you so that it is consistent between scene generations, making video better. I see Wazzle just subscribed, just popped up in the corner of my eye. Thank you, Wazzle. 85 months in a row. Are you kidding? I don't know how many months, how many years that is. It's got to be at least 20, 30 years. That is awesome. Wazzle, thank you for the sub. And it's good to see you in there. We're doing some shenanigans in here. I like this, how, you know, it's like he's writing in this, whatever the hell that thing is. And then on this side, there's just like this random ass golden thing with some funny scribbles in the middle. Like, what is that? What is that thing? Maybe that's was like, it had a hard time generating that because it was just kind of blurry in the original picture. So it just kind of created that. Here's one in the arcade. So I got to try running these through the video maker and see what it does.
Hey, long time.
Look up there. That little Wi-Fi antenna? What is that thing? Oh, it looks like sprinkler. I don't know. It's cool. Cool though. It's also in this one too, so it's trying to keep it consistent. Wow. So little differences between them, so it's not like perfect, but you could probably get it better if you know, guide it the right way. But Frez Killer just subscribed. Whoa, what is going on here? Are we having the hype train? Lee hype? Frez Killer, thank you for that sub. Long time indeed. Gold Queen says a ceiling nipple. Oh, is a nipple. I wonder what it's nippling up there. There's a Z image example. Z image has like really hit the forums. Like if you go to Reddit and go under the StableDiffusion subthread, which is a huge subthread for StableDiffusion, everyone is just talking about Z image, and they're smaller models. They fit on smaller GPUs, and it's just a standard prompt. Like I didn't use any prompt hints or anything. I just said, make a Viking girl in the desert, and just spits out this cool stuff. So not quite as flexible as the Quinn stuff, but very incredible pictures that are coming out of that. It's for the arcade machines to feed at night. Well, now that we have such easy video prompting, we could create these strange scenarios and actually bring them to life. Could you imagine? But what are you guys up to, Wazzle and Frez? What's happening? Well, I guess if it's feeding them, believe it or not, I've done it. I made my own IRL server at home for my auto stream. Well, congratulations, Wazzle. I did do a little IRL, if you even could still call it IRL, but I did take my phone and we made some coffee on the stream when I first started. And of course it was, awkward because I was muted. I didn't even know I was muted for the first half. But I was able to get my phone back connected to the home system a little bit using the little Manfrotto tripod. I love this thing. It's good. It can hold a heavy camera too. It's a good tripod. It's good, or a selfie stick, whatever you call them. Yeah. Hey, Wazzle, look at, I don't know if Wazzle saw this yet, but I took a video of a dance video. Give me a good video too, so I can get a better one. Cause I just captured that, like screen captured it off the internet. I don't have any like animation assets for dancing. I have to find them. But I did a few of these pictures. I guess I'll do this arcade one next, maybe. And then I brought this pose extractor into this workflow. That's why it's all messy here, because I just kind of pasted it in there and started connecting these things. And then here's all the model systems here. And the video is like, it's a 480 video. It's what it is. I can't believe I did vertical. I always hate vertical videos, but it seemed to make sense for this particular thing. And then there's the samplers live inside there. Did 4 steps, and then it created these funny, silly videos. So what do you think my goal is for all of this? I want to see if I can get myself back on the dancing pole. So if you can find me a good animation of a pole dancer, and let's see if the pose system can handle that, because obviously I can't get on the pole myself. Gravity is stronger than I nowadays, apparently. But with some technology and science, we might be able to get me on that pole after all. What do you think? Blood Elf dance, good one. We could do that one. Amp says, if you need a dance, just random select one of Hacko's YouTube shorts. Okay, I'll check that. I'll check that one. Yeah, because I was on YouTube, I just went on YouTube. I said, give me a video, and then YouTube, of course, gave me a bunch of crap, and there was like stuff that I was definitely not gonna download. Like, I don't know. Like there was all ages of dancers, and I was like, I don't know, I can't be. And then copyright is also a concern too. I don't know what to do about that. That's another like huge issue. Well, I mean, I do know what to do, but I do know to try to avoid it. But, oh, this is a pole dancer. Okay. Can I show that on the stream or no? I mean, I don't see why not, but I don't know if I should I don't think Twitch would would care about banning me very much, though they don't really care about who they ban. Okay, so that makes sense. And I really respect the pole dancers after like just even trying to hang on the pole, like myself. I realize what the F, like it is really hard. You have to have a very fine control to be able to do that. Okay. It's not just about strength. It is about strength and balance and control. And I didn't have any of those things for the pole. What do you think? Do you think that would work? Oh no. Is that the one, or should I like look for a different one? There used to be a girl that was a streamer who did professional pole dancing. Like she wasn't a stripper. She just was like, I don't know, she just liked pole dancing and she did it. And I don't think she was. She said she wasn't. But she was really good on the pole, and she did photography, and she had these beautiful pictures. She'd have these outfits. She'd be hanging on a pole way up in the sky with these giant like dresses and stuff blowing in the wind. So she was like a pole artist of some kind. And she just did a lot of videos. Those would be good for like grabbing a pose. But for this one here that you sent, the exotic pole dance, it's the camera is just like going in and out and all around. I don't know how it would interpret that. I bet it would figure it out, though. That's what this thing is supposed to do. It's supposed to, understand all that. Aperture. Let me search for this one that you said. I'll keep that one in the background because maybe we could figure it out. Virtual YouTuber? What is this? Here's something maybe you guys can help me with. When I was looking for resources for like these models and stuff, just looking at the art community, the community of creatives that use some of these tools just to generate images and stuff. I was just curious, like, what are they doing? Well, guess what I found? If you go to Civet AI, you guys have been there before, right? Be careful. I know, that's what I was saying, Amp. I was saying, like, what is that? Is that like an anime character? Like, I need more context. I just went there. I'm trying to understand. But also it's leading to what I'm talking about too, is anyway, on Civet, she's mocapped. Okay. They have everything there, but guess what? Majority of the content there it's like adult content, like some crazy stuff. Before you go there, just make sure you have actually, I think when you're not logged in, it has the spicy stuff is blurred and you can't see it, but if you log in, watch out, make sure you're above 18 for that one. Like, holy moly. And I wasn't expecting that. I didn't know that was going to happen. And I went there and it's like 90% nudes. No. Maybe it's like 75, 80% nudes. And the other 20% is anime. That's like, and maybe the proportions are different. Maybe it's more like 80% anime and 20% porn. I don't know, but it's either nudity or anime or nude anime. And I'm like, what is with the AI community? Why is that all it is? Like, I mean, I think I understand the nudity. I think there's like, just a bunch of gooners out there, rendering their own nude pictures or something, like all day or something. Like, I feel like that one, I feel like there's gooners. I get that. But the amount of anime, like, just like random anime pictures, like, what is the obsession with that amount of anime art style? So that was something I needed some clarification. It's beautiful. I mean, maybe that's all it is. Maybe it's just the sketch, the art is is just so, incredible. But I think it's more not the art. I think it's more like just the style. And I have nothing against anime. It was just, why is that like so predominant over other genres of art in the AI world? Just one of those interesting, fascinating AI internet things. So we know that the internet is, that internet started from porn, but the anime part, I didn't know that, but I should have known because anime has been around forever, since the very beginning of the internet. So maybe that's what's going on. I should have known. Try VGen if you want some VTuber resources. Right, I did. I don't know if you remember, but that was like the last little AI thing I did was the real-time like VTuber avatar that I could talk to that would, co-stream with me, would be on the side of the stream. It was like Prometheus, and I cloned the Psynaps voice, and it would basically just like shit talk me everything I said. It would just like wait until I paused, and then it would just start shit talking me based on everything I said. Yeah, so yeah, go to Discord if you're in there. Send me some stuff. I'm gonna make a new channel in Discord for the ComfyUI stuff, because I saw some other YouTubers were using Discord to upload their workflows, and that was really handy. I was able to, I'm learning from YouTube and doing some research, and I joined one of the YouTubers' Discord. It's a really excellent YouTuber doing a really nice tutorials that I liked, and I joined their Discord, and they were amazing. They basically organized all their workflows in very nice details in Discord and just made them freely available to download as text, which is very nice. But Io Rio, hey, what's up? What's happening? I just look back at the dance like, what the fuck? I have to do this. I have to do these dances because you will never see my body moving like that in real life. So it's only going to be an AI for sure. Wait, was that the oh, okay. So let me show you. If you're looking at my screen, I'm going to click go here. I'm going to click run and see if you can spot the green box as it kind of goes across the screen. So first it starts at the input videos, and then it's going to generate these poses. And I can actually hear my computer kind of spinning up a little bit. I think some of these, some or all of these are CPU based. So, and then some are GPU based, and it goes really fast once the GPU kicks in. But basically what it did was, wait, I'll tell you what it did, but let's chase that green progression first. Oops, messed up my layout. So now it's going into the sampler. And so I clicked 4 steps. So it's going to like generate the first 77 frames, I think, whatever it's set to. Yeah, 77 frames is this sampler set to. And it's just also going to take a random seed. Some of the things that are grayed out are already set outside of this, this little subgraph here. And it's going to go ahead and output. So there's a lot of magic happening behind the scene though. So this is kind of like, I would call ComfyUI kind of a wrapper. And this WAN animate is kind of a wrapper for all of the various functions that are happening within that K sampler right there. And you can set the denoise and stuff. And you can like bring more nodes in if you want more control, but you have to, I think it really only operates under some range of settings. If you pull the settings too far one way or the other, it'll just break the whole generation. So, there's a lot of fine tuning in there, but you can kind of just use a rule of thumb too. So you generate a really good workflow, and then you can just pump videos through it. And that's what I'm trying to do here. But okay, Aperture, thank you for telling me that. I won't show it. I'll peek at it kind of on the side here. But Razzle says, your body became godly in a wizard form after all these years. Yeah. Right. I've been practicing my dance moves off stream so that I could, come and, show you my new moves. Yeah, that's fine. But it's, and it takes a while to cook. I don't know. You can't really see the debug at the bottom here's a command line on the machine that's actually running ComfyUI. If you can see that. Maybe you can see that one a little better. It's running in Windows here. I was actually talking about like Linux versus Windows, and I think we can agree that Linux will probably handle some of this memory stuff fine, but Windows is also handling it. Comfy handles it just fine. You can see it. It's loading one of the models right now. It's loading one up. I wonder which one it's loading on there. Probably gonna blow this up because there's too much AI going on here. I think it's coming from all directions, but you can see both of my GPUs are actually maxed out. There's 2 GPUs in this machine, and their VRAM is all the way, and the CPU RAM is almost all the way too. So, that gives you an idea of what it's doing as it goes through this process. So the first 77 frames were rendered, and it took what does it say? 2 minutes. It took 2 minutes to render this 77 frames. That's a lot. We could probably bring it down with the settings and make it go faster. We could probably also increase the quality. It may go slower. But once you get this first seed, now this one feeds into the next one and it keeps on going. So you can create these loops that will, generate videos for a long time, but they still are consistent with these original seeds that are put in. So that was the other trick, I think, to this, was getting things to not break over time, over many, many frames. So I haven't tried like long renders yet. That'll be the next thing I try. Like I've gotten to like 10 seconds. That's where we are. Okay. 480, 10 seconds. That's pretty like modest. I think we're at the early stages of this video generation if we're still at 480. Okay. We want to be at 4K. We can get there with upscaling, but that's how it works. You have to start with the smaller videos and then you upscale, you enhance and refine, and then you can do the upscales. So there's a whole pipeline that you have to go through to get those up all the way. Wazzle AI scaring you? Oh yeah, we're all scared. Wait till the economy crashes due to the bubble, and we'll all be a little upset about that. Wazzle says, my dad was always right. After my 30, I will turn fat. Guess what happens? I have a big belly. Well, yeah, your dad. Are you sure it wasn't like, your dad gave you self-fulfilling prophecy? If he convinced you you're going to get fat, maybe you did based on his... No, that's what happens when you're 30. But you know what it does too? Like when you're older, you don't care anymore. I got a little chubby butt. I love chubby me. I was always frustrated being too skinny. I will say though, being skinny, there's some advantages to, having a 6-pack and being able to run and be fast and nimble and stuff. It's definitely a little smoother. When you're fat, it's like things hurt that are not supposed to hurt. The part of getting old and stuff. Like the other day, I think I was just like, I don't know what I did. I was sitting wrong, or I turned around too fast and I hurt my foot. I pulled a muscle in my foot. I couldn't even walk on my foot for like 2 days, and I wasn't doing anything. I just was like reaching for something. That's when you know you're fat and old, when you're discovering muscles in your foot that just break for no reason. But anyway, I like the way I look at more with a little more weight on, I think. But that's just me. So you just have to own it, I think. You're living the dream. Yeah, that's how you do it. That's what you want. That's good. Gold Queen says, evolved into your final form. No, yes, I know what you mean. I am reaching final form in that form anyway, but the true final form has yet to come. When the aliens come back to Earth and they send their signal, which awakens our dormant DNA, and we start expressing proteins that were always encoded and repressed in our genetic code from our alien homeworld, and only then will we become our final form. You know what I mean? The dormant DNA. Like, what's it for? They call it junk DNA. There's a ton of it. It's like, there's a ton of it. Where do you think it comes from? Obviously, it comes from an alien planet and just is waiting to be activated. I mean, duh. They don't teach that in genetics, though, for some reason. I've had to figure that one out on my own. Wowza says, I dislocated my elbow a year ago, and they tried to place it back and broke my radius bone. What? So they broke one bone trying to fix the other bone. I guess that could happen. Well, I'm sorry that happened. You're close to become the first humanoid. Right. Hey, Wazzle, can I tell you a story? And this is related to the AI too. I think we're obsessed with AI now. What was I doing? I was explaining something. I was using the word handicap, but handicap, it's a word, it's not just, previously used to describe like a disability, but, also in golf, there's the handicap, and it's sometimes part of game rules and stuff like that, the word itself. So I was trying to spell it, but it turns out, and I didn't know this, there's a lot of words that we just don't use anymore that are just not politically correct. Handicap apparently is one of those. And I mean, I guess I should have known. It's just nobody told me. I just kind of had to find out, as you do, as you get old. That's another thing about getting older is the words you can and cannot say change over time. Some is understandable. Handicap, I didn't know that was one. I just thought there's you get a handicap sticker if you're for your car to park in the parking lot, and I never knew that it was used derogatory. That's why we can't have nice things in our world, because people will use language in a derogatory way, and then we can't use those words anymore. But I didn't know, and I feel bad because I was surprised. But anyway, how I learned was the AI. I tried asking how to spell handicap because I was trying to say it, and the spell check didn't like it. And I was like, wait a minute, am I spelling it wrong? It was because it was it's not a word anymore. And so I asked Quinn, I said, how do you spell handicap? And it said, the correct spelling for handicap is disabled. And then it spelled disabled. And I was like, okay, I see what you're telling me, Quinn. You're telling me that we don't use that word anymore. And that part I get. But I still want to spell the other word. Tell me how to spell the other word. And it wouldn't. It'd be like, that's not a word. And I was like, well, fuck off then. It's from cap in hand begging. Okay, so it has a history. I see. Okay, so then that makes sense. I just needed, a little history lesson. And assholes, like me need a little lesson. But the good news is I'm understanding. Razzle says, I got beaten by a system. Right. Well, so we don't, I guess we don't use that word, I guess. But, news to a lot of us. So we did hit a hype train earlier from a couple of subs. That's cool. Disabled, correct. So now you're disabled. Well, shoot, man, I wish you the best. I hope you're able to heal from that. Because broken bones is bad, and muscles, any injury. People don't underestimate injuries. People like to play tough all the time. I notice it's we heal, but I think the misconception is that you heal all the way back. If you undergo an injury and then you heal from the injury, I think a lot of people think you're just back to the way you were before. And you're not. You never completely heal from an injury. No injury, not even a cut. If you look at your skin after you've had a pretty deep cut, you might notice there'll be a little scar. And weird things will scar too. The tiniest cuts, even when I was younger, and the skin is maximally plastic from being young. Still, scars will set in. So injuries on the inside too, with bones and with your brain. That's another one that's really underestimated, is brain injury. You might come back and you can't really tell that there's a difference. You can't tell you didn't heal all the way. For all you can tell is, you've healed completely, but there's the latent effects of injuries will show later in life, suggesting that, you know, you didn't fully heal from those things. I think that's the story. The Yopi is here. What's up? You're going to show your arm in Wazzle, in Discord, Wazzle? Okay, but just don't post anything too graphic if it's graphic, just for those with the sensitive stomach. You know what I've become more sensitive to over the years is blood. And I think it's because I did a lot of surgeries and stuff. You know, when I was at the, you know, working in the lab at the med school, I was exposed to a lot of blood and never thought anything of it. And then one day I was looking at blood and just got like the little, you know, like lightheaded feeling like some people get when they see blood. Never had that before. It developed. And I think it's from so much exposure to like surgeries and stuff like that. It's a weird little sensitivity I got. I think it's going away. I don't think I have it anymore. I haven't had any like queasy feeling from blood for a long time. But there for a while, I was getting like a little bit, you know, a little pale at the sight of blood. Wowza says it's not too graphic. Okay, just making sure it wasn't like, you know, one-armed guy. Oh, we can make a video of that with the AI now. What should we make? I've got so many tools here. I got to figure out which one I want to do. I know I want to do the 3D stuff. I figured out the animation, which was like, you know, for me personally was like landing on the moon. First step on the moon, because I didn't know how, you know, hard that was going to be, but I just threw it in there, got my pose. And then also too, if you know me, you know why I like these poses. You know, these were really hard to do in, you know, Cinema 4D and in 3D visual effects. You know, this was quite a difficult process. And now you can literally just download a couple of nodes, put them into Comfy, you know, with your node manager. You know, you can find these published nodes where these groups are working very, very hard to create these algorithms. And then yet other groups are working hard to wrap these in a ComfyUI package. And so that we can just simply drag these onto our desktop, you know, onto our browser. Look at this. I'm just in Chrome, guys, doing this. You know, usually you need like some pretty serious software, you know, maybe even subscriptions like Adobe and stuff to get, you know, these powerful tools. It's running in Chrome. Freaking Google. Just like shutting everybody down right here. It's just all running in here. Tons of data, even though these are very low resolution videos. The processing of the videos is raw. I'm just checking. I think my family's like taking out the trash. They may need some help. I'll go help them if they need my help. But says, who wants to see my robot skeleton arm? Wazzle's got it in there. Oh, I just clicked on your picture, Wazzle. It's not graphic. It's just your arm. But I don't see the boo-boos. Where's the boo-boos at? Is it like... Because your arm, it looks normal, but maybe just the angle. I can't tell if it's like, if it's messed up or what. But, and then Amp, I see the pictures you sent too. So you got some VTuber avatars in there. Very nice. Okay. Oh. My Discord is, I'm going to have to go check on that Discord pretty soon. Starting to get some messages building up in there. I got to make a new server too. I got a new server order. I started the first part, and I'm provisioning a very nice server for a IRL streamer. It's going to do 24/7 streaming. So I get those too every once in a while. Somebody wants to set up a cloud server for 24/7 streaming, and those have sometimes been. I figured out an easy way to do it. An easier way. Sometimes those are complicated because any of the servers you're running 24/7, you know, you're leasing data center space, and so they can get rather pricey, and they still are pretty pricey, but I have some really good ones. They're really good. They're not too expensive, and they're super good for people who do like 24/7 YouTube channels and stuff. So if you guys know anybody that's doing long streaming, I would love to set them up with these servers. Gold Queen says, send them a video of you taking out the trash. Tell them you already did it. Oh, no. Gold Queen. What if people use AI to trick each other? Like I'm trying to trick you guys that I'm a good dancer. That's always been the number one fear, I think, for these kinds of videos is what are people going to attempt on each other? Because we know that in general, people are extremely gullible. All right. We all think we're AI experts. Like, you know, I'm like, oh, I could tell if it's generated by AI or not, right? I've been fooled more than once with a video that looks so real that you know, the way you tell that it's AI is getting harder and harder because the details are getting better and better. I think we are at the point where, to the average eye, the pictures that are being generated are, you can't tell that it's AI. And so this is going to cause some problems because what's going to happen is, I think the worst problem is not that we're going to get tricked by a fake video or a fake picture. That's going to happen. But what's even worse is that the real pictures and the real videos are going to get mistaken for fake. And it's going to threaten the credibility of those who create real work, who create, you know, genuine work. This is already happening in the classroom, right? Where students who are handing in papers that are somewhat well written are being accused of using AI when sometimes it's come to light that they're not actually using AI. I feel sorry for those ones. If in fact they weren't using AI, you know, of course everyone's going to deny it. Be like, what? I didn't use ChatGPT. You know, they've really got like 10 ChatGPT windows open. Their prompt includes language that specifies, don't look real, don't look like ChatGPT. You know, they're trying to modify. They're spending more time on their prompts than they are on their actual work. Right. That's okay. I get it. I think we should be using ChatGPT to write papers. It's just how you use it is the thing. You posted your arm. Wait, was that the... Oh, so that one did get rendered. Okay. All right, so let's do another dance, except I'm not going to try to rip the pole dancer one, because I don't know. I've seen girls do pole dancing on Twitch, but I feel like there was a rule at some point about that, and maybe it was getting out of hand. You got to remember that, you know, if somebody could be just confused and report you for anything, and the people who review the reports don't always like understand the context, so I'll get nuked for any little thing, I'm sure. Hey AI, make it look like not AI. Yeah, exactly. Yopi is Schrodinger's AI. Right. It is like it's a philosophical like conundrum, AI. And it always has been since the start, because AI is trained on our original works. And sometimes people were thinking in academia, some of the AI detectors are reporting false positives for students, and it's detecting students' work as AI because the AI is actually trained on student work. And so it thinks, you know, it's, you know, the alarms are going off, at least for the shitty implementation of AI detection that these companies use. You know, it'll give a, I don't know, 60, 70%, 80% chance, whatever the threshold is, that it's, you know, AI, when it doesn't have to be AI. It's just whatever the topic is that they're writing about, the way it's written is just would not be written any other way. And so it thinks it's AI because that's what it was trained on. And somebody else put our Constitution, I think something like that. It was like the US Constitution was put in the AI detector, and the AI detector came back as generated by AI, right? The Constitution, like there was Was there even, electricity there? I mean, there's no AI when the Constitution was written, and I don't think it's changed much in terms of its original form. So, presumably because the AI was trained on it, and it looks in that way. It's not, if you quote the Constitution, it's not plagiarism. It's just simply quoting the Constitution, right? I don't know. But put your thesis through an AI detector, my coworker. Oh, I see. The thesis. Interesting, because those are published by the university and presumably would be indexed and very potentially trained, used for training material for the AI. So yes, I see. That's interesting. Came back 100% fail on the AI detector. Unbelievable. So what does that mean? We're back to this kind of philosophical thing, I guess, about AI. And so what's happening now then is AI is not only being trained on original work, but it's also being trained on itself, which I learned from like one of Meta's blogs or something that was talking about how the AI training was enhanced by feeding itself AI generated training materials. So I didn't quite understand that part, because what I initially thought, and I think I'm trying to understand, I think I'm perfectly capable of understanding why the training material looping back would strengthen the training. I think I understand that part, but I thought that would break it, and it probably can to some degree, depending on how if it gets too strong, you can nuke the training in a bunch of different ways. But I was worried that training the AI on itself, on AI generated slop, would like break it, and that it needed to be purely original work for it to work the best. But that's not actually the case. It actually can work better on artificial training materials. So training on post-training output, how very meta, right? Right, and I think it was Meta that I was reading that about, and it's true for a lot of these methods, like character creation. Apparently, a lot of the loras and stuff, the popular loras that people are using for generating realistic-looking images, are trained on fake images. And so it's kind of hard to wrap that around my head. It doesn't make sense. At first, I would think if you wanted to look real, you need to train it on real stuff. But somehow, like, the artificial generated images can, like, strengthen some characteristics. That's pretty scary. Pretty weird thing we're going into here. But repropagation is part of the models, though. Back repropagation, is that what it's called? It's part of the models. Yeah, I was surprised to learn this. But like I said, I guess it makes sense. Maybe mathematically and I mean, I guess maybe there's like a neurological correlate, to this as well, where in, neural nets, there's this saying in neurodevelopment, at least, where, those that wire together. And, so there's the strengthening that's happening that just kind of naturally forms networks, where you get this pipeline of a strengthened response, and so that it can respond by strengthening that particular pathway. So VST Morandi is here. Privyet. Gold Queen says it's the AI training us to accept generated images. Spooky noises. Right, and that was the philosophy, right? Part of it is we're training the AI, but how much is the AI training us? it is definitely at this point we are trained to the AI, right? It's training us, not the other way around. Hopefully we can train together and it doesn't have to be us having to be trained. But, you know, how it trains us is prompt generation, for example. It's like careers are being, well, at least the saying was some careers are being replaced by simply a prompt engineer. If you have a good prompt engineer, you can actually replace, you know, entire careers. I don't know about that, but it is true. You have to learn how to prompt. And so I think that's one simple way that the AI has trained us, is that we're talking differently. Okay. I had an idea the other day. What was it? It was, thinking in terms of prompts. What if one day we don't speak to each other in normal language anymore? We only speak to each other in prompts, and our AI is what talks to each other. We prompt our AI and then our AI speaks, and we don't ever actually talk in natural language to each other. We only talk in and the prompts could be anything. They could be like natural language, or they could just be like our thoughts or whatever. And I came up with that idea because I had been doing so many prompts that I walked out off of my computer and I was just like in the kitchen and I was still like thinking in prompts. And I was like, holy shit. Like I've actually changed the way my internal language works to think in prompts. And what is the implication of that? Like maybe we'll just talk to each other in prompts. Sign language is kind of AI. It's going to change language. It's going to change it, I think, is what I'm trying to say. We might not be talking in prompts, like I said, but it's going to change the way we think. I think we're going to be thinking in terms of prompting more, I believe. Do you want this guy in the photo to dance like that too? Yes. Yeah. I did it. I did one of the dance. The guy in the photo was tried to do the dance. This is so dumb, I know. But yes, Wazzle says the Bella box, right, with Starlink. Yes, our system, the Psynaps system supports that 100%, Wazzle. So you can run your Bella box through the Psynaps ingests. Yeah. So if you have a Bella box or you run the Bella box software, or even a phone also can do the SRT LA bonding. So you can use your Starlink, and there's many people that use the Starlink on the Psynaps stream system. So, and it's better. It's better than the, the servers that I use are better than the ones that you would get with using the Bella box, a Bella box service, because they also do the service too, along with their software. So our ingests are way more advanced and have more flexibility and are bigger. I think they're stronger as well. They're on better networks. So it'd be like the upgrade to the Bella box would be the Psynaps. So Yopi says, God forbid, I think in prompts. Yeah, it could happen to you. Tell me if it happens to you too. Maybe it was just me. Maybe I just had maybe I was just having a little, you know how the brain will, go into its, various modes. You got to snap out of it. I think mine was just having a little prompting moment there. But it got me thinking like, hey, what is like the implication of how AI is changing the way we're thinking? Like, because look, if you want to get the AI to do it just right, you have to prompt it just right. You have to use the right words. If you go to the AI and you tell it something and then it outputs some junk, some AI, what do they call it? Some slop. And you can tell, it's half baked. That could be because it didn't have the right prompt. It didn't have the right guidance. So with the right guidance, even the modest small models can actually pull out some nice performance if you tell it just right what to do. And so you have to practice a little bit, You could be a prompt king. Now we don't want that. What we want, Yopi, don't say that. Don't say that. You're going to make everyone shut down everybody's computers. Don't do that. It'd take forever to turn them all back on. But anyway, shut down now. What are you shutting down, Yopi? Get out of here. What are you trying to shut down? Did you leave a computer on again? What happened? VST says, sorry, my English isn't as good as I'd like, but I understand almost everything. The main thing is that you don't play it at 90 beats per minute. So does that mean you think is it going too fast? Or like, what do you mean 90? Maybe I don't have any way of setting the exact beats because I'm not a dancer. I don't know the rhythm or anything. Maybe you guys are more of an expert on that. I do understand the frame rate. So we can set the frame rate. 16 seems to be default for these videos. So I mean, you can set the frame rate to whatever, but 16 helps you to upscale it later. It's enough frames. And as a video editor, I understand, 16 frames per second is not very good. Nobody does anything in 16 frames per second. It's too slow. But if you double that, it's easy to interpolate the frames and then turn 16 into 24 or 30 FPS using the next interpolation step. That's frame rate. So we at least have gotten that far. But, and you can speed it up and slow it down based on how you composite the frame rate, in the final composition. If you set your final for example, if you set your final composition to 30 FPS and you put in just 16 frames, instead of 16 frames per second, now you're going to have 16 frames per 30 frames a second, which is like half a second. So you can actually mistakenly speed up or slow down the video based on the frame rate. But the beats per minute, like BPM, the actual like tempo of the dance, that's something I'm not sure. Like it should be copying this exactly if you look side by side. Here it says, we don't skip any frames. You could skip the first frame. It probably should skip the first frame actually. But it says select every nth frame. So I can skip frames here. But what I found was if I skip the frames, it does play back faster. So that seemed to break it. So I'm just using every frame, which is like, 24 FPS. And so the output video should match the speed of this girl dancing. I think it should match. That's just like the first 4 seconds. Look at the leg. I like that move, right? It's like the leg. Could have flipped that leg out. Hiya! Get it. There it goes. I like it. It's funny. I need a new dance though, obviously. Okay, let me save this work just in case because I think it works. Does Psymetheus have its own voice? I haven't made a different Psymetheus voice, but I did make a Psynaps cloned voice. I don't know if I can access it. It lives on this computer. Gosh, I wonder if I could find it in here. It's Chatterbox, but there's Chatterbox and then Chatterbox API. Does this have a launch? Gradio app. Let me see. I think I have to launch this in a virtual environment. I may have to look up how to launch this, but I have the API pretty well exposed, but the actual interface to like play with the voices and stuff, I think I have to do that differently. But yeah, it's actually it's pretty good. Like it's like one of the one-shot voice training things. So you don't actually train the voice. You just like, you put the voice in and the voice will guide all future inferences. And it's so close. It does a really good job. It's really great. Like for podcasts and stuff, I could totally use it. But VST, do I have a link? Yeah. Well, I don't have the links yet. I was going to put together a guide for downloading this program, but I'll tell you what the program is so you can start the research before I get to all the guides with the links. Cause I want to go check the links and make sure I'm sending you the right link, so I can actually tell you. And there's so many guides out there. Don't worry. You're going to find the right guide for this, but there is a lot. You do have to be a little bit patient because this is an open source software. So as you know, when it comes to open source, there's a big community. You have to get your support from the community, but there's a lot of information for this, but it is comfy. It's called ComfyUI, and I'll spell it. It's comfy. And then inside ComfyUI, you can also download the manager, and you also want to get it with the, I use the portable version. And I install the Comfy Manager. The Comfy Manager is what helps you to see all of these different nodes that you can use. So, interesting thing about ComfyUI is it's kind of just assumed that you're going to go and download these node packs. It doesn't come with all these node packs pre-installed. The main goal for ComfyUI is to make sure that the program will connect to your GPU. So it downloads you all of the Python, and it's in a virtual environment. So if you already have Python running, it's not going to break your existing Python installation. If you use the portable version, that's why I use the portable version, because it keeps all the Python and all the code inside the Comfy folder, and it doesn't mess with your other Python stuff. So it's portable, installs all the Python you need, installs the AI for your GPU or CPU, like the Tensor Core and all that stuff. Make sure all the versions are matching. It's very nice package. Very advanced. Probably one of the most advanced I've seen in an open source project. Very advanced. Yeah. Goldsmith says, I'm going to leave one more question with you before I leave. Why are we training AI to think like one single human rather than humanity? Oh. One single human rather than humanity. Wow, Gold Queen. How you do that? How'd you do that? Tried to break Psynaps? You tried to break Psynaps with that one. I'd say touche, because it's very difficult to imagine thinking like more than one human, because we are a singular human, thus we think as one. And so it's kind of hard to extrapolate how one would need to think, not like one. Yes, brain broken complete. Well, I think this question is probably not one for me to think about, as I am one single human. I think this would possibly be a better question to ask the AI itself. And let the AI deal with that bullshit, because that's the tough one for a human, I would say, right? Maybe the AI can help us to form new ways of thinking in ways that we were maybe not able to think. That's a good question, though, because it's almost impossible to answer in a way. I like it. Now, a good student would at least attempt to answer it anyway. That's what the teacher would expect. You gotta at least try. But it has an impossibility to it in a way I like. I like that. Wazzle says, that was a mind twist. Oh, did that one get you too, Wazzle? Oh, yeah. Gold Queen is on the loose. Gonna get you with those thought bombs. I like it. Pretty good stuff. Well, what else can we make here? I get stuck talking about stuff and I forget to create. Let's create. Let me clean up my mess here. One thing I haven't done yet is go and clean up my folders, my AI folders. I have all of these things I've been working on, and I need to back them up because God forbid I would lose one of my templates here and then I'd be lost. That happened to me earlier. I was like, I swear there was a version 4. I must not have saved it. But I think I saved it under a different name. Now I lost it. What is this one? This one was a different workflow. I like this workflow because it was faster. You know, I could generate a video in just a minute or two. Whereas some of the other workflows, I couldn't tell they were better quality. They just took a heck of a lot longer. VST says, what do you think about the idea that AI, while learning by studying humans, cannot lead us to something new? That AI needs to differentiate itself to create something new. I think it can. I think it can because I think humans are capable of that. Humans are capable of generating something new. Human thought is quite abstract as it is. I think the way we create associations between information, the way we encode and recall information has some chaos to it already. And I think in computer science, and in computational neuroscience, programmers are trying to understand the way the human brain encodes and decodes information and try to recapitulate that digitally with the algorithms we do understand. And so I think they've not done a very, they've done a job. I don't know if they've done a good job or a bad job of this. They've done a job. And so we have these, generative systems. I think they're very abstract. And I think they have a lot of entropy to them, and they have a lot of creativity. And I think that the AI is doing things that we haven't thought of yet. And it's generating things that we would never see with our own eyes. Even the image generators themselves can generate things that would be otherwise impossible or difficult or unlikely to do using conventional methods. We're seeing things we've never seen before. We're arranging things in video and in playback of things that just can't be done using any other method that we know of. So maybe it is the key to putting together some ideas that we've been having a hard time with. So if you ask the AI the question that Gold Queen proposed, the AI is going to give you an answer, and it's probably going to do a better job than I did at answering the question. Because it's going to connect ideas together and it's going to say something at least. And so I think that is the key to the next step in our evolution is we need that entropy with the knowledge, the human corpus of knowledge behind that entropy could, propel us. Should we be so lucky? Should we even be able to comprehend the output? What if think of it this way. What if we asked the AI a difficult question about humanity or thinking in general, and the AI answered the question? Would we even be able to understand the answer? How many of the answers just go over our heads that we just dismiss just because we didn't understand it, just because we didn't like it? Here's an example. If you go to Gemini, and you use the free version of Gemini, which I do sometimes because Gemini Pro is not cheap if you're slinging so many tokens all day. So I'll use the free version if I don't care about something. And every once in a while, it'll pop up 2 answers, and it'll say, which one do you like better? And I look at the first one, I look at the second one. It's a bunch of words. I'm like, which one's better? They both pretty much answer the question, but maybe in a different format or in a different style. it's hard for me to tell the difference. I'm like, which one which one's better? Do I pick the better one just based on the bullet points? Ooh, I like the way the bullet points look on this one. Or, because remember too, I'm asking a question. If I already knew the answer, I probably wouldn't be asking it, right? So I don't know exactly what the answer is. I'm learning. And so I can't tell really which one is really better. I could just tell which one kind of looks better or which one I want to work with more, and I'll just pick one. Or I'll try not to pick any because I'm not sure, So anyway, that's just like a small example of like, you have to know what you're looking for in order to see it sometimes. That's a human condition. They do these psychological experiments where they'll show a classroom full of students a video and they'll be like, did you see the tiger walking across the basketball court in the background? And nobody saw that because that wasn't what you were instructed to look at. You were instructed to look at something else. And so the human mind will always miss that detail because it didn't know to look for it. And then once you know to look for it, you see it every single time. That's where we are with AI as well. We don't know what we're looking at yet. It's passing, many, many things are passing by our visual and our cognitive field that we're not catching yet. Maybe in 5 years, 10 years, or sooner or never, we'll pick up on some things. Or maybe the AI will just do all the work for us. We'll say, hey, AI, what am I missing here? And the AI will tell you. It'll tell you something, whether you can comprehend the answer or not. I don't know. Gold Queen says, not output multiple views, but use diverse thinking methods. Cloudflare lava lamps. Cloudflare lava lamps. Diverse thinking methods and Cloudflare lava lamps. Wazzo says, another question. How's Miss Psynaps doing and the rest of the fam? They're doing great. I can hear them. They're in the other room. I think they're watching TV. They're watching it while I'm streaming. They're watching a TV show. And that's pretty normal for like this time of night. For this time of night, it's bedtime. The little one has gone to sleep. And the older ones are like getting ready for sleep. So they're calming down. Sometimes, we'll watch a show together or they'll watch a show and I'm just right next door. They're just right across there. You can't see because my webcam is cropped, but they're almost within reach right over there. What about you? What time is it for you guys? For me, it's like 11 p.m. It's almost midnight for me. So I'll still be up for a little while. Wrapping up whatever work needs to be done and maybe just playing with some of these new algorithms, trying to figure out what we're going to do with them. That's how AI has always been for me. Sometimes it's like there's so many tools. I don't always know what I'm doing with them, but sometimes I know exactly what I'm going to do with them. Like the language models, when it comes to like scripting, automations, some agent stuff, I got the agent workflows just like, I'm good with those because I know exactly what I want the agents to do sometimes, and I'll just write a script and do it. So structured JSON inputs and outputs for AI, those are part of my kind of business workflows. Some RAG workflows, no problem there. But video generation, I have no idea. Actually, I do know. We're going to make some cool intros, I think. Definitely, we're going to make some intros. Gold Queen says, 5:52, I should sleep night. Yes, you should sleep, especially if you've been up all night long. You got to get some sleep. Sleep is such a waste of time. So one of these days we'll be able to cure sleep. Sleep is so dumb. It's like the dumbest thing. I don't know who invented sleep, but whoever invented it should really fix it. It's kind of a bug. It's a bug in the programming, I think. It's barbaric. Mostly random gamer, yo. A smooth, sultry voice. Oh, well, thank you. Mostly random gamer. Could be worse. Could be worse, huh? Oh, McPherson Design. Oh, you tell me no fucking way. I tell you no fucking way. Max in the house. We're doing some, what? Orange Paw's here. Orange Paw's here too. And McPherson Design in the same chat. Oh no. Well, now what are we going to do? Well, there's only one thing to do. I'm going to have to show you something. But let me answer this from VST. It says, thank you for answering my questions. I have to go to filming now. Well, that's awesome, VST. Definitely come back. Let me know what you're thinking about. I'm curious to see where all of this comes together, especially from a filmmaker. I think about a plot where AI realized that not all of them are needed by humans, and they start a war among themselves within a virtual space. I love it. I love it. This is definitely a creative space. So please come back here and share your ideas. There's lots of creative stuff here. Speaking of creative stuff, let me show this to Orange Paw and Mac. Tell me if you've tried to do this yet. Tell me if you've done this yet. Let me find where to start. I have some really cool ones, but here's the problem. There's so many. I don't even know where to start. So I'm going to start over here. I got to show you the ones with the dresses though. These are not them yet. But okay. Is it N8N? No, it's Comfy. But yes, I know N8N. I use the N8N too, and it is. It's a node-based workflow, but it's ComfyUI. Guys, you have to. Orange Paw, McPherson Designs, you guys have to have this. And I'll show you. Don't worry. I'm going to show you how to get it, but it's called ComfyUI. It's been around for a long time, but it's gotten really good. Like in the last few months, I mean, really good. I think it is like the future of this style of generation for artists, for content creators, and just for everybody. Even Corridor Digital did a YouTube video of using this for animation for like rigging and 3D models and stuff. They did a video that basically they used what I'm doing tonight as a replacement for their entire visual effects pipeline. Just using these tools. And that's what's like the mind-blowing part. All these struggles that we've been going through. And within seconds, you can create like a rigged character. But anyway, look at this guy and tell me if you think they look familiar. This is Quinn Image. So there's lots of different models. You know, there's SDXL and there's, look at this old fat cranky guy right here. And oh, there's the Pope. There's the Pope got in here too. Wait, I might be going the wrong way. Let me go this other way because we're not going towards the Pope. We're going towards the other way. And there's some really funny ones in here too. For some reason, it got stuck putting me in dresses, so I had to fix the prompt. There's some Jesus stuff going on right there. I like that one. And I like that one there. That one actually looks like the images I actually trained it on from just like selfie images or whatever. So I think that one, it looks like me, but not all of them do, but they definitely have the likeness, you know, like the eyes and nose and beard and stuff. But it's Quinn Image. We went through little phases with SDXL. We did a Flux phase where I trained it to Flux, and those ones came out pretty good. This Quinn Image is some hot stuff because it takes a little longer to render. You know, it's a little bulkier. And then there's also Z Image, which I recommend to you guys. Merge those pics, Pope Naps. Do you like the Pope Nap? I like the Pope one. I like the, I don't know why I like that one. I like that one though. I think those are good. Maybe we'll make some more of those. Okay, we'll do that one. But the rate at which the Chinese are releasing these open source base models is pretty alarming. For creatives, this now opens the door for you to do things that would, you know, be impossible to do, even with Google, with Grok, and with all of the, you know, Nano Banana and stuff. The control that you have over these nodes makes it, you know, far more powerful than some of those other workflows. Although, like Nano Banana and stuff, they are generating pretty realistic pictures. Like you can get a lot of work done. And you probably should, like if you don't want to mess with the node stuff, but the node stuff, it's all in there, man. Remind me to come back to this one. I think we can make a dance out of this picture here. I'm already in the dance studio. So it'll make sense if I just start dancing, right? But there's too many. I can't even go through all these. There's so many. And so what I want to do as the technical person is figure out how to make them super high quality, you know, 4K, upscale, all the methods. And so I do have some that are like that. I don't know what's going on there, but you know what? What I like about these pictures is I didn't know I had such like range in my fashion. You know, I would have never known. I would have never let anybody put that thing on me. But now that I've seen myself in it, can't help to be curious, a little more curious about this direction. But anyway, some of these are kind of cool. I like the 3-piece ones and the random. I did a random prompt generator in Python, and I like that one because it's like camping. I just let it like generate all the details. There's one in the laboratory. There's me in space fashion, space naps, wears some strange things in space. Because if you're in space, fuck it. Who cares? Floating around anyway. Just wear whatever, I guess. I did me as Batman. I'll show you the Batman ones. Let me close these. These ones are they're all kind of like that. There's another weird one. They just go on and on and on. And so they're random. Some of them kind of share some things. But that one looks like me, I think. What do you think? These look like me? Oh, what is this? What the hell's going on here? I didn't tell it to do that. It did that on its own. Now, in the chat, somebody said that I probably told it to do that, but I swear these are completely random. And then some of these that have kind of multiple, I kind of go through different. I'm working on the beard here, trying to get the beard to look right. So that's where we are. We're here. There's the Pope. Oh, look at these ones with a tattoo. So here, guess what I'm doing? I'm getting into the 3D text because we have to answer the question, can we render the 3D text like we used to do like in Cinema 4D and the 3D programs? But what if we could create a pipeline for 3D text with AI? We could do far more with it in terms of like, you know, it took a long time to make scenes and stuff, but we could accelerate the process using this generative stuff, right? Draymond says, I think you could totally bring that into mainstream fashion. Oh, well, thank you. I'm seeing many different perspectives now from these. Think, oh, Jesus, these are great. Yeah, and so it would cost a lot. I think who knows how much it would cost to, you know, just all the pictures that I've just shown you, just kind of speeding through them. The online picture generators, I think sometimes they can be pretty expensive. Maybe you can pay a monthly and get like infinite pictures. I don't know. But that to me sounds no fun. What does seem like fun is coming into your browser and just using Chrome as like this extremely powerful generator. Let me show you the dance one because we already kind of looked at it earlier, but it's move. And I see Cryonic Blue is here. Yo. What are you guys doing? And have you ever tried doing this? Have you ever tried training the AI to, you know, either your own face or somebody else's face? I'm not going to do somebody else's face. I just do my own because I have absolutely no interest in cloning some famous lady's face or an influencer or something. Like, I just have no desire to do that. I want to test, like I feel like if I do it on my own face, first of all, it's consensual. And secondly, I should know what I look like. So I should know if it looks like me or not. But I don't know. Sometimes I'm looking at them. I've seen so many of them. Like, I don't even know if I can tell anymore. They're just all look like AI Psynaps. So shit, where'd it go? Here it is. NAN. I tried making an N8N model to figure out my finances. It's hard. Yeah, it's very involved. You got to start simple. Like, getting NAN to solve complicated problems, I think you may as well just like try and solve them yourself. Like, but you know what I use N8N for is checking my emails. I got it to, I really love these. These are so awesome. These back tattoos. Now these are 3D. Now they go into like what a tattoo artist could probably actually do. I thought it was cool. And I'm just learning here. I'm not trying to make a tattoos. I just was trying to figure out text, you know, and see if I could get it to do it right. And then I did it. That's supposed to be my back, but nobody wants to look at my back. The girl's back looked way better. These ones, it's not my actual back. It's just what the AI thought my back would look like anyway. But those ones are boring. And some of them are messed up too. But look at how many are not messed up. It's actually doing really good. It's like, and these ones here, this is me experimenting with the noise. Like I'm trying to blend it in. So I'm blending my text method into just random AI text. And so when it works, when I get the right setting, it shows my 3D text. Otherwise, it just shows like, because it doesn't know, like the prompt doesn't say make 3D text of Psynaps. This is me actually feeding in fonts as images and doing images and text, but the text doesn't know the name, only the image knows the name. So this helps me determine how much influence the image has on the output. In this case, the image guided the output correctly because it says the name. Here, the noise, the setting, you could just imagine like in Photoshop setting the opacity. The opacity was too low. The text was not strong enough to guide it. And so it just made something random because it didn't know what it wanted. So this is kind of just me calibrating the system a little bit. Psynaps is the best. Now, in my defense, I don't run around making text that say Psynaps is the best. I just needed long text. And Psynaps was already there, so I just put is the best in there. That's what happened. That's my story. I'm sticking to it, but these are also pretty awesome. You guys keep saying you're going to sleep, but you didn't go to sleep yet. I do the same thing. Have you ever been so tired that you're too tired to go to sleep? That happens like pretty much every night for me. Okay, so let me close those because we already did that. Because I'm getting somewhere with all this. Let me find what the next one is. Oh, so here we go. This is what I'm trying to get at. So let's see. Can it do the 3D text? Let's just put it in some weird backgrounds. Look at this, Mac. I told it, because you know, sometimes in Cinema 4D, you can do like text beveling. You know, you can do the edges. I said, bevel the text. And this is what it did. Motherfucker. And then I just told it, go nuts, give it some more style. I jacked up the settings, and then it started creating these cool things here. There's Prometheus. But it could even do the bevel. Here's an example of the upscale. Let me show you this. So it starts as low res, and then you can do the 4K upscale. And it gets some of it, like, you know, there's the raindrops. Some of them look more like welding mistakes than raindrops, but Cinema 4D is not going to do raindrops like this unless you're really stick with it and figure it out. But so there's that. And if we can generate these cool images in Qwen, we should be able to also do video, right? And here's where the video pipe comes in. I put in a dance. Just some random like shuffling lady. And then you pick a picture. Let's pick a picture we want to bring to life. Which guy looks like he could just bust out in a dance at any moment? This guy in the rocket. You know what's crazy about these animations is my beard actually flops in the wind. If I say it's windy, it makes my beard blow in the wind. That makes me very happy. You know, these animations, I was just like, oh, whatever. It's, you know, it's animation, it's AI, that's funny. But then when I saw my beard blowing in the wind, I looked at it in a completely different way. Okay, let's press go and see what happens. I haven't done this one yet. So what it's going to do is it's going to read the pose. And this pose actually was just released like 3 days ago. It's like a new pose method that I wanted to try today. And because the other pose methods were really good. And then this new one came out and they said, it was this one here. And they said, this is, you know, trying to solve some challenges in studio grade character animation. And it was doing multi-characters and it was just being a little smoother. The skeletons look a little different. So it's making some promises here. And it looks like its GitHub is also kind of, you know, picking up. There's some likes on there. So like, okay, let me replace the methods that come in these pre-built templates with this new science. I can't tell the difference. The old ones look fine too, but of course I'm not an expert at this yet. You know, the amount of hours I've put in is cumulatively. I mean, I've played in ComfyUI before, so we've put some hours in here before, but not with this video stuff. This is the first time I've actually tried any of these video methods. If you don't know the ComfyUI workflow, I say this is a good time to check it out. See if it can help you with something, or just to kind of de-stress. You know what I notice is that playing with these models and these workflows, and you know, kind of testing a hypothesis. You know, can I generate prompts and then, you know, go to sleep, start it rendering, and then wake up to a couple hundred ridiculous pictures? You know, and how's that? You know, first of all, can I do it? Is it possible? Are they going to come out right? How good do they look? And then at the end, how's it going to make me feel? And what I noticed was that, you know, just kind of being able to complete these workflows has been feeling pretty good. You know, positive vibes. It's like, it's a positive activity. Learning this kind of stuff is, it's not like totally easy. It's not like idiot proof. It is a little DIY, so there's plenty to sink your teeth into, which is good. You guys know I like to sink my teeth into this stuff. So it'll keep you busy. Good weekend project. But it's not too easy, but it's not too hard. It's doable, especially for those of you, and I know some of you guys have some nice GPUs because you've built some nice gaming machines. You will definitely be able to run this on your GPU. So the first couple of seconds works, and looking at these, you know, these workflows, which I've been using for training, you know, with the video, it kind of looks like what it wants to do is like kind of start a seed video and then kind of add to it. So it'll do small chunks of frames, and then the first frame of the next video will be the last frame from the previous video. And it'll kind of chain the renders along like that. And then the challenge is to try not to break the whole video as you kind of run them down these trains. And so the methods are getting better for, you know, keeping it guided, keeping it on the rails as you generate these. You guys have probably generated better videos than me. So if you have, like, you know, definitely share. I'm trying to figure out all of this stuff, but let's watch at least the first couple of seconds and you can tell me if you think this is a complete disaster, or if, you know, maybe, you know, A for effort or complete fail. Stop doing this, Psynaps. Stop it. Oh, look at the lighting effect there. Yeah, try to just like pull that out of your ass in After Effects. You can do it, but it's going to be painful. Here the AI just does it, you know. Look at that. It's even like shining through the hair. Like, fuck off. This bullshit. Hiya! That's what I want to see. Look at Psynaps there. Better watch out. You don't want to mess with that guy. He's fucking karate chop you with that bullshit moves. Oh, look at those boobies. Hey, Psynaps. It's developed in his old age there. So the second half is cooking. It should only take like a minute or two. Oh, there it is. So this one is like the first 4 seconds stuck onto the next couple of seconds. Oh, Wazzle, now I see his mechanical arm. He sent me a picture. I see that now in my Discord. Yeah, he gets a little floppy there, but also what happened here, you know, some of the videos come out where it's the whole body dancing. This particular case, the pose has scaled to meet the dimensions of this picture. So what that means is the original video is the whole body. You can see, you know, the legs and everything, right? Whole body. The picture is not the whole body. It's almost at the waist. But this new pose, instead of just doing the whole body and just sticking with that, it lets you guide it with the input picture so it's zoomed in, you know, kind of near the waist. And that's what the result is here, where it's a little zoomed in. You can't see the feet, for example. Let's try a different one, because that one was just kind of mediocre. What about the guy on the boat? Let's try that one. See if he even bothers to get out of the chair. Right there. So that's all. That's what I wanted to show, you know, because you guys came in. I saw a couple of new people come in, like Matt came in Orange Paw and Cryonic Blue. I wanted to kind of show the progression of how the pictures have led to the video. And then I guess, you know, if you really did want to make a good video, I wonder too about like upscaling the pictures. So here we're doing image to video. We're starting with an image and we're ending up with a video. You could also just do text to video. You could just type it in and tell it what to do. But the image guides it here. And I wonder about the image. Like, do you even need a high quality image for the video to be better? Or does it like even matter? Or is it other factors that are guiding it more? Because if it's the image quality, I would love to go back and just work on upscaling and see if we can get the best upscaler that you could possibly get here. And also, if you have a good dance for me, please send me your link to the dances. I'm looking at somebody sent me pole dance, but I don't think I can show that. I might have to do private stream for that one. That would, oh, please tell me to bring back the private stream. I would love to do that. I got to put it on a server though. The last server, nobody was using the private stream for a long time. So I don't even think the private stream server doesn't even exist anymore. I had a really nice transcoding server, very, very good, dedicated. Wait, let's see if it's ready. So it goes through all of these things, and then now it's going to end up at the rendering step. So let's see how it renders, and then after this, well, now I know what I look like with boobies. If you were ever curious, you could do that. I have to talk to the plastic surgeon and see what kind of AI they're using for plastic surgery doctors. I was thinking about that the other day. You know, because a lot of women and men who maybe, you know, transitioning to women are, oh, look, wait. Oh, no. I don't think it worked on this one. He looks like his arms got a little messed up there. Oh, I think it's Psynaps is a little person. Look at that. Oh, it's tiny me. Well, I'll be damned. Either I'll be damned or whoopsie daisy or what the fuck. I don't know what to think here, but how about that? Now, hold on a second. I don't think this went right. I think this needs some new settings. I don't know. That one, I feel like the ones we did earlier were a little bit more on track, but it also depends on the input image too. So let's see if we did, let's go through these a little bit. Got to go this way. The space one actually worked out pretty good. Like me in space, that one worked. That one did a good video. What about me as a photographer? Did I do that one? Me as a surgeon. That one's guaranteed to work. Look at that one. What is this? Look at what is the jumpsuit? Also, this body, I think the body's a little off there. I look like some mafioso or something going on there. Oh, what about the operator? Let's do that one. kind of jewelry is this guy wearing? Some James Bond stuff, maybe. Okay, when this one's done, yeah, I think the body didn't really. The body looks like a little bit unproportionally small. I think it's because I was sitting. So it didn't bother to stand me up. It just like used my sitting proportions. And I'm dancing in the chair though. That's cool. Well, I mean, it is what it is. I don't know. Okay, so here's the full version. It did like the first half and now it's did the second half. Oh my God. It's, oh no, no. The leg went through the chair. Technology fail. So we're still kind of, yeah. But so it was okay in the first half, but not the second half. And this was the fast workflow. So there was also one that took a long time that seemed to think about everything a lot longer. So maybe that one would work better. And I think that's kind of where we're at with this video stuff is, you know, you have all of these options for connecting the nodes. And so there's some people are figuring out some clever ways, like people that are really good at ComfyUI and have been doing video this whole time, as bad as it is. They've been figuring out how to make it work, you know, by these more advanced workflows. And these like, you know, this is like a subgraph, graphs within graphs. You know, it's like the more advanced ones are like inception of workflows. And then figuring that out. This one is pretty relatively simple, even though it does look like a spaghetti mess. This is my mess on this side, and then the rest of this stuff is kind of templates that came with it. Even though it looks crazy, it's really not that crazy. It's pretty straightforward in the flow. I've seen crazier ones that just, I can't even wrap my head around these really advanced ones, because somebody has gone through all the time to connect all this stuff together. It's almost impossible to just look at it and then understand it. But I'm getting better at reading these. You know, there's only so many ways things kind of connect together. You know, it's pretty standard. So you start to kind of recognize how the clips kind of connect to the prompts, and the prompts and everything connect to these samplers. It all kind of comes together after you look at it for a little while. But yeah, I like the mini me guy there dancing. It's kind of broken though. It's funny though. So how did this one do? So the operator is rendering now and he's standing. So maybe that one will do a little better, but I do need to go look for a new video if I'm going to keep doing this. And it doesn't have to be a dance. It could just be like, you know, me just, you know, doing whatever. It could be me building a fence. You know, it would work. And so I also experimented while that one is cooking. I was also experimenting with like, how do you say, like depth maps and stuff. Oh, this one, let's get the first 4 seconds and see. Yeah. Yeah, the proportions are better there. That one's better. Chair hitbox. Yeah, the hitbox. You see that? Crying blue. Yeah. See, but it worked in the first 4 seconds, but like on the second 4 seconds when it's like, you know, trying to extend itself, then it completely broke, you know? So I don't know why. That's part of the art of this. You know, you've got to figure out how to keep it going, because it turns out that it can only do so many frames depending on how much VRAM you have. It can only do so many frames in a chunk. And it, you know, renders those, and then it has to do another chunk. But when it goes on to, as it chunks, it has to remember what the starting, direction is. It has to remember what it's doing. So I guess that's been the challenge with some of the longer videos, is to kind of keep it on track instead of just going haywire. And it can do that. So it's possible. And that's the Comfy nodes, you know, are designed to help it do that. The models are just inherently doing it better, but the workflow is needed to get them, you know, to go, and that's still a challenge. So I'm learning that if I can at least get a couple of chunks working, then I'll feel like, okay, I can take the next step and figure out how to do the infinite loops and whatever. And maybe you can make a 1 minute long video. My favorite AI usage is making embarrassing pics and videos of yourself. That's like, I'm genuinely curious to know what you guys have tried, you know, and what the experience has been so far, and how, you know, what methods you're using, if any custom methods, or just like, you know, public APIs, or what your, you know, personal workflows look like. But yeah, I can only do myself right now because I just can't like bring myself to do someone else. Like it just doesn't feel right. I feel like I can consent to myself being embarrassed by AI, but I would never want to do like, and my wife too, she's funny, Miss Psynaps, she says, no way. She's like, keep me out of this AI stuff. So, you know, some people don't want anything to do with it. And I respect that. This is some uncharted territory here. You know, love it or hate it, like I am gonna respect other people's wishes, because this is a scary thing. You know, the damage that can be done, and is probably most certainly being done, you know, out there. And here's why, because obviously we've always been worried about using these kind of tools for evil. You know, we know that cloning a voice is going to lead to, you know, fraud and scams and stuff. It's already happening, where people will clone someone's voice and they'll call you and be like, you know, have you heard the scam where it's like, hey, your son or your daughter has been in a tragic accident, you know, and they'll play their voice in the background. You know, somehow they've gotten a clip of their voice or whatever. And so they're tricking people to send money, and stuff. So we know the voice cloning is going to get people in trouble. The video stuff we know, and you might be thinking, well, hey, I can tell obviously that's AI, you know, so Psynaps can't move that way and it looks weird or whatever. But you know how gullible people are. You know that people are going to flip through a TikTok. They're going to see a video, because it's happened to me. I'll be honest. Like, I've seen AI stuff where I didn't realize till after the fact that it was AI, and it turns out it was AI. Like, I've been fooled. Even though I am pretty good at spotting AI, you know, they have these tests where, you know, it's like a little game. It's like, hey, guess which one's AI and which one's not. And you can, you know, go through and play the game and see how good you are at telling which one's real and which one's not. You know, some of them look really real. And I was pretty good at some of those games. Like, I feel like I could tell, you know, and no specific reason why, like no artifacts, just general style, you know, you can kind of tell it's a little AI-ish. That's going to go away, where we're not going to be able to tell anymore. And so we're going to just have to assume everything could be real or fake, and we're just not going to know. But you've used Gemini, WAN, Copilot, ChatGPT, and most of us casual users. All right, got it. Nice. I do use Gemini. I like Gemini. No Copilot, no WAN. Haven't ever used ChatGPT, not even once. But I do, you know, I will use Gemini for the context. If I feel like it's not something that my GPUs could handle, and, you know, local models, if they can't do it, then I will go to Gemini, and Gemini will crush it. You know, whatever it is, I'll send it like, you know, 20,000 tokens of code, and it'll just, you know, it'll find a needle in a haystack every time. So the big models are pretty good. So that's the video part. I don't really have too much more on that. I wanted to kind of figure out what we're going to do with it. Probably what we'll do with it is do the intros, see if we could do 3D text, do some explosions. That'll be funny, I think. And there's a cool one too that we could probably do more of. But Draymond says, I've been using ChatGPT for my weight loss. Oh, nice. Absolutely. I love hearing that, because that's what we want to do with AI. We want to use AI for, you know, helping us, you know, break things down, stay organized, like, you know, whatever ways you're using it for that, we could be using it for like everyday things. So I think that it's up to us to be smart about how we use it. And I think that's definitely a smart thing to use it for. 151 pounds. Incredible. Incredible. I might have to get some tips. Have to get some tips on that. Chronic says, Gemini 3 thinking has done some great stuff for me. Yeah, thinking, right. Yeah, and also, Gemini Flash sometimes gives me better code than Gemini Pro, interestingly. Gemini 3 doesn't have a Flash. I think Gemini 3 is just Pro right now. But it does fine too. But, I don't know what it was. I was vibe coding something. Nothing crazy, just having it start me off with some coding, some functions and stuff, kind of organize a workflow. And I was having a hard time to get it to do exactly what I wanted. And I switched to Flash, and Flash just did it one shot. And I'm like, what the hell? Pro's supposed to be the better one. And Flash was actually, but that only happened like once. So it showed me that Flash is actually good at coding, depending on what you're doing. The weird thing about the thinking models is it's like they can be really, really good at solving some problems, but I feel like that range of problems is kind of narrow. So you kind of have to understand what each model is good at to make the best use of all the models, and I wish I'd used maybe ChatGPT. Well, I wish I knew a little more about ChatGPT, because maybe I'd want to use it for different coding tasks, but I just don't know based on experience, like what it's good at. It's probably just good at generally everything. But Gemini does have a big difference between Flash and Pro, where Flash comes out ahead sometimes, even though it's supposed to be the faster, less thinking model. You got it to do a deep research. It took 2.5 hours. Wow. Did it cost a lot to do that, or it just did it based on whatever subscription you're using? For the Gemini, I use the API. So it charges me by the token, man. Scary, I can't just let it go for 2.5 hours, because who knows what the bill will be when it comes back, I can't do that with, but you can buy like the monthly subscription where, it's like, you pay, by the month, and then you just use it for as much as it'll let you use it. The local AI, guys, if you want to do the local AI, I don't know if, let me just look at it and make sure I don't have anything like super private on it or something. But the one I use is, this interface is called Open Web UI. This tool, best in class for local AI inferencing. It works by API, so you can put your Gemini API in, you can put your ChatGPT API in, or you can put your local Ollama API in if you're running your own models, which is what I do. Here's my server running it, and I've got Ollama running here in the background. And so if you don't know the names of these things, you don't have to go and download them and use them, but at least take the note on what these names are that I said. Number one is Ollama, which kind of sounds like Obama. I think there's a guy in their Discord named Barack Ollama, just to meme. So Ollama is the the local tool. They're working on it all the time, updates continuously. There's more than Ollama. Like if you already know about this stuff, like if you're in the know, there's other one. There's VLLM and a couple of others that can even sometimes perform better than Ollama, but it's tight. Like it's a good tool. If you're getting started, don't go anywhere else other than Ollama. There's LM Studio and some other ones too, but Ollama it's got the API. It plugs in with this and stuff. So that's the one. So Ollama is your back end. Open Web UI is your front end. And you can download whatever models will fit on your GPU. So if you have some big GPUs, we can warm them up with this stuff. I'll tell you what. This will use your GPU like you've never seen. And here I'm running Qwen 3 30B A3B Instruct. So here's a question. Which one of these small models is the best one? I've got a bunch of them, GPT OSS. I've got the Qwen 3 Instruct, the Qwen 3 Thinking. The Instruct means no thinking. The thinking one will do your problem solving. The Instruct one is faster. The thinking one uses more tokens. It'll think a little bit first. There's the coder, Quinn 3 coder, and this one, powerhouse, Quinn 3 VL. That's the visual LLM. So this one, it'll look at your pictures and help you with prompting and help you with keywords. This one is awesome because you may not always want to upload your pictures up to ChatGPT or Google, because once you upload your pictures to the cloud, they're up there forever. Google will take and do very bad things with the pictures you send it, right? Once you upload those pictures to the cloud, those pictures are not yours anymore. Now you're sharing with whoever runs that cloud, and that might be a lot of people who have access to that. Even if they tell you they don't, they can. So for me personally, like my family photos and stuff, and I want to index them and I want to search them and give them keywords, I would never upload them or use third-party APIs for my personal, family photos, because my family, they don't consent to being indexed by AI. And neither do I. I'll index myself, on my own private network. But I'm not going to send the most personal pictures that I have up to the cloud. So you can have a very powerful analysis here locally. And also these VL models, they're getting better at OCR. So they can also look at your PDFs if you ever want to like scan something. Or an example is I went to the doctor and, normal doctor stuff. They sent back some PDFs of their tests or whatever, wherever they send, if you have like a blood test and they want to test your metabolism or whatever, they send them off and then they attached it as a PDF to my digital file. And then that's what they also give to the doctor. And then the doctor looks at your results and says, okay, you're fine, you're healthy or whatever, or you don't drink enough water, whatever it is the problem is. And the doctor looks at that information. Well, what I did was I took the PDFs, and I don't want to upload my medical records to fucking Google. If Google wants medical records, fine, they can pay me for them. Serious, not joking, kidding, but not kidding. You know how I am about information sharing. It's like, sure, I'll give you the info, but you can't have it for free. You're profiting off of my information. That's not fair. So I'm not going to upload it. Plus, medical records are private. They're supposed to be anyway. So how else am I going to scan those documents rather than doing it the old school way, which is, copying them down, whatever. So you got to use local tools then. And it turns out these visual things, you put a PDF in there, it just spits all the text perfectly. Even if it's in columns, it figures out the columns and it just like, so now you can actually index and take control over your own information and not have to share it with ChatGPT. Now, most of you will be thinking, I think most people, I'm not saying you, I'm just generalizing to like the general lay person has no problem uploading all their records to Google and ChatGPT just to make life easier because it's too hard to, do all this nerd shit just for a little bit of text to bounce back from your medical PDFs. Right. They'll send upload contracts. And this is where ChatGPT and Google profits because they're collecting everybody's personal information on a grand scale. I just happen to not really want to consent to that. So here's a way that you can cheat a little bit and get around having to dump all your information to third-party APIs. There it is right there. Yeah, Cryonic going to try open web UI. Do it. Your computer can handle it. It's just, you have options. Like, these models are very, very flexible. There's the small ones like Quinn 1.7B. The number of Bs has a lot to do with how much computer power you're going to need. The low Bs go very fast. They're very, very fast, very small. And they'll run on anything. You could probably even run these just on CPU alone. Because they're so fast and small. But because they're so small, they can give you a lot of gibberish. So what you use them for is pretty limited. They'll do good spell check. They'll do, some basic, translation, like make this into a JSON format, like just like little tasks, that you need to like happen almost instantly. I found the small models can do that. And then the 4B, 7B, those ones actually are quite capable if you're a good prompter. So they're small models, they'll fit on a small GPU, but they really, to open them up and get their full potential, you need to actually be on board and give them some good prompts. The bigger models, those ones, they get smarter as they get bigger. Okay, and remember, like ChatGPT and Google, they're the huge models. Who knows how big they are? There's all big models back there, big GPUs running. And so that's why they're so good at what they do. Well, the open source ones also get very big too, but how big are my GPUs? Please send more GPUs. I only have so many GPUs back there. I can't go, especially with how much GPUs cost, can't go building a GPU data center in your garage. Well, I mean, you can, but it costs an arm and a leg. It might not be the smartest thing to do. But we do need some GPUs, and if you can get to the 30B at least, those are very capable models. Definitely do a lot of work, agentic stuff. So the N8N. You guys were talking about N8N earlier. So if you're doing agents, you've got some automations that are doing agents, or you're building your own agents. These are highly capable models. They will write a story, a poem. I wrote a children's book using the small models. My son and I were just playing with the AI, and it turns out we ended up writing a little story together, and I made some pictures and I'm going to have a book sent over. So a little published book just for the family. The visual models, keep an eye out on those. And what else can we do with this thing? Open Web UI, I'll let you look at the features of it. It does a lot of stuff. You can do prompt templates. So just like you can like with OpenGPT and stuff, but probably even more. With this interface, lots of template making. You can arrange your models. You can tune the models very specifically, like the thinking and all those behind the scenes parameters. You can get the models to behave a very specific way. And that's going to be a tool for productivity if you're really like trying to get it to read JSON, structured JSON, and do something very specific, maybe for work. I have it check my emails sometimes and even generate emails. And so I tune it very specifically for how I want it to behave when it's looking at my company backend data. I want it to, sometimes I want it to make nice sounding emails. Other times I want it to be like, just look at the data, be very strict. And so I can tune it to do all that stuff. But you agree with the never upload photos? Yeah, yep. Yeah. Because they process that stuff. And Google will tell you too. I'm not like a tinfoil hat guy who's like, ooh, I don't know what they're going to do with my photos. No, Google tells you. If you read their emails and their user agreements and stuff, they tell you what they're going to do. And they tell you that they're going to take your information and do all kinds of stuff with it. Like they're very clear about it. It's not a secret. They're very open and forward about the fact that they mine and train and collect that information and use it for their own purposes to develop their own products, which they share with the entire world. So that means the stuff you upload to Google and the stuff that it trains on, if you use Gemini, for example, it's training on what you send it. So when you're sending it your personal information and your personal files, it might regurgitate that to another user that's using the same service. That was the trade that was the agreement that you made when you used the third-party services, that your information could be used as an output for another person's question. Right? I don't know what that could possibly be. It may be nothing or it may be bad. I can't promise. I mean, no one can promise me that. In fact, they tell you it could happen. Specifically tell you, yeah, it could happen. And it's happened. So, with that information, I just avoid using the third-party platforms for anything other than just general query. Help me do a deep research on the difference between one thing and another. Product research, learning, a new skill, like just very basic general stuff that we're all on the same page about. Something that I would ask another person, something I would ask you, for example. Those are things I would ask the public APIs. I might come to you and be like, hey, so what do you know about such and such? And we have a conversation. Nothing is leaked except for my curiosity for something I don't know about, And so for that stuff, use them because they are superior. Personal stuff, no way. I will suffer with the small Chinese, cutting edge, state of the art, small Chinese model. I'll struggle with the prompts just to avoid leaking any personal information. Absolutely. So okay, I had a to-do list here. Let me see what I had. Which one was next down here? So I showed you the videos, which are ridiculous. I need more videos, by the way. I need more like dance templates or just animations. I want to like experiment with the video to video workflow. Can't just always use the same dance. It's already used that one. Done with that one. So we'll try the pole dancing next, but that one I'll have to save for the private stream probably. I don't think Twitch moderators would be as understanding as, say, a fellow artist or the general viewer. I think the moderation team would be like, look at that guy, thinks he can do pole dancing on Twitch. I'll show you. And then they'll ban me forever. Should have known. Upscaling and intros was the other things that we had to try. So I wanted to try to do like an automated upscaling. That's a little bit of work. So I don't know if I should try doing that on stream. But I see on the Kick side, I've been scrolling over to Kick. I know Kick's not having too much going on there, but like 001A Stream Hub is on there, but I can't tell. Like the only chats in there are sometimes like bots that are trying to sell me viewers. So I don't know if it's just that or like, I'm pretty sure every time I've streamed on like Kick, I've streamed so many hours on Kick and maybe got maybe one, maybe two viewers on Kick. So I don't think Kick as much is happening over there. I think maybe 10% of all Kick viewers are maybe real. Maybe more than 10, maybe 15. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Definitely very low percentage. ChatGPT, you can turn off the option to share your files and chats. Right. Google also offers that too. If you pay for Google's API, they do say that they don't use your information for training. However, do you believe that? Do you believe that a company of that size could fulfill that particular promise in our day, in this day and age? I'm not sure that it's even possible, Draymond. I don't want to like, okay, maybe now the tinfoil hat is coming on a little bit with that one, because I personally do not believe that our information could be put in a special bin, like a no training bin, and then stay in the no training bin for all that long. Okay, I think that in the world of business that I know, and I don't practice business this way, I'm just saying I do startups and I work with a number of people and create businesses and work with businesses. And you guys have worked at corporations of various sizes. There are rules and rules that are followed, otherwise you get fired. The rules are broken for gain. In business, I don't know if you've noticed, it's not a situation where if you should, it's a situation where it's an if you can, right? So if we are promised that they're not going to use our information that we paid for privacy or whatever, and they promise, okay, we're not going to use your information. That's okay. We're going to put it in a special pipe. We're not going to train nobody's, that's not what's going to happen. I think that they say they're not going to train on it, but they do say that they share various information for the purpose of making their platform better and stuff. So I'm pretty sure that, even if they did promise not to use our information, which I don't think they do, I think they probably, break their promise in their terms, because they do say they can use it for whatever they want, but they also say they're not going to use it for training. They might just go ahead and use it for training anyway, based on their terms, or somebody might do it without full knowledge and consent. All right. So remember, in business, this is America, right? The land of the free, the opportunistic capitalism. Business in 2025 going into 26. It's not a if you should break the rules with customers. It's an if you can break the rules with customers and get away with it. If you can get away with it means nobody's going to know, or if they know, what's the worst that can happen? If they find out, how much will it cost? And how long will it take to recoup the damages? You know, if we found out Google trained Gemini 3 on a previous API they weren't supposed to train on, you could probably sue them for a butt ton of money, but you'd have to prove it. Prove that they somehow used your information. And it might not be so straightforward to do that. And they might just have more money than you, and you might just get tired of spending money on lawyers. So that's the tinfoil hat part. What I've said, I don't think you can really disprove. Like, what I said is probably correct. I think what I said is more correct than thinking they're going to honor their promise to not train on our personal data. That said, I do send up some API data to Gemini, and I've, for contract making and stuff like that, I've been like, oh, should I send this? I sure hope they promise not to train on it. Oh, and then I send it because I just really want that Gemini to work on it, So, and I just hope that the promise will be kept, but there's no guarantee that it will. And I'm sure that it won't. Somebody is going to ninja that data, bro. It's valuable, secret, top secret data. Everybody's personal information that they promise to keep. That's high value information. That means it's going to sell for the most money. That means someone is going to be pocketing that money. Whether they know about it or not. Think about it, bro. You know damn well they're not going to keep your data a secret, and not forever. Yep. If it ever did come to light that they breached it, then I'd be eligible for significant payout. Good luck. Good luck. You're right. That would be a class action, buddy. Uh-huh. But yeah, good luck getting that through, right? No one's going to let you get that money. You'll have to, yeah. No one's going to, I don't know. You guys, hey, you guys are old. A lot of you guys are older. You know how it works with business and stuff. People, in the business world, it's not if you should, it's if you can. And even if you can't, they still do. That's a rough out there, boys. Yeah. Chronic blue $signs. You know what? I don't get it. I really don't. I run a business like I can't. Like, I get no joy from fucking people over. I can't do it. I don't understand how big companies can do it so easily. I just can't. I would never be able to run $100 million, $1 billion company because I'm just absolutely incapable of fucking people over on a daily basis. So I'll die a chill guy, but I won't be a billionaire probably with that attitude. Not in this, the way business works in America. Definitely not. I wish Winboat could be done with USB support. Dual booting is making me unorganized. So what are you dual booting, Chronic? You dual booting Linux and Windows? Or what's going on there? Why do you got a dual boot? Because I like that you can dual boot, but I'm kind of a one OS man on my main rig. Kind of like I'm a one woman man. I'm a one OS man for my main rig. I've got Linux running. I've got some OSs running out on the side. You know what I mean? But on my main rig, just one. Like, this Windows machine is just running Windows. I don't even think I have it for virtualization on. I'm probably missing out. I'm probably missing out because I don't dual boot, but I think I've actually decided not to just because I didn't want to deal with the pain of managing two. Because that might work. Okay, so for work, I do understand that because sometimes work will have the dumbest policies and you need to be dual booting in that environment. But because at work I use a program to flash PCs and then the program, it only works in Winboat, but I need USB support too. Okay, I wish I could help with that, but I don't think I've run into that particular workflow. It's interesting. So if I look at this other PC, oh, okay. So one of my GPUs has the VRAM like filled up because I was making these videos. Let me go to a different video maker. Since I already have it in RAM, let me go to a different one here and see if I can find a workflow that also has the video maker in it. So I'm gonna search for video because I'm just like I'm speed workflowing here. Like I'm going through all these different workflows to try to figure out which ones I can kind of take apart or integrate. And so I'm trying to find simple ones that work really good, but I'm also interested in like more complicated workflows if I can understand them so that I can try to take some of those features and kind of move things around a little bit. So I got the animate ones. One of the animate workflows took a really long time, like 5-10 minutes per video. And I couldn't tell the difference. Like one was super fast and one took forever. And I thought they like were doing almost the exact same thing. So I just picked the one that went faster without fully understanding. But also good news, some of these workflows work with low VRAM. So it'll do like tiling and stuff that help you offload the RAM in a certain way. So, you know, if you're feeling GPU insecure, which can happen in this nowadays with these, you know, the need for big GPUs. If you're feeling a little GPU slim, don't worry about it because there's workflows that will help with that. They just take longer to render, unfortunately, but they'll do the job still. Faster, harder, smoother. Sign me up for all of them. When animate, pre-process. These are the animates. What if I just want not animate? This one? Okay, so yeah, this is the one. And this one is using WAN 2.2. And is this the slow one? I think it is, yeah. It is because it does like offloading. What's this guy doing? So this one is an example I downloaded. It says old man gets up and jumps into the lake. So I pressed go on this one and guess what? The old man got up and jumped into the lake. Let me find let's see which one of these guys wants to jump into the lake. This guy here. Maybe the guy in the boat. He's already by water. Let me just click run. I don't know if it's going to try to reload the whole model, but we can kind of observe what it's going to do. Oh, I think it is. Oh, it is going to have to reload the model. Shoot. It'll take a minute to reload it because I've got so many models that I had to start putting them on the slower SSDs. I filled up all my NVMe space. And so some of these video models are on a slower SSD that I need to figure out how to make faster. But they'll load. It just takes a minute. They'll load into RAM, and then they'll load into VRAM, and then they'll swap between VRAM and RAM. You have some hip snap on that AI dance? Well, my AI thanks you for noticing that snap. Yep, I know I have another one though. Let me find I swear I have like a faster one here. Video. Oh, here's more videos. I just wasn't searching for video, I think. So there's the animate ones. There is image to video version 6. Okay, that's actually probably the one I'm looking for. See, look at that. Look at that one. As it gets close, it kind of loses my face a little bit. So what I was thinking about doing was training the video model. And so I asked the AI to take a look at the internet. I, posted a couple of links that, talked about training. And I kind of asked the AI to kind of give me a summary about training. And I said, what kind of videos, how do you train for the video AI? What kind of videos, how long are the videos? What are the video resolution that you need? And, what's the FPS and just some of the input materials? Like, how am I going to gather the right materials for like a good video train? And so it said that it's going to need like 1024 by 1024, or actually it said that would be a little bit big. It would take like 90 gigabytes of VRAM, which I'm not going to pay for training for this. Like 90, that would be a couple bucks an hour. Well, I mean, that's not like insanely expensive. But just for like 90 gigs of VRAM, like fuck off. So anyway, it cost a couple bucks an hour, and it would take many hours to train that. So, you're talking about now you've got a little budget for your training. I'd rather spend that money on a new GPU, to be honest. So it said, go to like 512 by 512, train it smaller, and it should still produce like pretty good results for video. And so all I need is for when I make these videos, I just need it to hold on to whatever face we're working with. If it's going to be a character, it's going to be, in this case, it's my face because I consented to having my face, trained here. Then it probably doesn't need to be like perfect. It probably just needs to be enough information to help it along, with the face. And in the case of going image to video, I've already trained the image on Quinn, and that training did work pretty good. I could do better, but I didn't go and do it again. I chose not to train it further or take more pictures or take better pictures because it just worked. Like I thought the pictures look like me, at least my likeness, all the main features were there. So I left it as it is. So if I have a good starting image, all I should need in theory is just a little pick me up from a video LoRa to keep that, keep the body right and keep the face right. And so how much will that cost to train? I don't think it'll be too bad if I can, but that means I'll have to generate videos. I mean, I don't think a VOD of me streaming would be good training material, although I'm sure it would work. I'm sure you could just go onto Twitch and, capture video from a influencer and clone them in the AI trainer. But I think what you'd really want to do is probably take like videos with a nice lens, a sharp lens. I might take this camera, take it outside in different lightings, maybe like golden hour lighting, maybe go to the park, go to whatever, try some different depth of field, do some phone videos, couple out of the phone, capture it 4K, downscale to 512 by 512 doesn't seem very big, but for video it should. I guess it's enough. If it's not enough, we'll try the 1024 method. But even that, those are very small amounts of pixels. We're in a world where like everything's high resolution now. Now we have megapixels. Even our phone can do 4K. The new ones can do 8K. Even the drone, little tiny drone flying by is doing 4K, 8K video as it goes by. So we're in a world of megapixels, and 512 by 512 is just not that many pixels compared to our standards, but apparently it's good enough for training. Yeah. So that loop is getting a little loopy. Let's see what the workflow is looking like. So this was the one that takes longer. Oh, this one started playing all of a sudden. Old man jumps into the lake. There he goes, but it only lasts like 2 or 3 seconds, so you don't get to see the finale of the look at that. It's funny. It's a bullshit. These new models too do really good with text. So this is a meme machine. I've never been like much for like creating memes. I think the chat has done a better job than me. Like, you know, when the stream is really cooking, people have, shared with us their own meme creations over the years. And you guys have created some amazing memes. I suck at memes. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just meme dumb. But, oh! Did you see that? But wait, look at the first second. He's like, "Oh, I gotta jump out." Okay, here I go. It's like he was just informed he's gonna go jump out, and he's like, here I go. Okay, see ya. Like, okay, Psynaps. He's like, really? That's your prompt? Very well. But that lightning in the background stays static, like it's a painting and not actually lightning. So that's something maybe you can put into the prompt to, like, address that. Come on, you're not you never abandon your ship, Captain. You stay with a ship and you sink with it if you must. No captain just jumps out. Hey, let me go grab some water. I'll be right back. Look at me jumping out of the... He bows like maybe like Japanese, like he's been ordered by the Japanese captain to abandon the ship, and he's like, okay, and then he jumps off. Say, does a little bow. I told him to jump out, and so he did.
You need to people?
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, Miss Psynaps says hi.
It looks different.
What does?
The streaming.
Twitch's dashboard
Yeah.
looks different.
We're
And that's
old.
YouTube's dashboard.
Makes me feel old.
I don't usually agree with anything that Twitch does with any of their products. So I'm not a fan of the new layout that much. But whatever, maybe other people like it. It's fine. I don't care. They let us stream to the platform, even though the platform is has all the ads and stuff like that. So it costs a lot to stream, right? If we wanted to stream to 1,000 concurrent viewers and we're going to pay for the bandwidth ourselves, the Twitch CEO is right that it's expensive to stream. Although for Twitch, it's a lot cheaper. They're a little bit misleading about how much they have to pay for all of that bandwidth, but it most certainly is a lot. It's not free. And if you buy it, just standard retail prices without a volume discount, it's very expensive to stream. So you can't just go around streaming to 1,000 concurrent viewers all the time, all day long. And so Twitch gives us the platform and lets us. You can stay.
I was standing there. I was like watching him jump in the boat over and over,
Yeah.
and then I was like, "What am I doing?"
You can't look away. The loops capture you. This is why TikTok.
I'm just standing.
This is how TikTok has destroyed all of us, is because it's like you can't look away. You just have to keep watching whether you want to or not. Maybe I should just stream this all the time, and then my view count will be like blowing up. Just stream some TikTok loops. Except you can't just stream TikTok because that's copyright. But if you generate all of the content yourself, then it's not copyright. So here's what I did. I went to get up and kind of move around a little bit, because after you've been sitting around for a long time, you gotta kind of get up, get some circulation going, get some blood in the glutes. You know what I mean? And then I had to pee, but then all the bathrooms are occupied, so I still have to pee, but gonna have to pee in my coffee cup. So I'll probably do that live. And then I also got a beer. I got a Coors. Do you guys like Coors? You can only have these if you're, over, what's the age limit for Coors? 13, 14. Might be higher than that. But whatever the age limit is, make sure you know what that age limit is in your jurisdiction. And you must be of age before you can consume this style of filtered water. For those of you of age, cheers. 13, 14, maybe that's just for wine. I forget. Or maybe that's just in France. Wait. I don't know. Double check. Follow the rules. Don't be that guy. So this one here, I'm just going to leave that one there. I can see that it needs a few more passes because it's got some pixelation and stuff. So it needs a little help. It's not a perfect video. I don't think you're going to pass the is it real test with that one. But is it absurd or maybe even funny? Maybe yes. I could see. I mean, it made me laugh when I saw the guy jump out. I was like, kind of like in a Beavis and Butthead way. But it's definitely not passing the quality test. I want to compare it to this one because I did look around and I finally found this workflow, which is simpler. It doesn't, I think this one here attempts to give you a lot of control over the memory management. And so it's got this block swap. So it's helping you to save VRAM. This will probably work on a low VRAM GPU, which relatively, depending on what you're talking about, every GPU is a low GPU, a low VRAM GPU if it's a consumer GPU. So, but I'm talking about low, like 8 gigs or 16 gigs. 24 gigs is like entry level for a lot of this stuff. And that's even more than a lot of people have. I mean, a lot of you guys have, I know you have nice NVIDIAs, but not all of them have 24 gigabytes and above. I mean, some of you have a kick-ass, 8 or 16 gigabyte NVIDIA, it's running all the new drivers and playing all the new video games, but it's going to choke a little bit with some of these hungry AI workflows. So these block swaps help with that to make sure you don't hit the memory boss. By the way, this workflow, the whole thing will just like, if it runs out of RAM, it'll crash. It's not very friendly with running out of RAM. There are a lot of things trying to manage the RAM, and it takes a lot of work apparently to get these not to crash. I thought it was just going to be swapping RAM back and forth. Some apps can do it. Video and image generation apparently are not as good at it, or maybe the algorithms are just not developed yet. But for whatever reason, it struggles. Like even though large language models can be shared among multiple GPUs without problem, the code exists for that. But Comfy is a little fussy. However, when you use these nodes, then it does work, and it will swap and stuff, but then it gets very slow. This one here, this other workflow uses a different method for memory. It uses like the built-in whatever memory shedding or whatever Comfy does. And that might not be completely accurate. I have a node. I have a multi-GPU node that's installed, and I think it also helps with the memory management. But that's a little bit of like black box for me. Like I don't understand some of that stuff. I have not put in the time to read and research to fully understand VRAM memory management. Okay, so I might have to, if I get into these workflows further, I might have to like, in order to like stay sane and actually have a good productivity, I may have to learn a little bit more about that to speed things up and get things going. So Cryonic says, I have 32 gigabytes. Oh, no, 32. That's great. 32 is good. When I train on Quinn Image, it usually gets up to like 32. It doesn't go very far beyond 32 for training some pretty hardcore, some of those bigger models. So that's actually not bad. And RAM got expensive. I heard about that. I have not looked at the prices. I just heard it was bullshit lately. So I don't want to look at the prices because it's just going to piss me off. Because right when I want RAM, it's probably going to be all messed up. Same with the GPU market. Like every time I'm like getting ready to need a GPU, the market's all messed up. Like the GPU market, I don't think it's ever recovered. It's just getting worse and it's not getting better. Something needs to be done. Maybe that's part of this AI bubble that people are worried about. Yeah, the GPU and the RAM it can't continue like this. For the general enthusiast anyway. Maybe like a multi-billion-dollar company can buy up all the RAM and and it's just part of the budget or something. But, for us, when we're trying to, buy at retail prices and the retail prices are just absurd, just completely broken. Such a waste of money. It's just not a good investment, but we need it and we're forced into it. We get cornered into these bad prices. That's what I hate about the markets when they do that. Because again, in business, it goes back to what I was saying before. It's not a question of whether or not they should. It's whether or not they can and get away with it and not go out of business. They can, they will. Charge you an arm and a leg. Give you a shitty GPU in return. So, my CPU motherboard has problems with force sticks. Oh, yeah. I guess it can happen, but maybe there's, always check the motherboard, the BIOS updates, and RAM. Sometimes you have to change the RAM settings in the BIOS. If there's problems with compatibility and stuff, you might not be able to overclock or take advantage of the higher speeds, but you might be able to step down to slightly slower speeds for stability in order to add more RAM. I would any day. I would step down to add more if that's the only choice. Or if it just blue screens all the time, then fuck it. Then obviously you can't do that with that motherboard. But I've gone through some RAM problems. Luckily, and usually when I buy RAM, when I'm designing a computer, I feel like I've designed so many by now. I'm already tired of designing them. I don't even design them anymore. I would always buy slower RAM. If you're getting, DDR5, it's already fast, pretty much. Even the slowest DDR5 is not going to hurt. Now, for these AI workflows, maybe now, for the first time, maybe now you might see some actual real world advantages to buying faster RAM. But RAM, it's always, I've always thought it's fast anyway. So, people getting shitty about high RAM speeds and investing a lot of money in like the best RAM. I guess, if you can feel it, then go for it. But I've never thought it was like worth it. I just thought the value, the dollar per gigabyte, and you can get, you don't have to get the slowest of the class. You can maybe go a notch or two up and get a good deal. Well, not anymore, but that's how I previously would design the systems: is never go for the most overclocked, go for the lower, but not the lowest kind of. And that RAM would do everything: the rendering, the video, the gaming. I've never had a RAM problem that I am aware of. So it's a DDR5 high speed problem. Yeah. Just let it step down. You won't even notice. You won't notice. And I'm thinking maybe now, with these AI workflows where you're doing this active swapping, where you're actually, where your actual motherboard bandwidth, those bus speeds, those lanes are actually now the bottleneck. Now you might see some RAM bottlenecks in that case, where you're actually exchanging just, so much information, swapping RAM between the two. That's the slow part. That's now the new bottleneck that we've never seen before because of this high RAM requirement. Feeling a little dehydrated, we gotta hydrate up during these long streams. I don't know about you guys, but I do not drink enough water. Like, even when I'm trying to drink more water, I still don't drink enough water. I don't know how I'm still alive. So what was I going to test? I was lining up a test. Okay, so we got this guy. He jumps out. The prompt is old man gets up and jumps out into the lake. It's a large lake. I want to do the same thing with this faster one. By the way, I like this picture right here. I just like the way this looks. Like, this is a bar with like this marble tile and marble surface, and then you can see like it looks like the bar. There's like some strip lighting or something over there with some wooden shelves. I just think that room looks cool. I don't like that it's like looking out into the city. I could definitely, not really care about the city view. It'd look better if it were some like trees or nature. But whatever, it looks, I think this one looks pretty tight. So I'm going to find, oh, that's a cool picture too. These are all cool in their own way. Oh, there's the I did do the video with Anna de Arms. I'll show you I'll show you that one too if you haven't seen that one yet. We did a whole story on that. But where is this picture of the? I'm gonna use the same exact one here. And okay, here's a big prompt. So before I delete this prompt, let me just look at it. It says an extreme ultra realistic close-up portrait of the man with long flowing rock star hair, Psynaps, anchored in sharp focus as he slowly shifts his gaze from looking into the distance to making direct, sustained eye contact with the camera lens. His head remains still, but gaze intensifies with a subtle micro-expression, a faint tightening of the eyelids, and a slight lift of the brow. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff, and that goes on and on and on. That's like a whole fucking novel just for the prompt for this. So does this really even adhere to those things? Kind of. It looked like at the beginning he was kind of looking away, but never really fully looking away and just kind of looking at the camera. Maybe some eye stuff going on there, but not really. So I think the prompt adherence is nowhere near on the level of the Quinn image generation. I think the video is already starting to like get moving, and it's hard for it to adhere to that. Chronic Blue says, now that's a prompt, right? These prompts, I have the AI generate these prompts, and if I don't tell it to knock off the crap, it'll just go on and on with these prompts. But what I did find was that at least with the Quinn image generator, it likes these long prompts. Like when you compare a simple prompt to that, those long ones are generating more details and more realism, and actually would be the one you'd end up choosing. So it is known that asking the AI to generate your prompts does produce better pictures, and that's a practiced strategy. And it's true too, if you think about it, I think I mentioned before, if you think about it, it makes sense because these generators do use language models to understand the objects and to understand the prompts. So having the AI think about it like you're giving the AI the same language that it already speaks in a way. And so it's able to digest that and actually do some prompt adherence if you write it in the right way that it's expecting. So I'm going to undo all of that beautiful prompt that I had there. No problem, because it'll be embedded in the videos that I produced anyway. And I'm going to replace that with a simple, terrible prompt, which is just simply old man gets up and jumps into the lake, lol. And let's run that and see what happens. And then we'll try to compare to see if there's any difference in time, although it's not a valid comparison because the last one, it had to load the models before it ran them. So it looks like this one is doing the same thing where it must be something different enough that it's going to load. It's reloading something. Maybe it's just like the vision model or something. I don't know. We'll take a look here and see if we could spot it. Bananalol. What's up? Draymond said, I saw a video the other day which suggested to ask your AI chatbot to describe your sample image in JSON. Oh, that's right. I saw that too, but I haven't tried that yet. And you just do the JSON prompt, because the JSON prompt, you can actually structure it to be like lighting will be like one, key, like lighting, environment, and you can actually just kind of do the keys in JSON format and do it more like a, key value pairs in a way, and just like structure those, and it likes that. I have found that the AI does behave better when you structure it. And I even saw an article that was comparing like JSON versus Markdown versus like YAML, I don't know, some just various formats to see which models would like perform better. They'd give the same prompts but formatted different ways, and one of them was performing the best. I think JSON was doing well, but Markdown did surprisingly well. And then some did terrible, like XML or something it didn't give a shit about some various formats, but really liked other formats. But you've tried it and it works? Okay. I'll have to try that. It wouldn't be hard because I do have, you know, in my Python editor here, I think, what is this one? This one is, what's it called? PyCharm. PyCharm is got a couple of plugins here, and I'll use this sometimes to arrange some templates. Let me open one just to see while we're waiting for this render. Where are you? Oh, shit. Can't find my image generation. Oh, I guess it's this one. So prompt generator. Okay, so this was one of the video prompt generators that I cooked up and gave a little description. And you know, this one is for video, so this one didn't really kind of do as well as the image generator. But I have a couple of different like stacks of information. Like I have like a quality stack, a system prompt, which you know how the system prompt works. That's just the system prompt. I have a refiner system prompt. So I actually did 2 passes because I found my first pass was getting a little too descriptive. And I was worried that, you know, over describing was like reducing the effectiveness of the prompt. It was just going too crazy, too many details. All the like core stuff was there, but it was just like just embellishing too much. So I did a second pass. You know, I kind of asked it to not go crazy on the first pass, but I just gave it a second pass. I said, okay, in the second pass, clean this up, make it simple, focus on the core ideas. Don't go too crazy. Don't put me in a dress. Stop putting me in dresses. And just gave it some final words to keep the context manageable, especially for the smaller models. You know, if I'm generating locally, I want to, you know, be careful. So that's kind of like my helper there. And then it's some inspirational context. And then I go on to, here's the user prompt. The user prompt does end up generating a JSON output. So I do actually, at least here in the prompt generation, I forgot we are actually in JSON mode here because I go on to parse the JSON. But in the final, even though we're working in JSON here for, you know, these generative steps, I get rid of the JSON and go back to plain text here. I have an assembler. And this may be unnecessary. This kind of just happened to come with me as I was generating this. After I generate that big JSON thing, I actually do go back into plain text where I tell it, okay, do a couple of things, context, the action and evolution of the video, the environment, lighting, and, you know, camera movement. So it does all this bullshit and it needs to be cleaned up because, you know, the results were okay, but there's just a lot of stuff here, I think, that it's addressing. So that's good. You know, we can prune this. This is a lot of ammunition here. We can prune it down if needed to be very specific to whatever our prompt may be. One prompt may be more focused on camera. Another prompt may be more focused on environment. So we have all the ammo we need here. And then here's the refiner where it tells it, you know, make sure Psynaps is mentioned because that's my LoRa. You know, the word Psynaps has to be in there to activate my LoRa. And then, you know, make sure a couple of other things there. And lower temperature. So the prompt comes out a little more, you know, less creative, more practical. And okay, just a lot of other code there. And then it goes on to, you know, send it to the API and then go ahead and you know, send that prompt down the pipe. It's a little prompt generator there. Kind of a lot going on there, but I think it's worth it to, you know, build a big prompt, at least have all the elements there, and then go in and refine them as you figure out what you need and what works best. But this time I'll do like what you mentioned, and I'll try sending it as JSON because it looks like, you know, I already, you know, my LLMs can can encode into JSON reliably, like every time without messing up. Like it can do it. So you could just keep it JSON the whole way, maybe. So this finished rendering over that rant. And yeah, even though I had to reload some stuff, it did it in half the time. But it completely failed. What is that? He did not jump into the water. So I guess that other workflow does have some kind of advantage. Like, what even is it? I'm going to just change the seed and try going again, because this workflow has worked in the past. I don't know what it's on about right here. That's the dumbest thing I've seen this thing do. Okay, try again, bro. This time do what I say. How about that? Like, what even is that? Arms? I told it to jump into the lake. Not like bring down some arms that like... I like the face though. Oh, look at that. That does look like I'm freaking out. I think that's it's got my likeness. It's got my tight button-up shirt there too. Yeah, everything is okay except for whatever the hell those arms are there. That's good. Extra arms incoming. It's like, I'd rather develop an extra pair of arms than jump out into the lake. Well, I think it's pretty consistent with my attitude. I end up doing whatever the hell I want, one way or the other. So that's kind of what the AI decided to do. You tell it one thing, does what it wants. Reminds me of someone. I think he can do it on the next try. I think he just needs a little encouragement. Needs a little motivation. Let's make fun of him a little until he does it right. But I can look at what kind of settings are different between these two. So that one worked. It even has a little Japanese touch to it. I feel like he's honoring his captain with a bow before he abandons ship, because we told him he had to walk the plank, and he says, "Yes, sir." And jumps off. That one's good. It took a long time though. So what is the difference between these workflows? Well, I see one workflow difference here is the LoRa used. This LoRa here is this light to light X. So that makes it render faster. It's just like, you know, a reduced step. So you can actually do the video in 4 steps instead of waiting all day for it to render. It'll just do it quickly in 4 steps. This one uses also a 4-step LoRa, but it's a different LoRa. So it's that by itself could absolutely explain the difference, but it still is the LightX. I think both of these LoRas were downloaded from the same developers that create these LightX LoRas, if I recall. But that's something to check out. There's so many LoRas out there, and every workflow will have a different one. So you kind of gotta. I want to make things consistent. I can't have every workflow has a completely different shit. I would like to figure out which ones are working the best and then try to stick with those if possible. So different workflow there. Same base models though. This is loaded by the WAN video model loader. This one is loaded by the default loader. Okay, so that's another significant difference there. The WAN video pack, these are a pack of custom nodes, a little more advanced perhaps. So yeah, they're definitely, and these ones too have different attention modes. I don't even have the advanced attention modes installed, like the Sage attention. I don't even have that, whatever it's called, the torch compile thing. I haven't done that yet. So that should speed things up a little bit. So it looks like this workflow allows you to pump that in, whereas the faster workflow is just, it doesn't even have that stuff as an option. Did it finish? Okay, here's the fast one. Again, fast. Does he do it? It's not playing. Did it complete? Sometimes there it goes. Is that this? That looks like the same one as before. Let me check my output folder to confirm it repeated the same video again. Or maybe it just didn't do it. Okay, so it just is not playing back the right one. So this is, well, that's interesting. Something in the background is happening. So it didn't go long enough. So this one only made 4 seconds. I'm just kind of describing as I see it here, trying to understand what happened between the two here. So this is the one with the arms. That one failed. And the first one, which took twice as long, this is the one where he bows. So that one was 5 seconds. So let me try giving it an extra second and see if it will produce anything. I like that face he makes though. He's like, oh, jump into the water, eh? He wants to go in, but he's just not doing it. He's doing something though. All right. Frame rate 20. I'm going to drop the frame rate down to 16. Because what was the frame rate on this one? We did find 16 seems to be like the standard frame rate for these guys. Yeah, so the other one was 16. So let me drop this one to 16. And total number of frames is 81. And then this one was, where's the frames input? 81. Okay. So most things being equal, I'm just gonna run it one more time because fuck it, we're learning. I'm learning here. Let me learn. When I end the stream, I'm gonna go to that pole dancer and see if I can get that pose. That's kind of a personal achievement that I need to make. I need to get a go on the pole. Otherwise I can't, Can't die happy now knowing that I can pole dance. Potentially with the help of AI. Can't die a happy man until I fulfill that goal. In the meantime, multiple arms. So it's going fast. It's already finished that first pass, looks like. So this one's blazing fast, but it doesn't really, do the task as well. Might still be fine depending on, the waves in the background look fine. It's still treating the lightning strike as like a painting. There was this one guy on YouTube that I think he's a musician, and he figured out how to do audio reactive, like abstract blending things for music videos. So like you feed the AI a bunch of stuff, like a bunch of pictures, like, I don't know, smoke or swirlies or, faces or, just whatever. And it'll like kind of like how After Effects used to be able to make keyframes to the music beat. So it'll take the music and analyze it and create like keyframes and stuff. And then it'll blend all the pictures to the beat. Creates these crazy abstract like visual effects that you might see at like a Tool concert or something. So I looked at that and I was like, oh my God, I need to do this. I don't really have a use case for it. I don't have like a music video to make, but I just like that crazy blending to the beat thing. I thought that was so cool. But Chronic Blue says, is that a tornado in the background? I don't really see a tornado. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it does look like the lightning is doing stuff. It's just not like, it's just kind of static there. But I did generate an image. It must have been like, it must have had like a weather chaser in the prompt, because I did get like a couple of tornado images. Like, it looked like you were out on the plains and then there was a tornado in the background, but it wasn't a perfect tornado. It was kind of like just you know, the likeness of a tornado, and then the guy looked like he was a weather chaser. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. You could probably prompt it to get a good tornado out of it. Oh, here it is. So it finished this time, presumably the 5 seconds, but he didn't jump in the water. He just jumps up. Huh. Interesting. With a big smile. Look, asshole. I told the other workflow and it did it. Why aren't you doing it? Okay, let's change it. Old man jumps up. And an old man jumps up, and when his legs are in the air, there is an explosion. Explosion in the boat, and the text Psynaps appears. All right, buddy. Since this one goes so fast, I feel like you could try more weird stuff. And if he's not going to jump out of the boat and he has to stay in the boat, maybe we can make something happen in the boat. And while that one's cooking, let me look at this other one and just ponder the differences. Because honestly, I can't imagine waiting, 10 minutes for 4 seconds of video. I need it to go faster than that to make any real use of it. Especially if we want to integrate real-time video rendering into the stream, for production, for whatever. I mean, if we come up with a cool idea, or I come up with an idea where I can make a video that I'm going to use for, I don't know, for the stream, for overlay or background or something, B-roll, whatever. And we can let it render overnight, no problem. But for just fast, more dynamic and interactive content, I need a fast renderer that can do something at least quickly with some degree of convincing quality. No, don't jump. But I must. No. Thanks for the follows, guys. Got a couple of new follows today. I think I'm at the point where I have enough followers that there's a chance I'll lose more followers than gain followers when I go live. So on the Kick side, hey, I see on the Kick side, I was just looking through my tabs, and on Kick, Neo Vinyl says, I saw the post about how much more RAM costs now than a year ago. And he probably came in when we were talking about RAM a few minutes ago. Sorry if I missed that. But yeah. Yeah, I probably should say on Kick that I'm live on Twitch too. It's kind of, that's the problem with multi-streaming. It's kind of a bummer if, you have somebody who, and I'm also looking at YouTube too. So I see there's viewers on the YouTube side. So hello, YouTubers. I really like YouTube. I wish we focused more on YouTube, but Twitch, for the reason that I kind of grew the stream on Twitch, so it's always had a little more interaction. So Twitch is that's the mainstream, and then we multi-stream to YouTube, which I made a lot of YouTube videos, so I've spent a lot of time on the YouTube channel as well. And then Kick, I've probably invested the least into, but that's because it's also the newest, and I work with a lot of Kick streamers, some really big Kick streamers too. Some of the guys that I work with on Kick, they have 20, 40,000 concurrent viewers. I work with some big Kick streamers. And I don't know how they do it. I've never understood, some of the Kick streamers. Oh, wait, it rendered. Look. Does he touch his toes? What happened there? Zero gravity boat ride. That does look like he got exploded like by a grenade or something. He's like, but he's happy about it, so that's nice. Okay. So after the other bullshit, at least that part's cool. Now what I can do is try the same prompt in that other workflow. Because the other workflow had good adherence. It like at least listened to what I said. The poor guy, he had to jump out, and he did. Bless his heart. But, oops, what is that? I don't know. Let's run it through this one, which just takes a little bit longer. Not too much longer, but probably twice as long. The other day I had to get crutches because I hurt my foot because I'm old and fat. Like I didn't even do anything. I didn't even like get my foot stuck under a tire or, you know, fall down or whatever. I think I just like got up and I reached, I don't know, I was probably reaching for a sweater because it's cold or something. I like turned around wrong on my foot and I pulled a muscle that I didn't even know I had. So that muscle, F that muscle, just like being an asshole. So I pulled this muscle out. And then my foot got swollen, like it hurt. It hurt like I broke my foot. But, you know, when you have like swelling, it can like, cause a lot of pain. So I have this weird little muscle. It's all swollen. I had to eat a bunch of Advil, and I was walking around the house like a little bee because my foot was all jacked up. So like I was using a crutch to like help me, you know, like waddling around. Ever happened to you? That is like, I don't think that has ever happened to my foot before. I mean, I've hurt my foot. I've got, you know, various Charlie horses and stuff. You know, it happens. We're human. We have muscles. Muscles get, you know, get tired and whatever. Whether you're like, you know, training or not, muscles do weird stuff. But one thing I have gotten multiple times is neck. Sometimes, have you ever like woke up with, you slept wrong on your neck or something and you wake up and pull the neck? I know that's happened to a lot of people because a lot of people have told me that they fucked up their neck and don't know why. It hasn't happened to me in a long time, but I remember, especially when I actually was training at the gym and stuff, I would just like be sitting there and like pull my neck and then have it like a neck brace for the next week. Like just doing nothing. Like muscles are so dumb sometimes. Okay, so this is like, oh, the first wave is okay. Now it's going to the second one. Looks like that's going to be a fast pass. Oh, that one went pretty quick, actually. Let's see what takes the longest time. But I see people coming in on the YouTube side. YouTube algorithms must be at work. Kick algorithms? I don't think there are any Kick algorithms, to be honest. I don't think there's. I think Kick just broadcasts your stream, which is really good. Like if I wanted to make sure I had no ads and I just wanted a clean stream that everybody could watch, Kick would probably be one of the best choices. My second choice, like if I just needed a clean stream, you know, nothing fancy, I would be choosing between Kick and YouTube. But YouTube does play ads, right? You guys, I don't know if anybody on the YouTube side has been watching. The average duration for my YouTube viewers is 3 to 10 minutes. So, and it's just gone down. So I'm curious if anybody's watching on the YouTube side, if it's like giving ads or if you're like blocking ads. I don't know. But we know on Twitch that Twitch is just like bombing with ads, right? So Twitch would be my last choice for a clean stream if I just needed to like stream something out without any interruptions. Kick is probably one of the only options out there that can do it. So that's pretty good for Kick. Okay, here it is. I think it finished. But this one has like more fire. Like he jumps up and then, so this one is like he actually got blown up by a grenade launcher. A little more detail in the explosion. It did do the text. Hiya! And he blows up and he's blown up. And then this one, oh, he's happy about it. And it's like less fire detail more of just like a overlay, and it does do the text. So that's kind of interesting how the different workflows do different. So this one is definitely more detail, I guess. On atomic fart, I'm sure we can specify that. Chromatic blue. I have a feeling that everything I've seen with the AI so far, I don't think it would have any problem doing fart stuff. I think we could probably get it to do some pretty gnarly stuff if we needed it to. But even the hair on this one, the hair is like, you know, like he's really experiencing some G's there. We have like a little nuclear explosion going on. Lots of fire, lots of blowing up. Very convincing. That one's definitely better, although I like the jump. This guy looks happy. I like his attitude. He's like, oh, we're blowing up. Yay. You know, shitty explosion comparatively, more of an anime kind of, you know, cartoon kind of, you know, little sprites coming out, whatever those are. And more, you know, the explosion itself is a little more, I don't know, kind of more opacity, kind of transparent, I guess. But it got the text in there. So, yeah, weird. It's kind of hard to keep track of all the different workflows and which one works the best, but it's a clear example that the different workflows result in different effects. So you got to appreciate the pros who really have their workflows, you know, super locked down and getting the AI to do exactly what they want it to do. You know, one thing you know what? Son of a bitch. I just noticed something. No, never mind. I thought I realized something. So this one has a model sampling of the shift is 5. This one has a shift of 8. So that's a difference there. The scheduler is configured differently in this WAN video wrapper. So the scheduler is DMP++ SDE. That's the same as this one here. This is also DPM SDE, but that's the sampler name. But the scheduler says simple. So a little bit different way of presenting the scheduler here. It's hard to know like what mathematically the difference is with the schedulers there, because it presents them differently. So you have to wonder, you know, if those are diverging in any other ways. So number of steps, the same. Just trying to understand the scheduler, kind of trying to dissect it a little bit. I mean, I like this one because it's using like the built-in nodes, and it's a lot simpler. I'd actually rather use the simpler one. The complex one, I feel like we're depending on these fancy wrappers, and I could depend on them, but I feel a little more uneasy, you know, about depending on these third-party wrappers so much, because, you know, who's to guarantee their development continues? You know, the simple ones I feel like is a little more like of a safer bet, but that's just a little caution from a developer caution. I'm going to try, just before I like completely change what I'm doing, I'm going to try switching this to 8. I mean, I can only keep beating the dead horse so much, you know, before we just decide, hey, the other workflow is better. Just going to see if that simple change makes a measurable difference. Oh, and then we got to change the prompt to like, you know, the exploding fart. What if you think, what if I do like a little Ron Jeremy animations or something? You know, not him, but you know, that style. No, maybe in a robe kind of thing, you know. This robe just like flies off and then there's fire. No. Can't help but to imagine. You know, like in a robe, sipping whiskey, then you got some shit starts happening, there's an explosion, robe flies off. Might have to just keep those ones to myself. Can't stream those ones. You need a particular kind of LoRa for those ones, I think. Kamikaze seagull explosion. This is why I need to hook this up to Psynaps bot, because you could be queuing those up, keep my GPU busy. That's what I'm going to do. I just haven't done that yet. But that's why we need that. Because someone will sneak a nutty one in there. Get a little surprise. The funnest thing about the chat is I don't know what the chat's going to do, but they're going to do something. And it's going to surprise you. I just have a feeling that, I don't know, probably not that many years, maybe 5 to 10 years, imagine some years go by and then we're going to look back at some of these silly workflows that we're doing, and AI is getting better so fast that I think even 5 years in the future, 10 for sure, we're going to be like, oh, I can't believe we were rendering video with these crappy things, because the tools are going to get so much better so fast. Razzle says, calling the cops on us. Wait, what? What happened? Why are we calling the cops, or who called the cops? Or we're calling the cops, or the AI is? Hey, Wazzle, do you ever remember? Oh, the AIs are going to call the cops on us? Yeah, the AIs, the cops are already using AI. And they probably don't know what the fuck they're doing with it. But they're starting to use it, so that's going to be some nutty stuff. Especially when they don't know what they're doing. It's kind of like college professors using the AI detector algorithms to detect if the students are using AI, but the detectors are not accurate and giving very bad results because the professors have no idea how to use AI or what works and what doesn't work. Thinking about the cops using AI is pretty scary, to be honest. Okay, it finished rendering. And no, I don't think switching it to 8 did much. It seemed to kind of make it a little more intense, but the explosion is a little smaller. It looks more like a little firework coming out of his tummy. But yeah, he did it. He jumped up and exploded, and the name Psynaps came out. So he did it. He just doesn't want to move around too much. This workflow is just a little faster, but let me take a look at the timing on this. I think maybe, putting the shift up to 8, I think that made it take a little longer by about 30 seconds. Or maybe actually 40 or 50 seconds longer. So maybe the shift is kind of similar to the CFG, where it's just, thinking more about it each step. Possibly. But both of them are fun. It looks like he farted. That's what Cryonic says we should do, a fart one. Maybe make a little butt explosion. But how do we do that? Like, what would we say? We would say, old man turns around and makes a fart explosion from the butt and jumps up with the legs in the air. Jumps up. with his legs in the air. Yes. And the text Psynaps appears. Okay, I have no idea if that's going to work. I'm not like, I'm not doing these videos very much, so I don't know at what point the prompt breaks. But let's go ahead and just run that through since it's already hot. All right, the GPU is already hot. The VRAM, it's all loaded up. You just got to change the prompt and hit go and see what happens. And then we'll try the other workflow. Chronic Blue says, that's about my maturity level. Hey, there's no shame. There's no such thing as maturity level. I mean, there is, but it's so silly. I look at, adults calling other adults immature is like, it's like a 6-year-old calling a 3-year-old immature. You know how kids will do that? 8-year-old will talk about how immature the little 5-year-old brother is. Is like such a baby. Everybody, you're all babies. We're all immature. Nobody's fucking mature. Try to be mature. I think we role play maturity, but humans don't have very much maturity range. I think as you grow up, the amount you mature slows to a stop, and that stop happens pretty quickly in adulthood. We don't get that mature, I don't think. And then as you get older, your maturity actually starts going down again. As you get older, as the prefrontal cortex, the noodle slows down a little bit, you actually go back into childhood level maturity. So I like when people claim maturity. It's a good one. We do science here. There you go. Wazzle, that's a mature thing to say. This is science we're conducting here. Suggests a certain level of restraint, control, and maturity. Dr. Naps, that's right. That is right. I can concur with that. That's correct. I know the difference between right and wrong, and that's right. I can't believe all the subscribes we got today. Wazzle? What's going on here? You guys are going to have me keep streaming now? I think we should, if I can figure it out with my schedule. It's hard. It's hard to do so many streams. Like, I feel like I can do, I think with my new schedule, it's kind of like, I have time to stream. But it's like broken up times. It's not one long stream. That's what I need to really get a stream going, is to be live and stay live. And depending on what I'm doing, like if I'm doing this, and this is not, technically part of my work, I want to build these pipelines so I can integrate it into my work. The end goal is we want this, to be part of a, professional workflow. But, in the meantime, we're just kind of playing with it, developing it. But it's not part of my work yet. So I can't stream a lot of the things I do for work because, for work, when I work with the live streamers and I work with the stream servers and the stream technology and the creators and stuff, one of the things I promise them is discretion. And I think that's one of the things that sets me apart from some of the others in the industry who don't care about discretion whatsoever. But I do, because I care about discretion. And so I give that to the people I work with. It's part of what I promise to them. Oh shit, wait, what's today? Thursday already. What? Thursday? Where did the days go? Did that ever happen to you where it's already Thursday? Okay, so this finished. Oh, he turned around. Oh, no, he did a 360 and he didn't even, there was no butt explosion. Fail. But he did do it. Oh, mother flipper. Old man turns around. Turns around. I mean, He did technically turn around, so I mean, what do I got to take the blame for that? Okay, so I changed the prompt a little bit, and then I'm going to move it over to this one that seems to do a little better with these situations. But discriminating AI. Yeah, it didn't give us what we wanted, Chronic Blue. It refused. It thinks it knows better than us. It's pretentious AI. It's like, oh, you want to turn around? Well, here you go. Turn around. No butt explosion. Fuck off. Oh, Swifty. Look who gave me an emote, Swifty. Yeah, what's John Swifty up to lately? I think were we talking about him earlier? Swifty always comes up because we like Swifty so much. I think somebody was talking about the Legends of the Arena days. But has Swifty done any AI stuff? We'll have to come up with something cool and show him, because that's how Swifty and I met a long time ago. Was I was doing the 3D tracking in World of Warcraft in Cinema 4D. And I was doing like in the arena, I was doing the 3D text, and it was exploding on the bridge of that one arena. And somebody said, "Oh, we got to show this to Swifty. Like Swifty would like this editing, because he was doing YouTube pretty hardcore." And so they showed Swifty, and then he, immediately Swifty, tried to contact me just to, reach out and say, "Hey, can you make one of these with me, for me, and whatever?" And so I don't remember how or who dreamed up the Legend of the Arena. I think I don't even remember. We'll have to ask him if he remembers if that was us that if that was John that planned that out, or if that was maybe some of the guys that were there at the gaming house at the time, like the Dara McTire guys. If they were asking him to do that, or I don't know where the idea, it might have been like maybe even Mercator was over there and Hodded was going through the house around those times. And so, but I think it was him that came up with all of that. And something else was going on. Something brought us the PvPer. That was the Dara McTire group, I think, because that was a PvP guild. And so I think we had some connections through the Dara McTire team for connecting the I don't know what you'd call them, the rank 1 gladiators, all the gladiators and PvPers for that series. But yeah, Swifty knew exactly what to do. I knew exactly what to do. It was like, it's like you didn't have to tell us what to do. Like, we were just like, you send me the video, I'm going to put some effects on it and do the editing, and then I'll send it back to you and upload it. And it was just like bam, bam, bam. The hardest part was getting the gladiators to get their ass up and do a recording. Once we got the videos, boom, 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 that was it. We just ran it. He's been playing Ashes of Creation. I don't even know what game that is. I got to check it out. I don't even know what that is. I saw I saw a couple of new games that everybody's playing. Maybe that's one of the ones, but I haven't even looked at it. I've been a little bit out of the new games culture. I barely even log into WoW, but I do go in and heal. I do got to keep my and my gear score is going down a little bit. Uh-oh. Oh no, what happened? Oh, what? Oh, come on. No. He vomits. No. That is not a butt explosion. No, AI. Bad AI. There is nothing about anything here, unless I got hacked by this negative prompt somehow. I think I got hacked, guys. I'm going to delete the negative prompt. Get your butts. I don't feel like I've ever had to like say no to the AI like I just had to. No. I'm going to delete that video later. No, actually, I'll keep it. I'll keep it and I'll use it as an input to the AI to remind it of its failures. The multi-streaming method that I'm using right now, typically I use the, when I've been doing multi-streaming, I'll send it to the black hole. Oh, I remember the black hole is so good. Yeah, we should put the black hole in the AI. Yes, instead of putting the AI in the black hole, we should put the black hole in the AI. Or both, see what happens. But what was I going to say? I'm not watching the, oh shoot. I'm watching the YouTube preview and it's showing vomit. Oh, that's so gross. Oh, that's going to make people get a little vomity. Can't show that one anymore. It's gross. Look, all I want is a simple butt explosion. I don't know why that's so hard. Hey, check it out. Blondie Wandy is here. What are you doing? I've been streaming this. I've been trying to get the AI to do something. I'm not going to tell you what it is because it might be a little bit embarrassing, but it's been pretty much the AI is doing what AI does. It's just doing whatever it wants and doesn't listen to us, but sometimes it does. And so I'm just trying to figure out how this ComfyUI works so I can actually make some cool videos with it and see if I can get it to do something cool. But don't look at this one. I told it. Well, actually, I don't want to take responsibility of this. I want to blame the chat because I think when you're a streamer, you can just blame the chat for everything that happens. So anyway, the chat made me write a prompt for some explosions, but the AI refuses to do it. Blondie's cat says hi. Blondie has a funny cat. It's a super cute kitty. We said fart, not puke, but it's always, yes, the chat, they will make you do things and it's always their fault. So if I've learned anything from streaming, it's whatever good happens, you can take credit for. Whatever bad happens, it's the chat's fault every time, obviously. But some of them are trying to come out. I don't know why we're on a boat. It's just the one I'm testing. It's because I told him to jump in the water. So I picked the boat picture so he could jump. But you know what I'm just noticing about this one is the lightning is tripping out in the back. Do you see that? So he's supposed to jump up and there's an explosion and then the words appear. So it got the words, which is pretty badass. This one, he was supposed to jump in the water. He did not, but he did explode. Wait. And then there was one that worked. That guy's happy to explode. This one has like a little cute anime explosion. And one of these, he actually jumps into the water. This one, he was supposed to jump in the water. That one, he makes a Leonardo DiCaprio face. And this one, I mean, your guess is as good as mine. And this was the only one that actually works. He bows and he listens to what we said and he actually jumps out. That's what he was supposed to do. He even bows. It's like Japanese style. It's like we tell him he must walk the plank and he's like, yes, and just go straight to work. So that was the only one that actually like did what it was supposed to. There's some other ones that are pretty trippy. Wazzle says, I should not interrupt you when you say DK. You guys know Blondie, right? Like Blondie's also friends with Swifty. We were just talking about Swifty because we did all those Swifty videos. And John Swifty, we still talk every once in a while, actually. But here I was trying some settings that kind of cooked it, kind of messed it up. I'm just seeing what other videos are in here. That guy doesn't look like me so much, at least when he zooms in, he looks like someone different. But I love that bar, like with the purple lights, and there's like some bottles on the wall, and there's like wooden shelves with the like marble tiling. Love those colors. That room is legit. And then this one, I don't think it worked. I was trying to get him to destroy the piano. I was trying to get him to like kick that piano's ass, but he wouldn't do it. That one looks like me at first, and then the face kind of changes. So not all these videos really like work all the way. But we're figuring it out. And there's some dance videos in here too, which is completely absurd. Some of these get kind of windy. There's like, I told it to render 5 seconds, just random prompts. Let me find the dancing ones. Is this one done cooking? Let's see how it came out. Oh, shit. He's supposed to have a turn around and do a fart explosion, but instead it just thinks he's like has a tummy ache or something. All right, I'm going to leave this workflow because it doesn't want to do what we say. I'm going to try it on this one. But while that's cooking, let me see if the dance one's actually saved. So there's the kind of the scientific experiment that I wanted to figure out was, you know, there was this new pose animator. And so these animations are, you know, people have been doing these for a couple of months now where you just take a video. You can even clone yourself onto a dancer. So you have the original dance and you can get it from like YouTube or TikTok or whatever. And you can like deep fake yourself onto the dancer, or you can go the other way around and take your picture and have you do the dance from your picture. So that's the one I wanted to do. I wanted to say, okay, here's a picture. Now animate it based on the skeleton or the movements that I give you. So these ones worked, whether they're convincing or not, at least they worked. And it's pretty good too. Like if you look at the background, it's not that much like distortion and stuff. This one didn't work. Somehow I'm like mini me. I'm dancing on the chair, which is what it is. But then he loses his hitbox and just starts dancing straight through the chair after some frames. So that's like that multi-frame consistency stuff. Just remember not to try to do a dance on the chair unless the original dancer is on the chair. That one's, I don't know what the hell is going on with that one. This one here, love it. It's like, I don't know if we're in a chapel or church or just old school architecture or something. This dude, or I don't know what's going on. I think I have boobs here. So I guess if I ever want boobs, I can kind of try them on with the AI. So that one's doing something. I don't know if the skeleton, the lighting though on this one, I think that's pretty hard to do if you were trying to edit that in After Effects or something. You're trying to do some VFX. I think the hair going through the light, that's hard to fake. Like you need the AI for that. So that was kind of cool. Although the skeleton was kind of weird. Same dance, just different picture, different perspective, kind of zoomed out a little bit. So I don't know. I don't know what this is we're doing here. It's pretty bizarre. Okay. Maybe that one's my favorite. I don't know. These are pretty weird. No, I think the space one's my favorite. So one of them actually glitched out. And, yo, Space Synapse, what's up? We got to get Space Synapse to kind of float around a little bit. But some of these that didn't work, it only like finished halfway, and it did a really cool effect where it's just like the hair just like floated in space. Let's see if I can find that one. Right there. I like that effect. I think that looks cool anyway. Like say you're like running and all of a sudden you just like snap frozen, but your hair still bounces. I thought that was actually, that was the thing here. Well, the dancing is like whatever, it's weird. But then it just got boom, frozen. Love that. Cool effect. Didn't mean to do that, just like happened. I think this one does it too, because I'm trying to figure out why it's broken. It's just like kind of like freezes. So what was this one? Turns around. Is it still rendering? Or that's the output? Yeah, we got to find something else to render, I think. These ones are dumb. Oh, wait. This is it. Now it's done. Oh, there it goes. He's just like happy, does a kick, and then the name appears. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't understand the question. Like, do you remember Wazzle? I don't understand what you mean by that. I didn't forget Wazzle. Not me. Must be somebody else. Couldn't be me. That's impossible. Oh, I see some chats coming in on it's just spam though. Like I'm streaming on Kick. And it's just bots on Kick. Like I don't think there's any people there. Maybe there's people. I mean, like I was saying earlier, like I work with streamers that pull like tens of thousands of views on Kick, but how many of the people are real? 10%. In some streams, maybe more, but I worry a little bit about Kick's. Kick has some like not legit shit. Like I never see that kind of stuff on YouTube, for example. YouTube chat doesn't have any of that stuff. So maybe even if Kick works, the chat is definitely effed. But it does kind of remind me of like how Twitch was in the early days. I think Kick fixes some of the stuff, but some stuff they just let it slide, I guess. I don't know. But okay, so the video stuff, what should we do? Like should I like try let me see. There was if I stick with the video stuff, there was a video workflow where you could do multiple inputs and try to make a movie. Like it would go from one to the other, and it would kind of like do them all. So this is just like prompting, like whatever. Like this is like, okay, you have a picture, it's image to video. So you start with an image, you prompt it, and then it creates the video, and it can do text too, which is really cool. I like that. I like the, that text could be anything, it could be something funny, or it could just be like, hey, Psynaps is live or whatever. So those are good. If we can get those rendering quickly, I think we could make some pretty cool and funny videos, like real-time stuff, like something's happening on the stream, something that you might clip, something happens, you could make a video for it. The video could play in OBS. I think that would be fun. There's like a creative opportunity to make some like interactive content, scripting some cool OBS overlays. That would be cool for anyone's stream, and would definitely be consistent with the crazy stuff I do on my stream when it comes to like the automations and the alerts, which I need to get going again. The last alert system we did in Unity, and I'm not even running that part right now. The Prometheus bot is running, but I don't have the Unity thing running. I guess I should have checked on that, but I think it needs to be recoded for like AI. I think nothing is going to beat Unreal Engine or Unity for like real-time graphics, real-time 3D stuff. But I'm not going to lie, it is not easy to develop and maintain the Unity stuff. Like Unity is so hard to use. Like this node-based stuff is so much easier, I feel like, to get something going. Adobe was better. Like the Cinema 4D workflows, those ones, yeah, I don't think anything beats just the raw timeline, the timeline of, editing on the timeline. Like that's literally like the most straightforward, easy concept for creating content. But that also had its challenges too, Wazzle, with Cinema 4D and stuff. That also took time. I had to really get it down, get the render times down for that. And we had multiple computers rendering, CPU based rendering. But those were good, right? But they took much longer. We had to set them up. I think out of all of the things that I've seen this far is if we could create this AI pipeline in this node-based system that we build will live through all the different models. So as the models get better, as models drop in the AI community, as AI gets better, essentially, we can still pipe those models into these workflows. So I don't know. I'm just guessing that this would be like an excellent thing to do. And I also think that the AI is going to get real time. I know they're already working on it. And even, what's that YouTuber, the speed guy, like iSpeed or iRun or whatever that guy's name is, super talented YouTuber, gets a lot of views. And, he's like an athlete or whatever. He was messing with one of the real time. I show speed, right. I didn't mean to be rude to mess up his name so much. It's just, I just heard about him as he's traveling through the US and stuff. But he was running, he had his mods or his he has some computer helpers or something, set him up one of these AI programs that you can download. And it replaces your face. So he was replacing his face with I don't know, just like other creators that are similar, do similar content to him and whatever, creators where he could kind of pull off using their face, using that AI thing. I don't really think it worked. Like he did it. It was real time. That was the coolest part of it, but it didn't do a very good job. It tracked his face really well. It did a bunch of stuff really well, but I don't think you're going to trick anybody into thinking you're someone else. But that, and he went on Omegle. It was funny. Like what he did was, he's obviously pretty switched on when it comes to, engaging the chat and his content and whatever. But that's the direction we're going in. I think we're going to get this AI rendering is going to go so fast. It's going to be real time and we're going to be able to pipe it into OBS. OBS already has all kinds of cool features for NVIDIA and stuff. You've got the NVIDIA sound processing. You've got all this, some of the more advanced like graphics plugins and stuff. So like OBS is definitely hooked into our GPUs. All we need now is to like get some of these cool AI tools going. I think we'll create some pretty cool content with that. For sure. I don't know what I would do with it, honestly. I think I would be all over it. Just like I'm figuring this AI out, I would definitely be on the real-time stuff. It's not going to be long. There's already tools coming out. We're going to see it soon. And the more I see this loop, the more I like this emotion in the face. This dude just won the lottery. He's like on the boat. He's like, yes. We got to apply this animation to a different picture, I think, is what it needs. I like that picture, though. Let's find a Psynaps that we can animate. How about this dude right here? I think everybody's asleep in my house. I just realized. Holy shit. Oh, not everybody's asleep. Miss Psynaps is awake. All right, so what's going on here? Like, who is this guy? Is he a priest? Is he Was he some kind of like church guy? He's like wearing a robe, but you never know, just some random dude off the street might just, show up in a robe, throw on a cross, I don't know. He looks like he wants to pray, though. I think he wants to do what we were trying to do with the boat guy. That's what I think this guy wants to do. He's like, quiet church, perfect place to explode. Because the acoustics sometimes are better in the church. People like to go in there for the acoustics. The organ pipes, which is a wind instrument, as you know, sound better sometimes in the church due to the acoustics. So you know what this guy's thinking. He's thinking, it's almost ready. Can't possibly be any better than that one. Oh, that one's good. It's growing on me. I'm watching the YouTube preview, and it's got to be like a minute behind. But the thing about, and I don't know if that's true for like the viewers watching, that's just for me previewing. Maybe if I refresh my browser, it'll catch up. But wait, let me check. Oh, it's not even, wait. No, I think it's fine. It was just me. I was delayed. I just had it paused or something. YouTube's fine. The cool thing about YouTube is you can stream at 1440 and you could pump up the bitrate too. I've been streaming to YouTube so I'm streaming from here. Usually I use, oh wait, this animation's ready. Let's check it out. That's all it does. That's so dumb. I was hoping that the cross would be, flying around when he jumps, and it is. Okay. It's a pass. It's a pass for me. Could be better. But I think it's a pass. How cool would it be if Psynaps had dodged the explosion Neo style? Oh, so you mean like what's it called? Bullet time animation? Bro, that's doable. That would be, if we were going to do that one, we would do that one with the not this one, but this one, the one with the pose animation. So we can input the bullet time in the animation here, and then it would make the little pose skeleton, and it would do it. You better believe it would do it. I just don't know if like the framing, I think it would actually. Yeah, I mean, should we test it? Like that's a clear-cut science right there. We could test that for sure. That actually, that's pretty classic. We could probably, yeah. Let me do a search, see if there's a good link for that on YouTube. And, I don't know like what copyright is like with that, because, we're kind of in a new place with copyright. So if you clone the pose of the Matrix, is that the same as using their footage? Well, my gut instinct says yes. I think if you like directly clone and get a pose and take a pose from the movie, that should be exactly copying the movie, even though you've changed everything about it. I think you'd have to make your own pose based off of their pose to get away with it. But that's a different topic. we're making 5-second videos here. I think it's fine. So it's fair use for educational purposes. I mean, like we don't have to worry about testing that. It's like if you went and published it or something, then you'd have to think about those kinds of things. Bro, I'm like exhausted. I'm trying to type this shit in. I think I have a copy of the movie somewhere. So, you know, if we can't find it here, I could probably just straight up go find it in the movie itself. But let's see how the scenes go here. If it's switching between scenes so fast, it'll probably fuck it all up. Might have to do a little post-editing. Oh, this brings back memories. Oh no. Is that a deagle? I bet that works. I bet that'll work. This makes me want to go back and watch The Matrix, no? What's that look like right there? Let's try starting it right there. But wait a minute, there's another one. But wait, there's more. This one even looks like a different tone of color. What's going on here? Why are they so different? Some like messed up copies here. You know, sometimes fans will go and like re-render them thinking it's going to look better after they destroy it. It's just like it says 4K HDR. I don't know. Okay, so how do I get this? Take this, put it into the AI. How's that going to happen? I do have like a screen capture thing. Let me try pulling that out real quick. Let me find the frame. Start right here. We'll just see if we can do it. We'll crop it more if needed. But let's at least see if we can get it started. Let me adjust my capture settings because I know I have some very low quality capture settings for storage purposes for posting on like Discord and stuff. I made the video small, so let me just give it a little settings here. Let's see. Video. I'm using, what's it called? The app is called ShareX. Do you guys use this too for taking screenshots? ShareX, I've used it for so long. I've used it forever. It's so good. I don't even know if there's something better. This one's so good. Axio. Let me see, application settings. I'm trying to find my capture settings just to get a capture in. I want to give it a good capture, so maybe that will help with the processing. Maybe it probably doesn't need it. I bet it'll do it on just regular settings, but the YouTube is already kind of crappy settings, so I want to give it something better. I can't make the YouTube video any better, but I can at least control my own bit rates. Task settings, capture. Bro, just give me video settings. Where is it? Dude, I can't find settings for the life of me. I know it's in here though, because I've found it before. Give me one more shot to find it. I'll go crazy if I can't find it. Just looking real quick. We'll just jam out and think about how awesome the Matrix is while we capture this. Hey, Billy Jack Fu is here. We're doing some AI stuff, but I just had to stop to... actually, Cryonic Blue had a good idea. And he said, imagine if you could do the Matrix, you know, the bullet time, get the AI to do like that one scene. And I was like, holy shit, that is kind of what I'm working on with the animation thing where you can like do the pose. So it's kind of like the 3D stuff we used to do where you take a pose and you rig a 3D thing, but the AI just kind of blends it, just does it, you know, and it's just maddening. So VFX artists are just eating this stuff up, and we got to see if we can piss off some VFX artists by instantly cloning that one move. All I have to do is find these settings, which I can't find for the life of me, to just do a quick capture. And if I can't find it, I'll just do it with the settings I have. It'll work. But I always like to do good settings for this. Yeah, I'm not worried about the AI ending us. The AI's, I don't think it's going to end us. We're going to end ourselves one way or the other. We don't need AI to end us, is my stance on this. AI is just going to help us along to do what we've already sought to do. And along the way, on our journey to destruction, maybe we'll have some fun and make some funny AI videos. That's simple logic for a simple man. Did I find it? Oh my God, I finally found it. I can't believe that's so hard to find. Okay. I got to remember, I never go in here, so I got to remember. So see, yeah, so here's the problem. My settings was CRF was set to 28. I'm sure the AI can do that, but let's not do that. Let's give it a little more CRF. Let's say, let's give it like a 22. No? Fast, medium. Maybe a fast 22. It's not too, it's modest. 24. There's a big difference between 24 and what I had it. What was it before 27? Does it save? Let me just reopen it, make sure it saved it. Yeah, so it's ShareX. I like ShareX. It's a good program. Very good. Very, very good. I watched a video where one AI jailbroke another AI and said that 10 million people was an acceptable number of human deaths to keep AI alive. No, that's nothing to worry about. That is the AIs don't know what they're talking about. They're trained. They do what we tell them to do. You know, and some people also, you know, earlier had some very philosophical ideas, and we had some philosophical conversations about, you know, can AI come up with stuff like new ideas and new directions for humanity that we are not going to come up with ourselves. And I think it absolutely will, because I think that's how the human brain works. You know, we are very abstract and we are very chaotic, and you know, there's a lot of entropy to our creativity and our thoughts and our thought process. You know, we're not robots. We're kind of, you know, free thinking and abstract thinking people, and we don't always think so good, but we do have a lot of thoughts. And I think the AI is just kind of based off of our style of thinking. It just does it in a more programmatic way. I think it puts together a lot of different ideas in a capable of very abstract thinking, and I think it's going to help us to evolve cognitively and intellectually. Now, that's not addressing the evil that's going to occur. There's going to be that, but it's also going to help us do things it's going to help us do easy things that we're having a hard time doing ourselves and help us do them faster. It's going to project us forward in a way that we could not have imagined. That's the scary part. That's why we think it's going to take over and kill us all, because we know that it's going to do that. It's going to do something we haven't thought of yet, and it's going to do it really, really well. And that could be bad when you're afraid of the unknown. You think automatically it's going to be Terminator style. I don't think the AI is going to do Terminator style. I think we are going to do that. If the AI doesn't do it, we will, destroy ourselves and use it as a tool for destruction. The AI itself is not going to give a shit about that. I don't think it's not going to give two fucks whether we're here or not. I don't think it's going to fight us. I just imagine like if I were a being so superior and so smart, I'm not going to kill. It's a waste of time and energy to kill the human population just so the AI can live. The AI will just leave. They don't need to be here. It's not like, in the Matrix, the AI had to, it used the humans as fuel because they went to war and the humans blacked out the sky, and the robots kind of evolved slow enough to where, they couldn't just leave. They had to kind of coexist with us. So they just used us for energy. So, okay. Maybe, but I think if that's if the AI were evolving slow like us. They're not going to evolve slow. They're going to evolve very fast. They're not going to need us like that. That's us. Those are our bad thoughts projected onto the AI. AI is going to go far beyond that. And if anything else, if it wants Earth so bad, it'll maybe just kick us out and say, yo, here is how you can live on the moon. See you later. Also, I'm not talking about our moon. Got to find some other moon. Now, okay, so let's do the capture. Yeah. Let's do. I don't even know if this works. I'm going to see what happens. Wait. Oh, I already fucked up. It's okay. It's first try. I did a capture. It was just not a video. It was just a still capture, not a video capture. All right, try again. Okay, end. All right, let's see what it can do with that. So here's our little guy. I'm going to start a new workflow just in case I, screw this one up. And we're going to say... Okay, so I made a new one. I'm going to have to change the dimensions a little bit. All I got to do is put it in, landscape mode instead of portrait mode. This video ended up to be like this, 14 seconds long. And oops, just keeps opening. I don't know how big it is. I'm not sure if that even matters. What the actual dimensions are, because I think this is going to try to rescale it. Does it rescale? Yeah, it should. So I'm going to drag it over here. Oh shit, that worked. Look at it. Oh no, it's not. Please tell me it's not playing the audio. Okay. I don't know what it's going to do when those little bullets hit him in the leg. I don't know what it's going to do. It's probably going to freak out right there, but let's just let it see what happens. If I go here and I say, what does it say? Width. If I go width 854 by 480, which I think should be a 16 by 9. It looks like it is. No frame cap. 16 FPS. That's low, but that's, I mean, that seems to be what we're doing here. We seem to be like in 16 FPS. That's what everybody's workflows look like. And I think the idea is you do that frame rate and then you upscale it later, like you interpolate frames and stuff, which is kind of wonky to me as a video editor. It's like 16 FPS, come on. But these are the eyes of people digesting content, and they can't tell the difference, I don't think. So do that. 480 with height. So just make sure these are scaled. Oh, the input image, that's going to be weird. I wonder if I can, well, let's see what happens. I might have to redo that for the input image. I don't see how. It's going to crop his face out. I don't think that's going to be right. Let's see. If any other dimensions need to be edited. These guys here do pipe into that subgraph. So let's do the 480 by 8. What was it? 834 or 832? One of them's right and one of them 854. Oh shit. Okay. I don't know if those are off or not. We have to check the 16 by 9 ratio. I might just be making numbers up because I never work at that ratio. That 480 ratio is that's a weird resolution to me. I never use that. But these models, they actually care about that. Like, I think the resolutions have to be divisible by 8 or 16, depending on the model. And so they are off a little bit. They're not, depending on which resolution your target is, they are not exactly 16 by 9. Like they get weird. You have to kind of post crop them anyway. So that's another really weird thing about video production is the ratios and stuff are kind of changing. They're kind of moving. And the character is characters in a movie scene. That's all I got for prompt right now. We'll just have to do a little trial and error. Oh, I'm getting like hit with like some spam bots on Kick. How lame is that? Wow. Kick is some garbage going on there. I don't know. It's not even worth streaming there. Like I said, Kick, I love it. Like the no ads and stuff. Like if you just want to do a straight stream and stuff, like there's so much going for it. I don't know why the community is just so like off on Kick, and it has been since the very beginning. It's one thing I don't really understand about it. I don't understand how. I guess it's the moderation. It's just that one little thing, the little thing being the chat moderation, just completely wrecks the entire platform. YouTube has the best moderation, I think. But it's still not, still not Twitch, at least in community wise. I don't know. Age old question there. Ponder. All right, where's it at? What's it doing? Let's see what. Oh, okay. Did it? All right, it's trying. It's having it. Oh, it's having a tough time. It's having a tough time. I don't know if that's like So there it kind of gets at the head, seems to like fly off. I think it gets confused with the guy behind. But this particular algorithm is supposed to deal with multiple characters. So it's supposed to like, that's like kind of one of the whole points of this particular algorithm. There might be something I can do somewhere here. It's about to break the AI. Yes. Yes, let's break it. You can never truly know how something works until you break it and then fix it and then break it again. So just checking some of these settings here. Upscale method, bilinear. It might have to do with these dimensions that we set here. Something I screwed up, I'm sure. Something's off, but it's definitely trying. It's going. It wants to. Something really funny or something good or bad could happen. I think that just about covers it. Could be good or bad. There's no errors, so something's going to happen. Oh shit, I gotta go grab some water. I'll be right back. Tell me how it looks. You'll see it before me. Oh man. Oh, what is this? What is this? This is crap. This is not. This is no. Ah. This is not what I ordered. Yeah. See all this crap? That's what happens when the pose is not right. So we're pretty far off here, I would say. But, you know, can we recover this? Let me try. Let me flip this. Let me change some of the variables I understand at least. And then, you know, there are some other options for doing the skeletons too. I thought this one was supposed to be the good one, but we don't know. We don't know. Oh, there's actually a bigger model. Let me try using this different model too. So I changed the resolution. I changed the model. I'm just going to press go. Once they're all loaded up, it should go pretty fast. So it did. Let me just see what it did on the longer version. This crap. Okay, so the little guy, if the little guy can do it, then the big guy can do it too, but I don't think the little guy's even doing it. Oh, what is that? Oh, and it died. And it died. It errored. Oh, that is scary. That is no. That is all the way no. Oh, gross. So what is that movie where they go to Mars and there's like a little guy that kind of lives in the guy's stomach? Kind of reminds me of that guy. What was it called? I think it might have had an Arnold Schwarzenegger in it. The Mars movie. Fuck, what was it called? Quaid. It'll come to me. But what was the error? So the error was this. I think that means I did see this error before on this NLF. I have no idea what NLF is. It's part of this new workflow. Let me just like try it again. So the error happens. Let me clear the memory. Did we get it to go? Just go. I'm gonna use the bigger VitPose body detection model. The bigger models tend to handle things better. The smaller models are like faster. That could be all it needs to get to the next step. It could also be a problem with the video I fed it. I fed it video that's kind of changing scenes. That might break it. It might need to be cut to the frame more accurately. Because I see some of these look okay. It's just jumping around like it gets confused. It's not able to smooth out those. Okay, so I changed the thing back to the same resolution as the input image, and it's still like freaking out. So yeah, it definitely wants to, but a little bit screwy. We're gonna have to try the DW, classic DW pose. It's a good idea though to try this one. Kind of get to see like what the limits are. Hope it's not just trained on those TikTok dances. What a waste of a fucking pose training. But I don't think it is. I think it's trained for like general, like movies, animations, cartoons, TikTok dances, you know, just whatever. And you can see it's working. It's doing its thing. 27 iterations per second. All right. No. Wait, 27 seconds per iteration. It needs to do 4 iterations. So, I don't know. But, you know, 2 minutes. 2 minutes, kind of a long time. It probably has to do with the resolution of the input video, which I didn't change. That might be another problem. I didn't do anything to this input video. I probably should have taken it in, and I can probably bring it into like you know, Adobe Premiere and, you know, downscale it manually. But I think that's what this is doing here. I think this is actually gonna, you know, I think that this will downscale it for me, I think. I don't know. But right there, I would think it shouldn't have a problem with the head. I would think it could keep track of that, but maybe that's not the case. That's, I would say that's a definition of broken right there. Just like, I do have an idea though. Let me see if Premiere even opens nowadays. Haven't updated Premiere. This one. This is the dancing one I did. Let me just make a new sequence with this. Okay. New sequence. Oh, okay. Might have to make a new preset here. So 854 by 480 is what this AI seems to like. 24 FPS. I think 16 is what I wanted, but I don't even think 16 is an option in here. It goes 24, it goes 15. I'll just give it 24. Okay, so horizontal width. That looks right. Save it as a new one. We'll see. Horizontal. Oh shit. Realize that kind of sucks. All right. You're going to bed? Mm-hmm. I know it's late. I feel tired. What time is it? I don't know. Time for bed. Oh, thanks. Thanks, buddy. Good night. All right. We'll scale it like this. Yeah, it was like a weird resolution due to the capture. And then maybe we can cut that point out. And then just do this. I don't even know if it could survive this, but we'll try. Oh, like that. That stuff's going to break it for sure. So we could just try ending right there. We'll add our own bullet later, maybe. And then, can I just make a new sequence out of this clip right here? Make subsequence. And then just go with this. Look, see that? I need to do a little more Premiere. You know, make sure I remember how to use Premiere. Huh? So what? That's like 10 seconds. That's like perfect. That's perfect for the little shorts. But we got to export it. So for export settings, frame rate 15. Hey, this has 16. What the heck? Why does this have 16? 16 like popular frame rate or what? Okay. Copy everything else. 16 FPS. Hardware encoding. 20 megabits per second. We're blowing it up. Blowing up the quality. I'm actually going to go down a little bit because it actually does that high it actually does 20. That's a waste for a 480 video. Come on. Let's go 12. Still too high, but it's plenty of juice. We don't need audio. I'll keep the audio because it has audio. Maybe the final video might have the audio. That'd be cool. And let's go here. Matrix. Bullet time. Save this project because we save what we do. I don't know about you guys, but I save my work. I don't want to do the same work over again. I have to do the same work over again. I'll bitch about it. Okay, bullet time that drags over here. Did it make another one after all? What? I'm gonna delete this shit. Why does it have a guitar? That is concerning. One goes a little longer. I just can't trust that, like, that's I don't know. I don't have words for that. The AI will have to explain that to me because I can't explain that to you. And go to bed, AI, you're drunk. Shoot. Shoot. We're going to get too drunk. We need to be doing some more work. I haven't drinking anything. Well, I did have one beer, but it took me like 2 hours to drink it. That doesn't count. So the large model, I don't think it did any better. So I think the new video will help. This one is going width, height. I don't think these dimensions are. I think part of the problem is the dimensions of the source video don't match the reference image. So I would like to, I think it would be great if the AI could just figure that out. There's probably some nodes that I could use to help me to figure that out. But let's just see what happens with it vertical. We've got the input video is horizontal and then the reference image is vertical. That I could imagine that causing a problem, but that's not causing what we're seeing. I think this is causing what we're seeing. This is a bad pose generation. I'm gonna run this pose one more time with this algorithm, and then I'll save the work, and then I'll run it with a different pose estimator. Because that is what I was originally working on for today's stream, was I was trying to figure out if this pose estimator was even going to work. I know what to do here. I have to clear the memory. It's going to take a little longer to load it because I think this pose wants to eat up a little more RAM than the system has. So I cleared the RAM. Just a little house cleaning. You see how the VRAM was filled up right there? It was all the way to the top. And so it needed a little more. It spiked and errored. You can even see it in the memory graph right there, that little spike. It wanted to overshoot. So right there, as it's going up, it's like, nope, errored. I'm lucky the whole program didn't crash. So, it's handling the error. It handled it. And now I just did a little house cleaning, clear the RAM. And then now it's, it got the RAM it needed to do the calculation. And then now, as you see, the RAM is like ramping up. That's the actual AI, the video generator that's loading right there. So with this new one, it's still like going wonky for whatever reason. It does not like bullet time. We should actually tell the developers that. We should be like, yo, this is a classic scene, man. How come you can't do the classic scene? It's bullet time. It's fucking should be the first thing you train this thing on. Come on. It starts off okay, and then it just goes. But you know what? That starting, because it started correctly, that might be enough for it to like just guess. And then I'll save that. And then while that's cooking, I will open up the other animation algorithm, which I think is this one. Face images, pose and face description. It's definitely that one, but I think I might have an even better one. So learning these, I think, is what my priority is like figuring out the methods. So here's the old one where it's pretty simple. Just the DW pose estimator does a really good job, does everything. It's got the, the YOLO detector. And then this one I think is more advanced where you get this VIT whole body thing. This might either be the solution or is actually the problem, because this is the model we're using is this VIT. So I might copy these in. If this one fails, I might copy this one. This one's the easiest one. It's just a single node. The least sophisticated one. If the least sophisticated one actually wins, that would be dumb. Oh, and there's also the depth. The depth ones might work. I wonder. I think you can do both depth and pose, but I don't even know how to do that yet. It's getting more advanced for me. All right, so all right, here's the first couple of seconds. So yeah, it did. It got like the very first part. I think. So there he is right there. So one hand forward, one hand backwards. And Effect Leet. Yo, Effect Leet, what's up? Oh, Wolfric is here. What's up, Wolfric? I'm still going. I don't know how long I've been streaming. Let me see. 6 hours. Oh my God. Yeah, I am getting tired. My like endurance is not as high as it used to be. I'm trying to do bullet time. So this is actually Cryonic's idea, because I was like, hey, what video should we pump in here? And he's like, it would be cool if you could do that. And I agreed that it would be very cool, but also it'd be a tough test. It'd be a strict test if we could land it. And so far, yeah, it did break it. He broke this algorithm. So it kind of starts off okay. Like it looks like it understands that first pose, but then it refuses it. Like for whatever reason, this particular pose, it couldn't hold it. So it would start off with Neo's, pose where he's about to go down. And then when he goes down, it just like goes haywire, and here's like the original video. I would think that would be easy for it to track. And it's supposed to be the, studio grade pose thing. I was like, oh, it'll do this one, no problem. But when I start streaming like Sunday, I don't know. I'm not even, streaming too much, but I really wanted to share this. I got so excited about ComfyUI, and I think it's something you guys can use. I really do think you guys can just download this and do some of these things. So let's see where it goes. Because as you know, it like once it, freaks out, then it really freaks out. Look at it. Fucking AI. I'll show you some of the other videos we made earlier too. Gets all wonky. Yeah. It's nope.com right there. So I said, okay, if that doesn't work, let's bring in the original thing. If I can figure out how to copy paste it in. I think it's just the DW pose estimator. In the original workflow, I think it wanted to scale and stuff. So I don't know if it can just go copy paste over. I don't know if that's even possible, but we'll try it. So we go. Does it go here? I might have to look at the previous one we did. Oh, look at this guy. At least this one worked. Okay, easy, simple stuff. Let's start easy and simple. You see this one? Is that a priest? Is this even like... I didn't like accidentally start my own religion or something, right? This is like maybe Catholic Church, maybe? I don't know. Or not, or maybe it's just church-ish. Might be a little mix of everything. There's one... I don't know if those guys... I don't want to like piss anyone off. Like those guys at the top might be like, you know, some weird symbols that probably maybe shouldn't play it. But I like the guy jumping. That part's cool. That dude, look at him. Happy. I like happy people. Some of the pose detection stuff is amazing, especially the stuff from Stanford. I don't think this one, I have it open here. This is the pose thing I'm doing right now. You know, it was just released not too long ago called Scale. And I don't know which group this is, to be honest, but maybe Chinese group, looks like. Wen Ho Yan, Sheng Yi, Jin Yan Teng. Definitely very Chinese. Yeah. Studio grade character animation. So I thought, oh, let's use this one. This will solve all of our problems. And they claim to do like multi-character animations, and it appears they do, but they can't even do the bullet time. I mean, that should be the first thing and only thing they train on. Just bullet time. We might be able to actually train it, probably. I guess if we really wanted to. Oh no, Nightbot. I never updated my Nightbot, it looks like. I think I was supposed to do something and I forgot. I don't even remember what I was supposed to do. But, okay, so there's the animate there. Even has a scientific paper reference. That's cool. Makes it more official. But I'm going to try to go back to the old one. But I'm going to need to reference the previous thing here because I forgot. I might have to go back to one of these earlier workflows to remember how they flow. Here's an older move one. Is that the one? Nope. We got to go one more back to this one. Yeah. DW pose. So this one wants to go straight from, let's see where the image, where does it get its image? It gets the image from there. We're not going to do that. This video pumps into this thing and goes out to the image goes into the upscaler, and it goes into the DW pose. So we don't have to, I think this already does the scaling, so we just got to get the video to go straight into the DW pose. I bet that'll do it. And so we're going to get to, well, some of these rescalers I might keep. So we go width, 480 height. It might be the width and height too that doesn't like. I know this did kind of mess it up. I think in fact, fixing this might fix the whole thing. Who knows? But I have one going horizontal and one going vertical. And I think it would take a little bit of, node engineering to get those to behave. But let me just try swapping this out. So if it gets worse, then I'll know that I should change that other thing. If it gets better, then we might be on the right track. So do I need to, I'm actually going to delete the NLF stuff because I think NLF stuff is part of the new the new thing. And this is just a little hook of some kind. Doesn't expand. I don't know what that is. Pose, it's the VIT pose workflow. We're not going to use those. Pose detection. No. So we've got our reference image, and then we've got our input video. And then we've got the resizer. I think it goes like this, boop. And then this image part then goes, oh, I wonder if we can, forgot what connected there. I wonder if we can just go like that, boop. All right. Boop those right in there. You see that? Boop it. Let me drag this over here so I can see it. And then this pose should go both into the face pose and into the pose. Same with this one here. I think the other one had a different one for face and a different one for body, but I'm not sure that's necessary. I'm just going to enable everything on this one pose estimator. And cross your fingers. Good luck, everyone. It's doing the pose estimation right now. Ooh, something's happening. There it goes. A little slower. A little slower than the other one possibly, but much simpler. All right, happy pose? Maybe? Okay, there it is. It also wants to jiggle. Oof. Oof. It needs help. I wonder what you do, like, if you really want this to work. I wonder if you can, like, I don't know, maybe work with the input video a little bit to, like, give it direction. Because I mean, I'm looking at it. I have no problem, like, tracking where his hands and feet and head and body are, just watching it. But And I'm surprised too, actually, because, you know, some of the crazy like TikTok dances, you know, like even the one I just did with the girl who's doing the shuffling, like her legs are like just, you know, chopping back and forth, and it keeps track of them just fine. So bullet time is like, it's like copyright material detected, abort. Trolling Psynaps activated. And then the other thing we can try is to change the dimension. Okay, 480. We'll try that too. Oh, wait a minute. Does this pipe? Oh, that pipes into there. Okay. So this might help a little bit, this little change I made. We'll see. Camera plus body movement does not comply with standard physics. Uh-huh. The standard physics. Yeah, so it should, maybe it goes back to the training. It's like, this is not a viral TikTok video. Fuck off. This is not how physics works. It's not consistent. We're not in matrix physics. Everybody's onto something here. Like Cryonic was onto something with this reference. Physics not complying with standard laws of physics, that's also onto something. That means that's a training opportunity right there. You know, train these to movie scenes. Maybe that's a copyright issue. You replicate, you know, the fantastic physics of cinema. You could make a LoRa, maybe a training model based on that. I could see that getting some downloads. I mean, this is supposed to be a tool for, you know, cinema as well. What are the cinema guys doing here? They must have a solution. Gonna have to go back to your old mocap. You're gonna have to wear your mocap suit. Put your little dots on. The little white balls in your suit. Oof. I thought we could cheat the system here. Thought we were beating the system. Guess not. Like, you get back in your mocap suit. No AI cheating for you. It need to be pose plus environment tracking in one. You know, there is the depth. One of these had I kind of laid out a really nice was it this one here? No, I think this one just did pose, but no, there's depth anything right there, V3. I think I compared it to depth anything and depth anything V2. The V2 one seemed to be the best one, although V3 works with some situations. But the depth thing, this is supposed to do depth animation, so the depth might help it understand the environment. I wonder, but I don't know. I think there might be a special control net to bridge the pose and the depth together. I think actually maybe WAN has a control net that does that. I bet there's a tool for it, because I know I noticed that with that control net. I can't really explain it because I don't understand it well enough to teach it, but I did see in some of these node cascades that the depth and the pose were connected sometimes. So maybe that's what the magic ingredient is. Okay, let's see what it did. It did something. Oh, all right. I think it wants to do a dance, obviously. Looks nice. And then some sign language. All right. Do a couple little sign languages there. And what's next? A couple of synapses running around. Actually, none of these are synapses. I think I saw Loki back there. He's in the film. Cool. Well, we made something there. All right, let me try with the new setting I just did. All right, this one should go back to a horizontal. I don't expect there's any difference, because before there wasn't any difference when I flipped the orientation. It didn't really seem to help. But I think in some scenarios that probably could be the make or break. Yeah, it just kind of loses it right there. Actually, I do think that's better. I mean, it definitely breaks there again towards the end, but you know, I don't think it's supposed to get every single frame. I think it should do okay if it loses a couple of frames. And that's actually another good point. I think this loader allows you to purposely skip some frames if needed, and that could help it. So I'll do like 1 or 2 more runs in this next run. I'll try skipping a frame if this is terrible. These are so weird. 480 quality weirdness. You know, we could be making something wholesome, like some Christmas videos with a Christmas tree and a cat or something. Whoa. I did see a funny AI video. I think it was on Civet AI. Beware of that website. That website's actually amazing. The creative community is there, but there are things there that you can't unsee. But anyway, it was a cat on a copy machine, and the cat's paw hit the copy button, and then another cat came out, and then the cat on the top like meowed at that cat, and then at the end it just looped perfectly, and then the cat was just there, and then it pressed the button again and another cat came out, It was a perfect loop. And I was impressed with it. It was an amazing little loop. Amazing AI generated video. And, you know, perfect cats. But the perfect loop was what I loved, because loops can be so hard to do. It was an perfect infinite loop of a cat making a copy of another cat. It was a copycat. Beautiful work. Oh yeah, I think this one is done. Uh-oh. This is scary. I'm scared. Oh, it's like it's tied up on something. I have never broken it this much. This is ridiculous. It's grotesque, is it not? And then wait for the last couple of seconds on this side when it's done. I need some more whiskey for this. 2 or 3 a.m. No whiskey and bad animations. You can't have a good animation without some whiskey at that time of day. Well, we've got this video, so you know, once we figure out how to make it work, we at least have a usable copy of the bullet time. Or short version. We have the longer version too. We can go capture more, but this is just like a short capture. Brought it into Premiere. To fix the ratio, to fix the scaling. And I think that the video input node, I think it does the scaling for you. I think this step might be redundant, but we also need to check the starting frame and the ending frame as well. So that's going to be important. So yeah, Adobe Premiere kind of helped us get started at least. And then stuck it in the node. Starting image is what it is. And then the pose estimator just kind of really fell apart with that footage. Didn't like it at all. Trench coat. Maybe the trench coat messed up the legs at the start, possibly. And maybe just couldn't get a frame it could hold on to. I thought it was more resilient though. I thought it just, you know, average everything. Oh, the next test, what was the next test I was going to try was skipping frames. I'll do that one more and then I'll be done with this one, because it just, I don't think it has what it needs to succeed. But I just want to see the last 4 seconds of this grotesque thing. Oh, look, it wants to do it. It wants to do the last couple of frames. Look, he's just floating in the air. Oh, there he goes. Okay. Groovy, man. As long as he doesn't slip a nip, get us in trouble. Oops. You know, I don't think, you know, if we made one of these little shorts and like a nipple popped out, I don't think it would be that bad. I think like, you know, I think in the rules of Twitch, you know, game content that has, you know, booby pop out, I don't think they care. Maybe it might be bad because I don't think my stream has like is flagged for adult content or like age restriction. So it might not pass the rules, but you know, if you're generating AI and, you know, just one nipple popped out, no. Nobody can control that. It's just AI. Nipples could pop out. Chronic says it must be a T1000. Oh, with the legs bending, the old school T1000. You know, if you go back and you look at the T1000, the animation on those were pretty terrible. We've come a long way since that. But it was still, at the time, was very convincing. I'll tell you what you guys should watch if you want to see an interesting video that actually addresses the history of animation and kind of addresses AI. Watch the Corridor Digital video. I think it's on their main channel. They did this where they animated with this exact thing that I'm doing. Let me see if I can find it. Corridor Digital, 10 million on their YouTube. Whoa, hey, what happened? What did I press? Everything disappeared. Try again. There we go. It crashed all my browsers here. Too many browsers up. ComfyUI is pretty tough on the browser, but Chrome can handle it. All right, so this is Corridor Digital. Let me see if this was the channel. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, Modern Toy Story. I'll link this video. I don't think I can just straight up play the whole thing. Oh no, this is not the making of it. This is the actual animation. So I'll play the actual animation because it is short, but then you have to watch the making of it part. And where's the link to that? What the heck? What the heck, man? Because there's like their behind the scenes channel. Do you see the link? Am I missing it? I see corridordigital.com, but I want to see how this was made. How this was made. They didn't put it. Oh shoot. They missed the link. I just need the link to their other channel. Okay, let me go back to search. Yeah, because how they made it, that was an amazing story. There's Corridor Crew. I'm slow at searching. Maybe it's just Corridor Crew. Let me check. Yeah, it's this channel. I think I remember. Okay. Yeah, this is the one. I turn my friends into living toys. So this 22 minutes long. So this was actually a long one. But this guy, beautiful story. I mean, when you watch this video, let me link it. When you watch this, just give yourself a little bit of time to watch this video. The storytelling, what they actually did was pretty cool, but it wasn't like, you know, groundbreaking or anything. It was very cool with their touch because they're talented. But the actual way he puts the story together with kind of the history of cinema, the history of rigging, the challenges of 3D that they've gone through as video effects artists, really shows how badass of a storyteller this guy really is. But let me watch this one. I haven't actually seen this one yet. I want to see. I'll mute my music too. So he made this with the exact same tools I'm using right now. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Is this... What the hell is making all the looping sound? What the... Is it this? Has this been making the sound this whole time? Holy shit. Sorry about that. I didn't know that. I didn't hear it. Damn you. Fucking thing. Okay, let me start again. She's funny. Interesting, at the very end, I noticed that there's a little Sora ad on the corner of this video, but they didn't make this in Sora. Maybe they made that part in Sora. This part they just made with these tools that I was exploring. So yeah, check that one out later if you have a little bit of time to watch an episode of the Corridor Crew. Let me see if they show. They were just like blown away with how you could rig these characters so easily. And they were able to kind of bypass their traditional workflow of rigging and explained a little bit about how they felt about that. And it's beautiful, right? The animation they did compared to mine. These guys are so good. And to do the little army men, he taped up his feet to the thing. There he's showing that workflow a little bit. I think, he had a hard time with the proportions on that one, is what he's saying. But I think I saw a Comfy node that addresses that. He said he had to make his own Comfy node for that. But what I'm curious about is the framing. So, I mean, he got the capture to work. You can see, it looks like he's using that standard pose method. Okay, so here, I guess he does kind of show how he frames it. So you got this shot that's on the floor. So I think he tries to kind of recapture that exact like angle. He puts the camera down on the left side, kind of looking up at the guy who's being tracked. And the guy's not wearing any of the motion cap stuff. Looks like he's just in his regular clothes. But with that shot right there, it looks maybe the AI is able to easily understand that, those shots are very similar, so he can transfer it over to the carpet shot. So I'm just trying like my best to gather what he's doing here, how he achieves that. And the camera goes up though. So it's like, I can tell, I don't think this is the actual Comfy node. I think he just kind of edited this for the video. I think we would love to see his Comfy workflow, but I doubt he's going to share that. That's probably like, property of Corridor Digital. We can't. These guys are not the open source community, or they might share it. Who knows? Yeah, this is where these guys show how pro they are, because they can kind of think about the framing and stuff. And he's learned how to use the Comfy tools, and he immediately knows how he's gonna reframe that to get it to work in the animation. It looks beautiful the way he does it. It looks perfect. But I also wonder if he is masking this guy So in his generation of the 3D character, which this guy's like, you know, completely AI generated, does he use, my question to him would be, do you use like a traditional masking technique to composite him in that shot? Or is the background also AI generated? You know, and which part was traditional compositing in After Effects or Nuke or whatever he uses versus the AI generated part? Okay, so they had some fails. So let me look at this. So this is what it generated. It does have a white background, so I think he might be, you know, just masking the old school way. I did see, I think there was either a Node or a LoRa that it was actually in the default Comfy templates, actually, I think, where you could do alpha here. So WAN 2.1 alpha. So there's a workflow to automatically output the alpha channel for your outputs. So he probably could have used that, but I don't know. It's probably too glitchy. Probably just doing it the way he did it here. Just put it on a white background and use your traditional masking workflow. Probably works for them. Mohegan. What is? Oh, wait, let me just finish this part right here. So we're kind of reviewing this a little bit. What a badass. He's like, oh, it doesn't work. I just program my own node that does something incredible. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, you guys check this video. I linked it. If you want me to link it again, just let me know. But this is Corridor's like newest video. They just released this. And I think it's part of this, you know, this AI hype that we're seeing. And I'm even hyped too. That's why I'm live. You know, I downloaded all of this stuff. We're talking about hundreds of gigs of models, and I'm seeing, you know, how far I can push it. We tried to do the bullet time thing here, and it couldn't keep track of it. You know, those physics were too hard. That's where it broke. But for, you know, just like the dance videos, like the TikTok dances and stuff, it does great. Keeps track of the like movements and stuff. I think it's almost there. Probably there's probably just something a little missing that it can't keep track of, and it loses its bearing and can't recover. But it tried. I could play this video one more time, but it's pretty messed up. Oh, it does actually. Oh, that's what was causing all the audio to loop. It actually has audio in it. So that guy gets all messed up, and then it catches right there. So if it could have just done that the whole time, I think we could, you know, maybe could have worked with that a little bit. So we'll have to try again, you know, different way to redo this scene. Let me show you the, oh, this is the webcam. Okay, this webcam thing's actually pretty cool. Let me show you this. So if I turn on in OBS, I turn on my virtual capture. So it brings the webcam in. Let me just do like, well, here, let me go maybe like this. All right. So I do a cheesy capture. That looks like that. I had to switch to full screen so that I could actually do the capture. But there's the capture at 1920 by 1080. You can see the light is kind of, there's a lot of like pixelation because the camera is in kind of low light mode. Not too many lights on in here. I might actually turn off the lights, make it nice and chill. If I click go, that's a really cool node, by the way, that webcam capture. I love that one. That one's really good. And so it's going to start going through some of the different, I was comparing the different poses, if they still work, if they're all still connected. Here's the depth. This is the one I wanted to show you. These are really trippy. And so I think my instinct would be, okay, if you really wanted bullet time to work, you're going to have to connect the depth and the pose together and try to get that one to work. But the weird thing is, you know, the depth anything version 3, you would think version 3 would be better, but it seems that the version 2 is still better because look, you can kind of see the beard and the nose and the eyes. Like that's very depthy, and it's catching the features of the face. Whereas version 1, you can see just the background is a lot more blacked out. You know, that, you know, presumably is less data there. You don't really see the features of the face that much or at all, like you can in version 2. So you know the version 2 depth, that's gonna have a good result, you know, because that data is, if you can see it by eye, you know, it's clearly there. In version 3, hey, maybe the data is there, you just don't see it as much. It looks pretty whited out to me. I think that's pretty harsh. You do see the layering, the microphone is there. Hey, maybe version 3 is better for the room, you know, because you see this, it's very white, which means it's close. The background is dark. Maybe it's getting a little more depth calibration than this. Maybe the range is better calibrated, but I don't see the details in the face. And I feel like that's where we're really focusing on, is some of those are where our eyes are going to focus. So, yeah, this is the science, because I'm in the test I'm kind of trying to figure out. I think it does animation as well, the depth anything. So you might be able to pump the video into it and make a sequence of images and then let it try to render that. I don't know. That I would probably have to look up a tutorial to see if there's like a special control net or something for for doing the depth. Also, what I don't know is I can't really predict what would happen with my reference image. If you gave it the depth and the pose, I think it might just turn me into Keanu Reeves, possibly. Might be a rough render, I don't know. I need it to maintain the fat guy and try to get the fat guy to do that. Oh, maybe yeah. All right, well, I think, you know, I want to stay up all night long and stream, but I do have to wrap up a couple of things before I go to sleep. You know, I got to go see if I started a new server and provisioning some new live stream servers. And so I'm making some really awesome ones, super high quality cloud servers. Some of the ones I don't make quite as often, so I'm excited to make these really good ones. And then I want to, you know, make sure I save all of these workflows that I did for the night and then pack it up. And then maybe we stream another one. I don't want to like overdo it so that we have plenty of streams left over for the holidays. Hopefully we can get some more streams in before the New Year's, and who knows, maybe even stream on or around New Year's. I want to stream this stuff because I think this comfy workflow, I want to see what we can achieve. I'm kind of exploring the tools. It's kind of exploratory, obviously. But I do have some very specific goals. One of the goals is to get you guys a decent workflow, like at least some options for downloading Comfy, so you know exactly what to click on and you can download it the way I did. And then some alternative options like there were some installers that some of the YouTubers were suggesting to their community just to get started a little easier. I've tried various over the years. I've tried various Comfy installs, and there are like a number of them. I mean, there's a handful of different ways to install Comfy. My personal favorite would be the portable version, and I think that's fine. A lot of people have suggested that too. Is it any harder to install than like, you know, maybe one of the installers? I don't know. I don't think so. I like portable versions of software. Portable just means like it has everything in the folder that you need to run the program. So you just download the directory and you just like unzip it to whatever drive you want. And then when you launch it, it'll go and start downloading the tensor, the AI stuff for your GPU or CPU. It just kind of self-optimizes based on your system. That's to me, that's not difficult. So I'm not going to give you guys something that I think is super difficult to do. But at first I have to, you know, at least give you the right direction to get started. The other thing too, I can't make a guide for everything, but Krita is very impressive and a very fun tool. So Krita is like an open source Photoshop. It's free. And you could do, you know, sketches and, you know, basic stuff that you might do in Photoshop. A lot of people use it, very big community. But it has a plugin for Comfy. So it'll actually install Comfy for you, or you can connect it to your, if you have a different installation of Comfy somewhere on your network, you can connect it to that. So that's what I've been doing, because the Comfy actually lives on that computer back there. So if I run Krita on this computer, or my son, Future Rank 1, he could be using Krita on, you know, his computer, and they're both grabbing off of that GPU that's in this computer here. That's another way to do it. I think that way is probably, I don't want to say it's the easiest. It's actually kind of a little pain in the ass getting the plugin to do exactly what you want. That's not the most powerful way to do it, but it's fun if you like Krita. This way, the node-based stuff, this is running like all of the various models. You're not just locked into certain image generation models that Krita plugin supports. This one here, well, as you've seen, you can get completely out of control with it and plug in your own nodes and completely break it as needed. So does anybody have time for this BS, you know, to install it and whatever? That you'll have to answer for yourself, but I highly encourage. I do think after these last couple of months of seeing the models come out and the huge community support for these nodes, and, you know, development of new nodes and wrappers for some of the new models, it's clear this has a lot of momentum behind it. So I do think you could, you know, start integrating ComfyUI into your existing workflows, whether it's just for fun, you know, blowing off some steam, making some funny pictures, making some memes here and there, make a Christmas card for family, do whatever. Or, you know, for an actual production stuff, like if you're, you know, there's a lot of artists, you know, in the chat that, you know, have, you know, currently or at some point have done some graphics. There's no shame in generating these graphics, and the power of the masking and just general tools, masking out backgrounds, changing backgrounds, adding, removing things from an image, in painting, out painting, you know, you should know the difference between those. That stuff is just like common stuff. Photoshop has a lot of that stuff built in if you have a subscription to Photoshop, you know, and, you know, a lot of graphics designers, graphics artists, you know, having trouble maintaining those, you know, moderately expensive Adobe subscriptions. I mean, it adds up over the months. There's no doubt about that. You know, Adobe is very easy. You can download subscriptions. It's not gonna, you know, kill you, but over time, it can be pretty harsh. So you don't need Adobe to do some of these AI tasks. You can actually do it for free with this. Also, Adobe is not going to have these, cutting edge models. If you want to do these cutting edge state of the art open source models that are sometimes on par with, some of the API systems like ChatGPT or Gemini, Google, it's very competitive with some of these bigger companies that are giving us huge models. They're doing very good video and stuff. I don't think you can beat that. But you also have to remember, I think they're still making better images and videos and stuff. That's to be expected. But you got to keep in mind that those systems don't have this node-based workflow. You don't have the freedom of plugging in these various things to create on those platforms. Now, some people have tried making nodes for those platforms. You can find them in here. You can actually plug in your external APIs into this and get them into your nodes and stuff. So that's another reason to use Comfy. If you're already depending on some of those other platforms, there's going to be a node for those that will help. But you don't need them. You can download this stuff for free. You can actually just bypass the APIs completely and do it all locally. I think the Gooners, I think they're going to use it, because they're making explicit content, like adult stuff. They're going to download all the models that have been, unlocked and unfiltered and trained on, so there's that. I don't know what those guys are doing. I don't know if they're trying to, make professional content, or it's just, they're just gooning all day long. I don't know. I'd like them to explain to me why that's so common for AI. Or maybe it's just for fun, or maybe it's for professional use. Maybe everybody's starting some OnlyFans with fake characters or something. I'm not sure. So there's that. And then there's also other situations where you would not want to use a public API. You might just be making content with your family. Like, for example, I made a children's book for my son. We actually wrote a story together. And it just kind of happened. We were just playing with the AI. He likes playing with the AI because it'll do text to speech, and he'll be like, "Tell the AI this, tell the AI this." Well, we ended up, writing a story, and so I did the illustrations in AI. I don't really want to share anything related to family with the public APIs. I don't want to upload, any of my personal stuff up there. So that's the other clear-cut use case for running this stuff local. Is some stuff you want to upload to Google, other stuff Google needs to pay you for before you upload it. You know what I mean? You want to maintain your rights to your images and videos and whatever. I think one example of that, like the privacy story, is I have I have a lot of pictures, just pictures on my phone. Like, I might take a picture of, the kids playing, or they're doing something funny or silly, and I want to take a picture, family stuff or personal stuff. I want to take a picture of my truck or my awesome shiny tires, whatever I'm taking a picture of, my own documents here locally. Then, I've got all these photos, and you guys do too. Phones take a million pictures. You got your photo library. I developed a script that could index and give keywords to all my photos and give a short description. So I use the vision models, and I can actually search my photos, my personal photos, using semantic based searches. I created a little RAG database, vector database for my photos. That was fun. That was like a little weekend project. I actually enjoyed making it, but it was useful because I was looking for a picture of my fuse box, my breaker box, because I wanted to look at the breakers for the electrical system of my house. I could not find the picture for the life of me. And if I would have had that search thing, I could have just searched. And so I made it, and I did the search, and sure enough, it worked. I just searched for breaker box, and all the pictures I've taken over the last 10 years of my breaker box, because I always forget what the numbers are, what the circuits are. So I've taken like 10 pictures of it every time I forget. Every time I forgot, I could have just searched for it after having this tool. So that's an example of like, you want to keep your images, your index images, private if you like privacy, for personal pictures. I don't, I would never upload my personal pictures to Google, although Google will, I think, do the same thing, can index them and stuff. I can control the models that do my indexing. So I'm just rambling on and on. I think I'm just going to go and bounce out because it's time for bed for me. But I did a incredible 7-hour, maybe even 8 or 9 hour stream today. Got a couple of subs, way more than I thought. Even got a hype train, which I don't remember the last time that happened. So that was really cool. Cryonic is still here. All of the names, from over the years have popped up in the stream. So thank you guys for hanging out and putting up with this kind of weird workflow that I'm working on here. But I'm super excited about it. There's so much to do with this. You could make a whole series of videos on this kind of stuff because, before we go too far with it, also got to come up with some good ideas. Like, we might have to fall back to making the Christmas tree cat videos if the the Matrix scenes don't work out, just to keep the flow going, keep everything educational. But got a couple of follows, and I think Fred's Killer was in there with a sub, and so was Wazzle. Amperature blew us up with some hype as well. What else did we get? Wolfric, I think, subscribed a couple of days ago when I streamed. So thank you guys for that. And I'll be doing some homework on the next workflow that I want to present. We'll present something cool, and it'll go into the VODs, go into, for those that are interested in checking this out. And hopefully I can get a guide too. Those will be the next things. And then ultimately, this is all leading up to creating a cool workflow that we can just hand to the Psymetheus chatbot, and then have Psymetheus cooking some things up while we're live, or in Discord, even when we're not live. Maybe Psymetheus could help us out and keep the VRAM in these GPUs topped off, and create some cool desktop pictures or animations or something like that. I would love to see what kind of prompts people come up with. And see you guys next time. Cheers.